Herkese merhaba. Bize katıldığınız için teşekkür ederiz. Şimdi etkinliğimize başlıyoruz. Canlı altyazı ve çeviriler için lütfen ekranınızdaki QR kodu tarayın. Atölye çalışmamızın sonunda bir soru-cevap bölümümüz olacak. Lütfen sorularınızı ekranda bulunan QR kodu tarayarak ulaşabileceğiniz form üzerinden bize iletin. Atölye çalışması sırasında 30 ABD doları değerinde GoGift hediye kartı kazanma şansına sahip olacağınız 2 canlı meydan okumamız olacak. Her yarışma için doğru cevaplar içerisinden yapılacak çekilişle 3 hediye kartı dağıtılacak. Yarışma için de ekranda gördüğünüz yine QR kodlarınızı taramayı unutmayın. Tüm Inspire 2024 atölye çalışmaları tamamladıktan sonra Eylül ayında kazananlar açıklanacak ve ilham ceketi dağıtılacak. Şimdi sözü global bir toplulukla bağlantı kurmak, oyun yerelleştirme hakkında konuşmak üzere konuşmacımıza bırakıyorum.
Merhaba herkese. Bugün sizlere oyunlarınızı küresel bir toplulukla nasıl buluşturabileceğinizi anlatacağım. Yerelleştirme oyunların başka dillere ve kültürlere uyarlanmasını içerir ve bu süreç oyununuzun dünya genelinde daha geniş bir oyuncu kitlesine ulaşmasını sağlar. Şimdi kendimi tanıtmam gerekirse öncelikle merhaba, ben Q3SH, topluluk çevirmeni ve Türkiye topluluk elçisiyim. Roblox platformunda yaklaşık 6 yıldır çeşitli projeler dahilinde çevirmenlik yapıyorum. Çeviri kariyerime başlama nedenim oyunculara kendi dillerinde mükemmel bir oyun deneyimi sunma isteğimdi ki bu bazı ülkelerde gerçekten büyük bir problem. Bu süreçte birçok oyun sahibinin bana ulaşarak destek vermesi sayesinde kariyerimde önemli adımlar attım. Bugün burada edindiğim bilgileri ve tecrübeleri paylaşmak, oyunlarınızı nasıl yerelleştirebileceğinizi göstermek için bulunuyorum. Yerelleştirme bir oyunun veya içeriğin başka bir kültüre ve dile adapte edilmesidir. Özetlemek gerekirse bu şekilde. Bu süreç yalnızca metinlerin çevrilmesiyle sınırlı değildir. Oyun içi diyaloglar, menüler, görev açıklamaları, hatta oyun içi şakalar ve kültürel referanslar bile yerelleştirme sürecine dahil edilebiliyor. Çeviri ise metinlerin bir dilden diğerine çevrilmesi sürecidir ve yerelleştirmenin bir parçasıdır. İçeriklerimize baktığımızda konu başlıklarını görüyoruz. Yerelleştirme yalnızca metinlerin çevrilmesiyle dediğim gibi sınırlı değil. Kültürel adaptasyon önemli. Kullanıcı arayüzü düzenlemeleri de önemli. Örneğin bir ülkenin kültürel değerleri ve mizah anlayışı başka bir ülkeninkinden çok farklı olabiliyor. Bu nedenle çeviri sürecinde bu kültürel farklılıkları göz önünde bulundurmak gerekebiliyor. Otomatik çeviri ise hız ve maliyet açısından etkili bir araçtır. Manuel çeviri ise daha yüksek doğruluk ve kültürel uyum sağlar. Bu nedenle yerelleştirmenin en iyi şekilde yapılabilmesi için elbette manuel çeviri tercih edilmelidir. Yerelleştirme ve çeviri kullanıcıların oyununuzu daha rahat anlamaları ve oynamalarını sağlar. Oyuncular kendi dillerinde ve kültürel bağlamlarında oyun oynamaktan daha fazla keyif alır. Bu bariz bir şekilde görünebilir bir etken. Oyununuzun farklı dillerde ve kültürlerde oynanılabilir olması kullanıcı deneyimini zaten büyük ölçüde arttıran bir etken. Ayrıca yerelleştirme sayesinde yeni pazarlara açılabilir ve küresel rekabette öne çıkabilirsiniz. Örneğin İngilizce konuşan bir kullanıcı kitlesine ek olarak İspanyolca, Fransızca, Almanca veya Japonca konuşan kullanıcıları da çekebilirsiniz. Bu da oyununuzun popülaritesini ve kullanıcı sayısını oldukça arttırır. Yerelleştirmenin önemini verilerle de destekleyebiliriz. Şu an ekranınızda görüyorsunuz. Yerelleştirilmiş oyunlar yerelleştirilmemiş oyunlara göre daha fazla kullanıcı çeker ve oyuncu bağlılığını arttırır. Yapılan araştırmalar yerelleştirilmiş oyunların indirilme ve oynanma oranlarının %200'e kadar artabileceğini göstermektedir ki bu oldukça büyük bir sayı. Ayrıca kullanıcıların %72'si kendi dillerinde oynayabilecekleri oyunları tercih etmekte. Bu veriler yerelleştirmenin oyunlarınız için ne kadar önemli olduğunu açıkça ortaya koyan bir veridir. Devam edelim. Şu an Roblox'ta 77.7 milyonun üzerinde gündelik aktif kullanıcı bulunuyor ve çoğu yabancı dil bilmiyor. Bu kadar büyük bir kullanıcı kitlesine sahip olmak yerelleştirmenin önemini daha da arttırıyor. Oyununuzu yerelleştirerek farklı dillerde konuşan kullanıcıların da oyununu deneyimlemesini sağlayabilirsiniz. Bu da oyununuzun popülaritesini ve kullanıcı bağlılığını da arttırır. Şimdi ilk sorumuza gelelim. Yerelleştirmenin temel amacı nedir? Oyun diyaloglarını kelimesi kelimesine çevirmek mi, yoksa oyunun dosya boyutunu küçültmek mi? Oyunun farklı bölgelerde erişilebilir ve anlaşılır olmasını sağlamak mı? Yoksa oyunu farklı kültürel tercihlere ve normlara uyarlamak mı? Ekranınızdaki QR kodu okutarak sizler de soruyu cevaplayabilirsiniz. Devam edelim. Şimdi ilk adım yerelleştirme ayarlarını aktif hale getirmektir. Roblox Studio'da yerelleştirme ayarlarını aktif edebilirsiniz. Bu oldukça basittir. Bu oyununuzun farklı dillerde desteklenmesini sağlayacak bir etken. Yerelleştirme ayarlarını aktif etmek için öncelikle Roblox Studio üzerinden projenizi açıyorsunuz. Ardından Settings menüsünden Localization sekmesini bulun ve yerelleştirme seçeneklerini aktif hale getirin. Bu ekranda gördüğünüz menü ise Creator Hub tarafından elde edebileceğiniz bir menü. Creator Hub'tan buraya ulaşabilirsiniz projenizden. Localization kısmında yine Settings'ten Use Translated Content'e tıklayarak çeviri içeriklerini oyununuz için aktif hale getirebilirsiniz. Bu adım oyununuzun yerelleştirme sürecine hazır hale gelmesini sağlayacaktır. İkinci adım yerelleştirme tablosu. Çeviri yapılacak tüm metinleri eklemeye başlayabilirsiniz bu tabloda. Bu tabloyu oluşturmak çeviri sürecinin önemli bir parçasıdır. Yerelleştirme tablosu oyununuzun tüm metinlerini ve bu metinlerin hangi dillerde çevrileceğini içerir. Yerelleştirme tablosu oluşturabilmek için Google Sheets gibi araçlar kullanabilirsiniz. Bu tablo oyununuzun çeviri sürecini kolaylaştıracak ve çevirilerin düzenli bir şekilde yapılmasını sağlayacak. Ek olarak kontrol etmenizi de kolaylık sağlar. Tabloyu oluşturduktan sonra ise çeviri içeriklerini eklemeye başlayabilirsiniz. Bu adım oyununuzun farklı dillerde oynanılabilir olmasını sağlar. Çeviri içeriklerini eklemek için Translator portalı, yani çeviri portalını Roblox arayüzünde Create kısmından açın. Birazdan göstereceğim sizlere ve her bir metin için çevirilere girin. Örneğin Play butonunda bulunan Play metni için oraya yine aynı şekilde Play, Settings yazısı için yine aynı şekilde Settings yazacağız birazdan tabloya. Bu adım oyununuzu yerelleştirmesine en önemli adımıdır. Şimdi geçelim. En sonda çevirileri test edeceğiz. Çeviri sürecinde bazı hatalar olabilir. Bunlar gayet doğal ve normal. Bu hataları tespit etmek ve gidermek önemlidir. Yaygın çeviri hataları arasında dil bilgisi hataları, anlam kaymaları ve kültürel uyumsuzluklar bulunabilir. Bu hataları gidermek için çevirilerinizi dikkatlice gözden geçirin ve gerektiğinde düzeltiler yapın. Ayrıca oyunculardan geri bildirim alarak da çevirilerin doğruluğunu kontrol edebilirsiniz yine Translator portal üzerinden. Gerekli durumlarda çevirileri güncellemek için yerelleştirme tablosu düzenleyebilirsiniz. Bu adım oyununuzun kullanıcılar tarafından doğru ve anlaşılabilir bir şekilde oynanmasını sağlar. Şimdi yerelleştirme tablosunu görüyorsunuz ama tabii adım adım ilerleyeceğiz. İlk önce sol tarafa bakmanızı istiyorum. Yerelleştirme tablosu oyununuzun tüm metinlerini ve bu metinlerin çevirilerini içeren bir tablodur. İçerik tablosu ise her bir metin için çeviri bilgilerini düzenli bir şekilde sunar. Satır tablosu ise her bir metin satırının hangi dillerde çevrildiğini ve bu çevirilerin ne olduğunu gösterir. Bu tablolar çeviri sürecinin ise düzenli ve sistematik bir şekilde yapılmasını sağlayacaktır. çevirileri eklerken ve test ederken bu tabloları kullanarak işlemlerinizi kolaylaştırabileceksiniz. Şimdi bu görselde gördüğünüz üzere oyununuzun farklı dillere eklendiğini görüyorsunuz. Ben mesela buradan Türkçe dilini seçtim. Şimdi Türkçe dilini seçtikten sonra diğer diller için de geçerlidir bu. Türkçe dilini seçtikten sonra ekranımıza böyle bir şey çıkacak. Ve burada satırlar var. Oyun içi badge var ve sadece badge de değil, sadece product'lardan bahsediyoruz burada. Oyun içi satırlar var ve oyunun açıklaması, oyunun ismi ve bunun gibi şeyler var. Şimdi buradan satır örneği verelim. Bu tabloyu inceleyelim. Hangi metinlerin çevrildiğini ve çevirilerin doğruluğunu bu tablodan kontrol edebiliriz. Ayrıca bu tabloyu kullanarak da çevirilerin güncellenmesi ve doğrulanması işlemlerini de kolaylıkla yapabiliriz. Şimdi örneğin Go Back metni için farklı dillerdeki çevirilerin doğru olup olmadığını kontrol ettiğimizi öğrettim. Türkçe dilinin Go Back karşılığı geri git olduğu için buraya geri git yazıp sağ alttan save'e tıkladığımızda oyunda Türkçe dilini seçen birisi Go Back'e geri git diye görecektir. Devam ediyorum. Soru 2'ye geçelim. Biraz hızlı geldik. Şimdi ise ikinci sorumuza geçtiğimize göre yerelleştirme nerede yapılır? Biraz önce de öğretmiştim. Şıklarımız ise Roblox Studio, Translator Portal, Roblox Marketplace ve Roblox Developer Forum. Devam edelim. Şimdi yerelleştirme sürecinde çevirmenlerle işbirliği yapmak çok önemlidir. Çevirmen topluluklarına katılarak deneyimli çevirmenlerle tanışabilir ve onlardan destek alabilirsiniz. Roblox Developer Forum veya Talent Hub çevirmen bulma ve işbirliği yapma konusunda harika kaynaklar. Ayrıca sosyal medya platformlarında çeviri topluluklarına katılarak veya bularak daha fazla çevirmenle tanışabilirsiniz ve projelerinizde onlarla birlikte işbirliği yapabilirsiniz. Çevirmenlerin deneyimlerinden yararlanarak yerelleştirme sürecinizi daha etkili bir hale getirmeyi mutlaka unutmayın. Çevirmenler şu anda yerelleştirme sürecinde önemli bir rol oynar. Ancak günümüzde çevirmenlerin yeterince ön planda olmadığını fark etmişsinizdir. Gayet durgun bir şekilde ilerlemektedirler. Bunun en büyük sebeplerinden birisi otomatik çeviri sistemidir ki bu konuya birazdan geleceğiz. Roblox otomatik çeviri sistemlerini geliştirmeye çalışıyor. Tabii ki çok iyi bir şekilde ilerliyor ama bu sistemler manuel çevirilerin yerini tam anlamıyla dolduramıyor. Manuel çeviri her zaman daha doğru ve etkili sonuçlar veriyor. Çevirmenler yerelleştirme sürecinin başarısı için vazgeçilmezdir ve bu nedenle onların deneyim ve bilgileri çok değerlidir. Şimdi otomatik çeviri sistemine geçelim. Çeviri süreçlerinde hız, erişim kolaylığı ve düşük maliyet gibi önemli avantajlar sunar. Ancak bu avantajların bazı sınırlamaları da bulunmakta. Hızlı çeviri konusunda acil çeviri ihtiyaçları için ideal bir çözüm. Kullanıcılar metinlerini anında çevirebilir ve hızlı bir şekilde sonuca ulaşabilirler. Kolay erişim, oyununuzun ayarlarından tek bir tuş ile otomatik çeviriden faydalanabiliyorsunuz. Ve düşük maliyet ile otomatik çeviri maliyet açısından elbette oldukça avantajlıdır. Çünkü ücretsizdir. Bu bütçe kısıtlaması olan projeler için cazip bir seçenek olabilir. Şimdi otomatik çeviri ve manuel çevirideydik. Çeviri süreçlerinde otomatik ve manuel çeviri yöntemlerinin avantaj ve dezavantajlarını değerlendirirken maliyet ile kalite, uygunluk, hız ve doğruluk gibi önemli etkenlere dikkat edeceğiz şimdi. Maliyet ile kaliteden başlamak istiyorum. Otomatik çeviri her ne kadar ücretsiz olsa da bu ekonomik avantaj genellikle kalite açısından dezavantajı oluşturur. Otomatik çeviri sistemleri dilin inceliklerini ve kültürel bağlamlarını en başta da söylediğim gibi yakalamakta zorlanabilir. Bu da çevirilerin anlam kaybına uğramasına veya yanlış anlamalarına yanlış anlaşılmalarına yol açabilir. Manuel çeviri ise daha yüksek maliyette olabilir çünkü profesyonel çevirmenlerin hizmetleri gereklidir. Ancak bu yöntem daha yüksek kaliteli ve doğru çeviriler sağlar. Kültürel uyumu ve dilin inceliklerini daha iyi yakaladığını anlamış oluyoruz. Tabii şimdi uygunluğa geçelim. Uygunluk konusunda ise otomatik çeviri hızlı bir çözüm gerektiren ve düşük bütçeli projeler için muhteşem bir çözüm. Bunu biliyoruz. Özellikle geniş çapta ve acil çeviri ihtiyaçlarında da kullanışlıdır. Ancak bu uygunluk her zaman kalite ile dengelenmelidir. Bunu unutmamak gerekiyor. Manuel çeviri yüksek hassasiyet gerektiren veya bütçesi yüksek içerikler için uygundur. Şimdi hız ve doğruluğa geçelim. Ki bu oldukça önemli bir etken. Otomatik çeviri hız açısından tabii ki manuel çeviriden çok daha üstündür. Çünkü anında yapıyor. Bolca satır kısa sürede çevrilebiliyor. Ancak bu hız genellikle doğruluk pahasına elde edilir. Çünkü genelde doğru çıkmaz. Daha önce de bahsettiğimiz gibi otomatik çevirilerde dil hataları ve anlam bozuklukları sıkça görülür. Ama manuel çeviri daha yavaş bir süreçtir ancak doğruluk açısından daha güvenilirdir. Profesyonel çevirmenler ise metinleri dikkatle inceleyerek dil hatalarını sıfıra indirir ve anlam bütünlüğünü korur. Sonuç olarak çeviri ihtiyaçlarınıza en uygun yöntemi seçerken maliyet, kalite, uygunluk, hız ve doğruluk gibi etkenleri dikkatle değerlendirmeniz önemlidir. Projenizin gereksinimlerine göre bu yöntemler arasında denge kurarak en iyi sonuçları elde edebilirsiniz ve daha önce de gösterdiğim gibi verileri unutmadan hareket etmeyin. Şimdi soru cevap kısmına geçelim. Çünkü benim anlatacaklarım bu kadardı. Teşekkür ederim şimdiden.
K3SH'ye ve izleyen herkese teşekkür ederiz. Şimdi soru ve cevaplara geçebiliriz. Lütfen tüm sorularınızı ekranın altında bulunan QR kodu tarayarak ulaşabileceğiniz formdan bize göndermeyi unutmayın. Ben soruları okumaya geçiyorum.
Tamam.
Otomatik çeviri kullanımı çevresiz bir oyuna tercih edilmeli mi?
Eğer ki bütçe azsa veya çok fazla satır sayısı varsa kesinlikle tercih edilebilir bir seçenek olduğunu düşünüyorum. Ama dediğim gibi hani aciliyeti yoksa kesinlikle manuel çeviri bence. Çünkü doğru çıkarsa verinizi de arttırır. Oyunun verilerini arttırır. Oynama süresini, oyunda bulunan oyuncu vaktini international olarak arttırıyor.
Peki sonraki soruya geçiyorum. İşiniz ne kadar zor ve sizin gibi olmak için ne yapmamız gerekiyor?
İşimiz kesinlikle projeden projeye değişiyor. Öncelikle onu söyleyeyim. Şimdi genelde oyunlar global bir dil olduğu için İngilizce dilinde olur ve sizden zaten temel olarak İngilizcenizin iyi olmasını isterler ve bunun için genelde bir belgeye ihtiyacınız olur. Yani B1, B2, C1, C2, A1, A2 şeklinde. Çevirmen olmak istiyorsanız genelde C1 seviyesi sizin için yeterli olacaktır. İşimiz kendi adıma konuşmak istiyorum. Kolay ve arkadaşlarım adına konuşmak istiyorum. Yine kolay. Çevirmen tanıdıklarıma göre yine kolay. Fakat çevirmenliği zor kılan şey portfolyonuzu doldurmaktır. Çünkü çevirmen bir dil bilgisiyle olunabilecek faydalı bir etken. O yüzden burada rekabet devreye giriyor. Yani rekabette kendinize güveniyorsanız çevirmen olmanızı tavsiye ediyorum. Bu kadardı.
Peki bir oyunda otomatik çevirinin hatalarını nasıl raporlayabiliriz diye sormuş bir izleyicimiz.
Bunu kesinlikle net bir şekilde söyleyemeyeceğim ama Developer Forum'da da var, Translator Portal'da da var. Artık feedback atabiliyorsunuz. Oyunda bir dili seçtikten sonra orada kesinlikle menüde feedback tuşu var. Feedback atabilirsiniz. Menüyü incelersiniz. Oyun içi ama.
Peki sonraki soruya geçiyorum.
Tamam.
Oyunu diğer kültürlere göre çevirirsek bir orijinalliği kaybetmiş olmaz mıyız diye sormuş bir izleyicimiz.
Şimdi şöyle bir şey var. Dillerin genelde 3 farklı zorluğu vardır. 1, 2, 3 şeklinde ve birinci dillerde işte İspanyolca olur. Yani Latin alfabesi kullanan İspanyolca, İngilizce. İkincisinde ise Türkçe, Fransızca sanırım. Yok, Rusça. Üçüncüsünde Japonca gibi. Şimdi bunu niye söyledim? Dillerde fiiller yer değiştirebiliyor. Fiiller ve diğer dil anlamları, dil bilgileri yer değiştirebiliyor. Haliyle orada e, hem dile göre hem de kültüre göre hareket etmeniz gerekiyor. Ve kültür açısından ya da işte oyun içi şakalar açısından kendi ülkenize göre çeviri yapmanız için ilk önce tabii ki bu işi size veren kişiye ulaşmanız gerekiyor. Bu bizim ülkede anlaşılmıyor. O yüzden bu şekilde yazmam daha doğru olur şeklinde iletirseniz zaten kabul edecektir proje sahibi. Ya, orada bahsettiğim şey oydu. Oyunun anlamını kaybetmeden kendi ülkenize uyarlamak.
Peki bir izleyicimiz sormuş ki, oyun çevirilerinde dikkat etmemiz gereken en önemli nokta nedir?
En önemli nokta oyun çevirilerinde yerelleştirme değil. Oyun çevirilerinde en önemli nokta kesinlikle hata yapmamak. Yani örneğin İngilizceyi çeviriyorsanız eğer kendi dilinize kesinlikle hatasız en yakın anlama sahip bir şekilde çevirmelisiniz. Örneğin benim dilimden örnek vermek istiyorum. Paint Türkçe'de boya demek. Boya yerine bota gibi bir şey yazarsanız kesinlikle bu en büyük hata olacaktır. Çünkü anlam ifade etmiyor. Dil bilgisinde yanlış yaparsanız anlamı kaybedersiniz ve çeviri yapmanız boşa gitmiş olur.
Peki sonraki soruya geçiyorum.
Evet.
Çevirmenlik için İngilizce seviyemizin nasıl olması lazım?
Ee, Benim önerim B2'yi bitirip böyle C1'e doğru geçiş aşaması ya da minimum C1 diyebilirim. Çünkü artık C1 seviyesinde konuşan birisi İngilizce şeyleri rahat bir şekilde anlıyor ve düşünebiliyor. Konuşmayı demiyorum. Direkt hani zihninde düşünebiliyor benim gördüğüm kadarıyla ki ben de zamanında İngilizce öğretmenliği yapmıştım ve İngilizce öğretmenlerine yardım etmiştim ve gördüğüm üzere C1 diyorum ben yani.
Peki sonraki soruya geçiyorum. Bir izleyicimiz sormuş ki, çevirmenlik yaparken Robux veya para kazanıyor musunuz? Yani iş gibi mi yoksa hobi mi?
Şimdi gönüllü yapanlar da var, iş şeklinde yapanlar da var. Bu sizin biraz önce saydığım dil zorluğunuza göre değişir. Örneğin ikinci seviye bir dilde çeviri yapıyorsanız satır başına genelde 100 Robux civarı alıyorsunuz. Ama bunun yerine eskiden özellikle görünüyordu bu. Para şeklinde işte dolar olur, euro olur vesaire. Para şeklinde ödeme de yapılıyordu ama artık herkes Robux şeklinde ödemeyi tercih ediyor. Çünkü satır başına Robux almak daha basit bir şekilde e, görülüyor ve hani o Robux'u zaten DivX yöntemiyle paraya çekebildiğiniz için bir sıkıntı çıkmıyor. Ha, şunu da not edeyim. Birinci seviye, ikinci seviye, üçüncü seviye dillerin her birinde satır başına aldığınız Robux miktarı genelde değişiyor. O civarlarda genellikle değişme gözüküyor.
Peki sonraki soruya geçiyorum. Bir kullanıcımız çeviri şikayetlerinin gerçekten geliştiriciler tarafından dikkate alınıp alınmadığını merak etmiş. Buna cevap verebilir misiniz bizim için?
Tabii ki. Teşekkür ederim bu arada böyle bir soru sorduğunuz için. Böyle bir soruyu bekliyordum gerçekten. Şimdi bazı yani nasıl söylesem sizlere biliyorsunuz ki biraz önce de bahsettim. Günümüzde fazla değer gören bir sektörde değil çevirmenlik. Bu sebeple e, bazı projeler önemsemiyor olabiliyor. Bazı projeler ise gerçekten en ince detayına kadar önemsiyor olabiliyor. Şimdi ben burada elbette örnek veremem. Ama gönül isterdi ki ben de isterim yani. Bütün herkes dikkat etsin ama verileri gösterdiğim için artık bu saatten sonra daha fazla dikkate alınacağını düşünüyorum. Çünkü gerçekten hani %200'e kadar artış sağlanıyor çeviri yapılmış oyunlarda aktiflik. O yüzden önemsenmesi gereken bir konu bu. Ama maalesef önemsenmiyor bazen.
Peki sonraki sorumuza geçiyorum. Manuel
Elbette.
olarak çeviri yapmak yerine yapay zeka kullanarak otomatik çeviri yapmanın uygun olduğunu düşünüyor musunuz?
Hayır ama yapay zekayı illa kullanacağım diyorsanız ilk önce kendiniz çevirin. Sonra en az 2 tane farklı yapay zekaya kontrol ettirmenizi öneriyorum. Çünkü sadece yapay zeka ile çevirirseniz otomatik çeviriden farkı kalmıyor. Ee, Dil anlamları, dil bozukluğu oluyor. O yüzden yapay zekaya kendi çevirinizi kontrol ettirmenizi tavsiye ediyorum. Kullanmanızı değil sadece.
Sanırım sorularımız burada sona eriyor. Ee, Atölye çalışması için KHSH'ye ve Inspire 2024'e katıldığı için herkese teşekkür ediyoruz. Yayınımızı burada sona erdireceğiz. Umarım hepiniz çok iyi vakit geçirmişsinizdir. Bu gece Türkiye saatiyle 12'de gerçekleşecek UGC 101 Roblox'ta dijital moda atölye çalışması için bizi izlemeye devam edebilirsiniz. Görüşmek üzere.
Görüşürüz.
Hi, I'm Dave Bazuki, founder and CEO at ROBLOX, and today you're listening and watching Tech Talks. Today we are joined by Arvind KC, Chief People and Systems Officer at ROBLOX, and Shobs Alawalia, Chief Information Officer at ROBLOX. We are going to be talking about culture of innovation, people and systems, and both the tech that forms the platform for how we work with our people system operating system, but also the human element that sits on top of it and our values and mission and how that comes together to drive a culture of innovation. Casey, great to be here. Shobs, great to be here. Thanks for joining me. This is kind of unorthodox, isn't it? We don't have a CHRO. We have a people and systems officer. Like, what's up with that, Casey? Can you share a bit about your background and how we came together?
Yeah, no, of course. First, great to be here, Dave.
Yeah.
And you're right. My background has always been in engineering and building products. And usually, what we find is excellence happens in the convergence of two things. And one convergence that both of us were drawn to as we're talking about this is the convergence of technology and building the right organization. And that's what led to the genesis of this role of people and systems. So it's not about just thinking about how do we build our people and our organization, but how do we make it last so that it's not dependent on the people who are crafting it, and it constantly evolves. And systems is the part of that equation, which is usually missing in these roles.
Well, when we think about your role and complemented with Shobs, We have all the traditional HR functions. We have HR, we have recruiting, we have compensation, we have talent, we have information, we have systems. You have a little bit of an unorthodox past for that role, right? Because you came through, I believe, a Facebook trajectory, a Palantir trajectory, a Google trajectory, not as a CHRO, but much more as a systems person.
That's exactly right. In fact, prior to Facebook, I was building supply chain solutions. And it's at Facebook that I first started building products for the people space.
Yeah.
And what I learned over there is that when I was doing that, of building products for making better leaders and better managers, I got better in my own craft of being a good leader and manager. So that was my initial foray. It continued in Palantir, where for a while, in addition to the CIO and CISO roles, I was acting as a CHRO, but there was a brief stint. And then it continued in a slightly different way in Google, where we had to reimagine how people and teams come together and how can you bring back the impact at scale that Google had. So while I've never had the traditional CHRO role, all of this was a build-up to what I have at ROBLOX now.
Yeah, well, it was amazing that we found you. And when we did this search, we intentionally were looking for, could we find someone that combines systems thinking, building people infrastructure with the empathy to be a people leader? And like, it's a miracle we found you. And then combining that systems vision and really unifying the CIO into this people and systems role. Shobes, you just recently joined us as well, right? And you've also had a long history of working on information architecture, kind of the things that are going to drive the systems. Can you just share a little about where you were before ROBLOX?
Sure. So again, thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure. I have been working in systems and technology for 3 decades almost now. And I'm a computer engineer by education and trade. I used to write C-level device driver programs a very long time ago.
We talked about that when we interviewed. I got really excited about that.
We talked about those big Motorola switches and paging when it used to be technology.
That's pretty hardcore writing device drivers.
That's
so
right.
I like that.
It was great. But like over time, then I worked in the telecom industry to begin with, but I moved on to working to internal systems a long time ago, which started with the ERP systems, but really I began to find holes in internal systems and begin to develop systems by itself too, which was interesting.
And then you, I looked through the places you'd worked, and it's a little bit of a really who's who interesting, right? So we've got, I think you've been at Uber, you've been at Peloton, you've been at Rocket Fuel in advertising. So you've seen a lot of different type cultures as you've been building information tech.
That's right, yeah. My previous 4 roles, including this one, I was the first CIO in the organization. They didn't have like that role before, and the charter was to create systems that can help amplify the internal processes.
That's right.
You know, how do you make them simple, elegant, and extremely valuable, so that they're there to make the company just work way more efficiently.
Yeah, it's almost in this area of people and systems. There's other areas where we have traditional products like CRM systems or things that keep the human element alive, but offload a lot of what we do in humans. And the people systems running the company role, it's a little unique. And so if we have this vision of some of this, we're going to have to build ourselves also. So this is somewhat unique role, Casey, on people systems and integrating this. Can you share just a little about the vision of like what we're trying to do here?
Yeah. So when you think about any company, there are 3 things that a company has to do, right? They have to build the product, they have to build the business, and then they have to build people or build the organization. So I think of like at the highest level, my role is to start with building the people and the organization charter.
And we sometimes say that's the primary product of the company. Everything else sits on top of people and how we find them and mentor them and support their career.
That's exactly right. And I think I still remember one of the discussions we had where we both converged on, like, if you really build the people, the rest of the things will take care of themselves.
That's right.
And that's the goal that we want to achieve. And what ROBLOX has been exceptional at is building the right flywheels. We have built a creator flywheel, we've built a user flywheel. And now when I think about the people and systems role, it is to build the people and the organization flywheel. What does it mean? It means, if you decompose it, it is how do we continue to hire the best talent? How do you continue to ensure that the managers and leaders we have are focused on building the right product, the right people, the right business? How do we ensure that groups and teams work really well together? How do we ensure that even as we grow in size, we are able to get things done with urgency and impact with the long view?
That's right.
And how do you ensure that we have just the right friction in the company? Right?
That's
Most
right.
of the things are seamless. Like, these are some aspects of what contributes to building the long-term vision of a very sustaining ecosystem.
There's one other bullet you didn't mention that I really like as part of this vision, and it's almost an evolutionary self-pruning bullet in systems around not getting too bloated. Can you just add that final bullet of, I don't know, do we call it bureaucracy busting, or how do you mention that?
That's right. We call it bureaucracy busting or just removing friction. Is that the idea is that we want to make almost everything really easy and be
right.
very deliberate about where we're introducing friction, because that friction is right. Everything else should be super easy.
Yeah, because typically as organizations grow, or whether it's an organization or a legal system or a state government, it's very easy to add things.
Right.
It's so difficult to remove things.
right.
And I've been really impressed that we have people sending things to you around systems that we actually want to remove or scale down rather than build up at Roblox.
That's right. I'm a big believer of subtractive design.
Ooh, I've never heard that term.
Yeah, it is the notion that, I mean, if you just think about an analogy of fitness, you want to stop doing a set of things before you figure out what to do.
Okay.
When there's too much noise in the system, you want to subtract before you add.
Okay, I'm going to use that term. And then, so now we have a high level, there's a vision, and then we have this amazing partner. I think at Roblox, we might almost think as CIO, as being CIO plus, right? Because in a sense, some of these systems we want to talk about to streamline things get to be created by you. So
That's
could you
right.
share a little bit of the CIO vision at Roblox?
So the vision here is to create frictionless experiences for our employees and builders so that they can be supercharged in productivity. And we look at it end to end, from, let's say, hire to retire, end-to-end journey. And I look at it at both as process simplification and then adding systems on top of it. So building on what Casey was saying, the first step is how to have the best process.
Yeah.
And as an example for bureaucracy busting, we can look at do we have too many approvals or too much friction that is not best. But then create those systems that can be so beautiful and well aligned and just at the right time. So that, and a lot of technologies help with that today.
Okay, so we're gonna dive in and frame, like, some of the people who are watching this who might not work in a tech company are saying, what are all these systems? What are we talking about? And so I'm gonna highlight a little bit of things around A, how we run the company, and then B, we'll talk very briefly about some of the systems, and then we'll get into it. So first, one of the things I think we've always been talking about for a long time at Roblox is this notion of how do we structure the company. And internally, we, in effect, run the company. We try to, as a set of smaller companies that have as much autonomy as possible, but at the same time come together at various levels. In our executive meeting, we have representatives of the 8 or 9 what we would call companies, and we work on all the horizontal connection, but try to see that autonomy. Can you share a little about this? This is almost like the design of the groups, teams, and pods in the company.
That's right. So it starts with, at the lowest unit, what is a unit where we will get tangible work done without a lot of coordination headwinds? And that tends to be the 2 pizza rule of something that is about a dozen or so people who can be focused on a mission and get something done. And that's the team, that's the pods.
Yep.
A construct about that is the teams, and a construct about that is a group, and a construct about that is the company.
That's right.
So when we look at it recursively, we set goals at the company level, which are shared across different groups. And then the groups take them and then convert them to their group-specific objectives. And we think of each of these groups as having their own mini CEOs.
Yep.
And they cascade the same principles to teams, who cascade the same principle to pods. As engineers, we love recursion, so we believe
Can you
that...
share for people out there what recursion means?
It is the same thing being repeated, being done at like multiple levels. So
That's
the
right.
idea that there is a set of routines that we would do at a company level, and the right subset of it just gets cascaded down, and you can examine any part of the company, and things happen in a very similar way. And that, what does it help with? More than the concept, what it really helps with is it makes sure that the communication horizontally and vertically is really fast and seamless. And that's
Yep.
kind of what we're trying to achieve is, as we realize our ambitions and become a very big company, we don't want to lose the spirit of being a small company. And that's really what like recursion enables.
Yeah, and so the recursion is really interesting to me because we can try to exercise in literally our executive C-suite meetings similar patterns that are happening way down on a up and coming leader at what would be a pod level with 10 types of peoples. And one of the exciting things I think when we think about systems design is, and we'll start getting into that, when we build systems, we're actually talking about the dashboard for the executive team having some connection with the dashboard for a small team as well. So really excited about that. And then the other things as people think about the nitty gritty of what we're trying to build, there's when we think of the life cycle of a company, like you said, hire to retire, there's systems around recruiting people. There are systems around providing feedback. There are systems that we do as far as twice a year. Can you share just some of the, when you think about a company, the actual things that we have to build
yeah.
on top of that?
Absolutely. So we're, in principle, a best-of-breed company. So
Yeah.
we're not building everything on one platform. We have Greenhouse for recruiting. We use Workday for core HR work and advanced comm. We have several other systems when you look through the hire to retire framework. I think where we are unique and especially thoughtful is what do we want to build so it fits us so well so that it actually shapes our culture. And
Yeah.
I think that's a very mature way of looking at it, and that's a very thoughtful way of looking at it. In this example, while we use, first of all, we connect all of those systems, but while we use Workday for several things, we have our own homegrown system, ROGRO, which we use for performance management.
That's right.
While the performance management process in the industry might not be the best liked process, the system that we have is actually well regarded in the company because we try to make it so unique to us. It follows our principles and our culture, and we try to make it lightweight on everybody involved.
And so there's this super cool notion of what we're building in people systems where we are running Greenhouse, we're running Workday, we're running a bunch of other products. But when I right now go to our ROBLOX people system, technically, I hit this website that says ROBLOX operating system, and I never see those products. Can you share a bit how is it that I never see those products when I'm using the ROBLOX operating system?
Because we are able to skin the systems behind the scenes, and
That's
we're able
right.
to extract the right information and present it to the user.
Yeah.
The how should not be as apparent to our builders,
That's right.
but the why and the what, the information should be there in a consumable way for them and right at their fingertips. And that's what we strive to do. There's data lakes behind the scene where we are looking at systems and we're trying to get intelligence from systems and actually even trying to we've got a PSA team. Usually you don't have that, as many companies don't have that as part of the systems and people team.
That's right.
And they create this wonderful analysis of data. We convert it from zeros and ones, bits and bytes, to good visualized data and then to real intelligence.
Yeah, so for everyone out there, when I'm using our ROBLOX operating system, technically, in addition to our vision, mission, and values, I can see all of the people in the company, the reporting relationships. I can also see the groups, teams, and pod type relationships, which is fantastic. It's fully transparent within the company. Managers also have access to a lot of analytics on top of that. Can you share a bit on the people science and analytics part that comes together under ROBLOX?
Yeah, I think that's actually a significant differentiator for us. For the percentage of our team which is focused on rich research and analytics is a significant number. And we do that primarily with the philosophy that all our decisions around people and organization building need to be educated with data. Right? It starts with hiring, where I think we have some of the most unique hiring processes. And if I think about like what's our aspiration for hiring, we want to make sure that everybody has a chance to apply to work at Roblox, and they are assessed the same without any bias.
That's right.
And the way we've been able to do it is actually through these game-based assessment, which we have done for Early Career Group. And I know, Dave, you are a big part of the vision over there with the strategic acquisition of Embellis, which is deeply integrated into a whole bunch of workflows within Roblox. So we measure more than many companies have seen. We share all of that transparently. We do a lot of research on how best to assess. And I'm really excited on the quality of assessment tests we have and the reduction in bias that we have done.
Right. So this is a great zero in, I would say, within the fabric of our people system, Roblox operating system, new college grad hiring, we could almost think of that as one component of this. So much passion here, right? We acquired a company called Embellis. They're experts in assessment. We did a lot of scientific research around what has been successful for our current employees. Can you we literally, when you say game-based assessment, can you share a little bit more around what that is?
Oh yeah, of course. Actually, most people can go to the Roblox Career Center and try the test version, which is Kaiju Cats.
Yeah.
But all of our interns and new college grads, all of them go through an assessment where they actually play a couple of games. One is called Factories, another is called Robots. And each of these, you go through a set of tasks, and the output of which will give us a really good signal on whether they have the right ingredients for working at Roblox. And again, what we've seen is the number of colleges we reach is so huge, and hence we can cast our net really wide in terms of representation.
Well, I recently made a tweet where traditionally 5 or 10 years ago, people would think about college brand when they look at resumes and say, oh, this candidate is from this college. Can you share why we stopped doing that? This candidate is from this college. Can you share why we stopped doing that?
Yeah, it's because there are gems everywhere in the. It's a very incorrect filter.
That's right.
And what we want to do is instead be much more scientific about an individual's capabilities as we assess them. And by having an assessment which can be infinitely scaled, theoretically we can reach anybody. Our ability to top of funnel, the number of people who can take assessment is close to the college population that we have.
That's right. So the message, I think, to a new college grad looking at Roblox is, as fairly as possible, we're going to try to assess whether you're a fit to Roblox. And because the numbers are so big, it's very difficult right now to get that job at Roblox. But I guess the message would be, we think we're doing this as fairly as possible. If you've gone to a community college, you've got the exact same chances as an Ivy League grad.
At least at the top of the funnel, we are able to process everyone who's interested.
That's right, which is wonderful. So going to go back to some of the technical building of some of these components. And, you know, as we're scaling, there's some values we would use around building these products at Roblox. And I know you're thinking about it because when we start building products, we have issues around user interface. We have issues around how usable is it? Can I use it on mobile? Can you share some of the gritty things we use when we're building our Roblox operating system?
Well, the first things we think about is what's most valuable, and there is a lot of data and research into that. We look at user stories and outcomes, and we want to understand what is the right thing to build and how we want to build it so our people use it the best. We work very closely with the design organization, both for UXR and UX design for that, so that it's easy to consume.
Which is really cool, right? We're trying to build, once again, when we think of all of these companies working at Roblox, the 8 or 9 of them that we would call a group, whenever we draw that diagram, we put people and systems as this foundational layer, even lower, more foundational than our infra platform group, because you build these systems, you have designers to make them usable, and then all these other groups sit on top of it. So design is actually important. What else is important?
Scalable architecture is very important. So we look at what are the bets, how are we creating an architecture so that whether we are at 3,000 or 30,000, it can scale well. How are we monitoring?
I think this is sorry for interrupting. This is a really good point, and we've talked about this before. Most companies, when they're at 3,000, are not using that term recursive, or are not using, can we build something for 3,000 that would work at 30,000 or 300,000? We're literally thinking about that, which is pretty cool and amazing, because some of these systems designed for 3,000, when you get to 30,000, create dystopian results.
That's exactly right.
As opposed to the right results.
Exactly, yeah. So we want to grow horizontally as well as vertically, and we want it to be scalable in both directions. And we think about it when we're designing a system, which is key. And again, we look at it both from process and systems design purview.
Very nice. So another system we do, and we talk a lot about this, is our twice-a-year system we call RoGrow, which is where managers meet with employees, we help with career, we calibrate, we do all of that. Could you maybe share, Casey, a little about what's traditionally done in the industry, and then where we could see this going, and maybe put the lens of bureaucracy busting on top of it, because we want to be spending the most appropriate amount of time, and at the same time, the least amount of time on this at the same time.
Yeah, so I think in some extent, the innovation in this space is ahead of us. What we have done is optimize for fairness and consistency so far. And we have a process which is a process that is very look for alignment with values predominantly, but it is still, in all honesty, it is not as leading from an industry perspective as where we are from hiring.
Yeah.
And what we have talked about is how do we reach this notion of continuous feedback and continuous checkpoints and continuous calibration, right? And if we do that, the cyclical processes that we have are currently our stopgap and a hack.
Oh, I like that. I like the notion of saying what we have right now is just a short-term solution to where we want to go.
That's exactly right.
And so let's imagine a future world that's working like both of you would like to do that. what changes? Do I once every 6 months write a bunch of stuff up and get together with my manager and they write stuff up, or what's the difference between that and maybe a future vision?
If I can jump in, I would just say there is no points in time when this happens.
Okay.
So performance management and performance conversations just happen naturally as part of a manager-employee relationship,
Right.
where we are all focused on making sure that our builders are always growing and always learning. So there is no touch point ever anywhere during the year. When the time is right, when the signals are right, when the employee has come to that level, but they are producing so well and they are so aligned with our values, that conversation about, hey, maybe let's take you to the next level can happen. It just happens at that point.
That's right. There may be, I wonder if there will be a time in 10 or 20 years when we look back at performance management and these types of systems. Because I'm old enough to remember prior software eras where once every 6 months we would print this thing called a CD-ROM. There'd be a lot of process to get all the QA right, get it all right. Then twice a year out it goes. Up comes the web, up comes things like ROBLOX, where we ship literally several times an hour. Hundreds of teams are shipping, and all of a sudden it's so much more iterative, so much more fast, and there never is the notion of this big 6-month checkpoint. I'm wondering if what we're working on ultimately will just become the norm, and it'll seem somewhat weird to do these big 6-month type things.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I mean, anything that is hard, you want to do it small and often. That's the idea of how software evolved in the way you talked about, and continuous integration coming in. And we're going to do that for continuous performance, right? Promotions don't need to wait for a milestone.
That's right.
Right? Rewards don't, higher compensation doesn't need to wait for a milestone. Feedback doesn't need to wait for a milestone. All of them should happen continuously. And that's the evolution through both technology and processes that we're after.
And we get bureaucracy busting for free because
That's right.
there's no longer this 1 week every 6 months.
That's exactly right.
Okay, so this is almost one of the most concise ways we've talked about the vision of where we want to go on this. Thinking about the people and systems and initiatives around living out our vision on people and systems, any we want to touch on high level? Like, one is brainstorming ideation as a start. I know there's others. Any you want to touch base on around that?
I've been spending a lot of time on just Gen AI.
Yep.
And thinking about how does that change the space. Right?
Yep.
And the impact of Gen AI on consumer tech has been pretty obvious, right? It unleashes creators. On enterprise tech has been less obvious because you don't want it, for example, to hallucinate a bunch of answers and give you legal advice, which are a bunch of hallucinations. So what is important, but however, I don't think you can ignore the trend that is happening.
Yeah.
So we're thinking of how do we create capacity for rapid experimentation, and how do we ensure that the things that we build as LLM apps can be brought to people where work is already happening and that they don't have to change context for it. Right? So one example of that is we've been working with other companies where you can do a bunch of things in Slack and you can have the engine reason and spawn different agents. But we're also in the process of leveraging our own internal LLM as a service to stand up like an architecture for how do we build a platform for building LLM apps. I can keep going on this for a bit, so let me pause here.
Well, it's interesting on LLM as a service to think about the future of ROBLOX around this. Okay, there's a parallel thread where what we're building in our infrastructure team has to be used in possibly 3 ways. One is we use that, we probably have 100 AI stacks running in the company right now. We more and more are building these our own and running these on our own infra. More and more the creators on ROBLOX want access to these same stacks, and so we have to build a way so that ultimately millions of people at the same time could be using real-time inference to do that. It's fun to think about the people and systems team tapping into that
That's exactly right.
same infrastructure, so you have inference on core LLMs that could ultimately be trained on some of our own data.
Yeah, and I mean, a very simple example is we have taken safety and civility as our first order primitives, and we have exceptional capability in Roblox as a product for ensuring that safe and civil conversations happen.
Right.
When we are a 100,000 company, we want to have that also be real time within conversations that happen within the company, right? So the same set of technologies are applicable there.
There's another culture around measurement and how we measure internally. Shobs, I know you've thought about that a lot. Any thoughts on that area?
Oh, absolutely. So at the highest level, when we talk about our objectives, we always have KRs and metrics aligned to them. And more, we see conversations starting with metrics. In other places I've seen, sometimes you end with it, but here we start with it and we see how we're moving.
Yeah.
That culture of measurement is deeper than a system or a process. It's just ingrained in our people now because we make it so easy for them to always see and understand what their metrics are. And that helps us define decisions instead of justify decisions.
That's right. So if I'm a leader at Roblox or an individual, like a technical leader or whatever, when I go to our Roblox OS once again, there's an amazing amount of data available for me. What's going on in the team, what's going on in the product, that type of thing.
Yeah.
So just for people out there, this is also built into Roblox OS. And so in addition to finding people and groups and what they're working on, there's an amazing amount of stuff to look up as well.
That is. And there is also more to do. I think we are early in the journey. There is way more to do over there too, which we have a great roadmap and plan on.
Okay, so piggybacking on that around tracking and OKRs, some of these metrics we share with the company as well. We're getting to we want to be very transparent. Can you share some of the measurement we do and some of what we're sharing with the company as part of the people and systems team?
Yeah, so we have a few company level KRs that and metrics. One is from a hiring standpoint, we actually don't look at the number of hires to target. We look at it at a group level, but at the company level, we are focused on what's the candidate satisfaction. Because we just think, and everybody who comes to Roblox, irrespective of whether they get hired or not, should have an exceptional experience.
Yeah.
So that's the company level metric that all of us are accountable to.
There's a funny story about this because you said we don't necessarily look at the metrics. I don't know if I've shared it with you, but literally there was a time when Roblox had 8 or 10 people, and I remember sitting around a table with all of the constituents, and I think we had a very small hiring target of some number of people, and we were missing that target because we had been leaning in on finding the right people for Roblox and being very thoughtful in who's aligned with the values of the company and all of that. And we had a really pivotal discussion going around the table where there were people around that table who said, well, if we're missing the targets, we should change the way we do this so we can hit the targets. And then a lot of other people, me included, said, you know what, we will just miss targets. It's okay to do that. So you triggered a good memory when you said that similar thing for us.
And for clarity, the team is hitting the targets. It is more about our focus is candidate satisfaction. That's a great story that catches.
It's fun for the team to hit recruiting targets and know they have the freedom to focus on the candidates rather than adjusting anything to hit a target.
That's right. We also, on the spirit of metrics, we closely look at our engagement scores. We look at a set of metrics around diversity, inclusion, and belonging. We look at things like manager favorability scores. So we have a whole host of metrics. We promote a subset of them to top-level metrics.
Okay, super good. And then there's another thing called the NIST framework, NIST. Who knows about that one? Because I got the note that we should share a little about that.
Well, that's a security framework that gets used in the industry. It's pretty well respected, and our security organization looks at it. It is a lagging indicator because we look at it, it gets measured at a particular time, year over year, but it defines or it quantifies how well a company can do on 5 basic vectors that security looks at. And it defines the maturity of the company in terms of how well we can assess and defend any security issues that may come up.
Okay, awesome. And for those of you that are out there listening, I think if you hop back 1 month, you'll see a podcast with Brooks, who's our chief security officer, where we dived into this a bit and shared some fun anecdotes about how focused we are on this as well. So here's another interesting thing to think about. We're very aware of what's the ratio in the company of people building product versus all of the people that surround them. And we track what percent of the company is engineering and product and design and other things versus how much are people like us, supporting that, either in people systems, marketing, legal, whatever. With we have, I believe, a remarkably high percentage of people building stuff. When I share with other CEOs the percentage of people creating, they go, "Oh my gosh, how do you manage that way?" And it's working really well. But is there anything about that makes the role unique, or in building people systems here?
Yeah, few things. One is, you're right, the percentage that we have at Roblox of core inch prod is much higher than what I've seen in other tech companies. And what it does for us is it always creates the need to make sure that the support functions are highly automated and capable. Right?
Yeah.
So we have to keep them thin and have them scale sublinearly with the rest of the company. And the second thing it does is it puts the mindset of everyone's a builder in the company, right? Another aspect of this.
And can you share the genesis of that term builder and why it's so critical?
Yeah.
A bit.
Sure. We were thinking about what's the right term for referring to our people, and we experimented with things like Robloxians. Usually there is some suffix that is added to the word Roblox, and you call
That's
it a
right.
day. But that doesn't capture the spirit of what we're actually here to do, right? And the way we think about it is, we are a group of a group of people in the background enabling the entire world to be very creative, right? And so we think about the people in the background who are helping the world be creative. They're actually building something. They're building the platform, you're building the business, or building people. So
That's
the
right.
common verb for all of us is build, and hence we chose to call ourselves builders.
Yeah, and it's an interesting coincidence that when there were 4 of us in an office making the first Roblox, we were all interacting with the first 100 people on Roblox every day, but coincidentally, my first username was Builderman. And so when you thought of the notion of coming full circle to We Are Builders, there's a connection to that early character we created. There's also an interesting connection in that, Shobes, you get involved in writing code, or, you're building people hiring systems, but we really wanted to highlight that everyone here is building Roblox, and that could be a financial analyst, that could be someone in our facilities team who is organizing this great space. So I love the notion that we're all building, not just the people, the engineers,
That's right.
and technical people here. And so now that we have builders, another area to just think about would be, what does a builder, when we think about hiring and we think about hiring builders, we talked about Rogro. Is there anything on your mind, Casey, around the hiring process as we would interact with a future builder, from first contact, how they would go through our process that you think is unique in a way?
Yeah, so that we do look for people who are aligned with our values, and our values in short are like, take the long view, get things done, be responsible and respect the community. So in this, when you think about get things done, often that manifests in how the impact that people have had. So
That's
as we
right.
test for how people have lived their values through their past experience, that automatically becomes a filter for figuring out who are people who are here to have an impact, who are not here to run a process or be part of a cog in a wheel, but they're really here to take on some responsibility, build things, and just have fun in the process.
Yeah, it's interesting because we're talking today about a culture of innovation, and there's an interesting symmetry of our values in that when we say take the long view, that connects with innovation. We have to have a vision of where we're going to go in 1 or 2 years. So our internal code word for take the long view is innovation. Get stuff done we think about iteration and shipping code every day and whatever. And there's a notion that if each of those exists on their own, weird things can happen. Getting stuff done every day without a vision means you may be getting stuff done in a weird direction. Taking the long view without getting stuff done on the way means those traditional 2-year mega projects
You're a university.
that then drop 2 years later and it's already too late for the market. So there's an intersection of those, which is really interesting. And then the other two, we are responsible, in a sense, moves to more this notion of what we're trying to build, how we run the business. We're trying to have leaders at the pod, team, and group level who are future CEOs who are responsible for running that. And then, of course, respecting the community about putting our community before the company. So there's a lovely symmetry around putting all of these things together. It's funny because as we talk about these values, and we've been talking about a lot of technical stuff, it's worth coming back to some of the soft stuff we do as well, around transparency, because there's transparency not just in the systems, but what we do every week, for example. And so, Shobs, can you share just every week Friday at 9 o'clock what happens at ROBLOX?
Absolutely, especially since my team support that event. So we have a weekly AMA with you, Dave, where the entire company is invited. And we share the progress very transparently on different areas or different interesting things happening. But there's also the Ask Me Anything, or the AMA part of it, where I think your guidance is the grittier, the better kind of questions. But we encourage all of our builders to be able to ask what is on their mind. And sometimes it's not even questions, it's also thoughts or what they're thinking of where the company might go.
Yeah. What I have experienced with moving to weekly full open mic is we've actually built a little bit of a muscle up where the employees feel comfortable asking what's really on your mind, not what we think is on your mind, and having not just me but members of the C-suite ask that.
I mean, that part is definitely very valuable. We also share a whole amount of information by group every week. I think that's really cool too.
Yeah, and so updating every group, what's going on. So if we have the 8 or 9 groups, they're cycling through, sharing what's up, opening the mic to questions, and I think then moving to more and more transparency as well.
And I think it is also recursive in nature, because while it starts from you, Dave, there's also other leaders who do that. And that does just at different levels of the organization. You see these AMAs. I know Casey does it with our group, and I see different groups doing something similar. And it creates that culture of, if I have a question, I know I have a place to ask it.
Yeah.
It also creates the culture. We also have the other culture of, if you have a question now and an AMA is not scheduled for the next 2 weeks, we don't have to wait for it. Skip level conversations are encouraged. Anybody in the organization can reach out to anyone above or sideways in the chain and say, hey, let's chat about this.
Yeah, I think that's a good, what you mentioned there around leading by example is arguably one of the best ways to share values in the company. Your values can be written, they can be on your company website, but we have to
Live it.
We have to live it so people can see that example, and that's the real way to live out our values.
100%. I mean, people will pay much more attention to what we do than what we say.
So I think that's a wonderful way to wrap this up, because we've gone from really a much more technical thing back to our values, and I feel almost what we're doing here is, where appropriate, trying to encapsulate our values in systems that make it easier for the human part to sit on top of it, which is really lovely. So in a sense, we're building people systems to make people really a bigger part of everything.
That's right. Systems with a heart.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so we're building systems with a heart, and with that, I'd like to thank Shobs and Arvind for just a wonderful conversation.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Dave.
Dave.
It's great chatting with you.
Hi, I'm Dave Bazuki, founder and CEO at ROBLOX, and you're listening to Tech Talks. Today I'm joined by special guest Brooks Evans, Vice President and Chief Information Security Officer at ROBLOX. So Brooks, thank you so much. I'm really excited about the show.
Thanks, Dave, and thanks for having me here. I'm excited to talk about some of these things too.
Well, hey Brooks, let's maybe just get started with the foundation of how we came together at ROBLOX, and if you could just touch base on where you've been and what brought us together today.
Yeah, absolutely. I've spent the last quite a few years in the tech industry and working against some pretty interesting threats against people that want to do harm to users and folks that are working on these tech platforms. And I got the opportunity to get introduced to Dave and the team and really learn about the problems that ROBLOX is facing, and that's intriguing for me. It's problems that I wanted to come and help solve. So Dave, yeah, that's the backstory of what led me here, is just really, really cool, difficult, unique problems that we get to solve here.
And I think if people look you up, Brooks, they'll see work in wonderful places like Netflix, Apple, other places where you learned your craft. A first question, we have so many really smart people on ROBLOX, and part of our community, whether they're mischievous or not, are constantly pressing the ROBLOX platform for hacks, security, edges. When you came on board, was there any benefit to that? And that we've essentially been, under security assault for 16 years on the platform and have hardened a bit because of that.
Oh yeah. So I think, what's interesting about this platform is there's a lot of love for the platform that also drives a lot of folks to want to win at games, to really be passionate. And that passion sometimes leads people through some misdirection, certainly, to want to attack the platform to get an edge on the folks that they're competing with. And that brings a new set of attacks and I would say a new level of attack that maybe a lot of other tech companies don't see regularly. So yeah, absolutely. It raises the bar when it comes to how good we have to be.
Now for many people, security is a big fuzzy thing. Can you share, not maybe just for ROBLOX, but for tech companies as a whole, the specter of the things we have to think about? And I'll highlight some that relate to ROBLOX specifically, but what kind of things are we trying to secure?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's the well-known things, right? We have a lot of data that we have to secure. We have obviously employees and systems that run our games that we need to keep secure. But maybe some of the more important things are our users. In addition to that, you think about there's folks who want to break into companies like ours to make money. There's folks that have a particular ideological stance that they're trying to further. And then I would say on the far end of the spectrum, we even have to deal with nation state threats, right? We have other there are countries around the globe who have very different stances on how they deal with their citizens and, platforms like ours. So we have a lot of adversaries to think about.
Yeah. And then there's the whole range of the things we hear about in the news as well that we'll touch on a bit later. One thing at ROBLOX, there's a very active, vivid economy on the platform. Brooks, you might not even have heard about this, but I believe it was almost 12 years ago when ROBLOX was a much smaller company. We didn't have a chief information security officer. There was something called, I think it was a SQL injection attack on our economy before we had hardened and before we mature. Have you heard about that at all?
Yeah, I have. I did a bit of research before I joined, and I've heard some stories. And SQL injections, it's still today is quite a common attack path to go after companies, especially those that are early in kind of their build cycle.
Got it. In the case of ROBLOX, way back then, for the early ROBLOX players that might remember it, they will remember for, I believe, 36 hours, we threw that master switch and shut down the whole economy because we didn't want Robux circulating throughout the system. and it was a pretty traumatic event. But at the same time, we learned a lot, and there's just such a much richer range of fail safes and friction. But it is really where we learned about security. Hey, and then as you think about just your career in this, and it's so compelling, are there any areas that attracted you to the discipline of security?
Yeah, certainly. I think there's two things that are quite drawing when it comes to security. Number one, I really like to build things. I really like to create things. And in order to build and create in security, you have to be on the very edge of what's happening in the industry, especially in technology. That just means that drives me to constantly be learning. So I think that's probably number one thing. Number two, the security industry is mostly about protecting people, protecting companies, protecting users. That protective mission is a big draw for me and my team as well.
Throughout the episode, Brooks, I'm going to sprinkle in things I've learned that I hope are right, and I'm going to ask you if are right. One level of human fallibility is getting an email that says, emergency, click on this link, something's wrong somewhere, or a text that says, emergency, call us. And in most of these cases, what I have learned is rather than respond to the link, go to the root URL or call the organization directly, just in case where I'm calling or what I'm doing might be the wrong place. Is that the right way to go on that, Brooks?
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, this is what we call phishing, and this is where a third party is trying to trick you into doing something, usually by pretending to be a legitimate organization or a legitimate person on the other end. It's always great to reach out to that person directly instead of through that email. Call them up on the phone and say, "Hey, I got this strange email. Was that really you?" And you see that, you'll see it with your bank. You'll see it with. I got one the other day from the postal service. Right? It's just such a common attack vector today.
One that I've heard about, and I almost would like to do a simulation. Brooks, this is Dave from your bank. We've got an emergency going on. Someone's hacked your account. Can you give me the PIN for your thing? We need to unlock it. Would you answer in that case, or would you call the bank back at their phone number?
Oh, I'd absolutely hang up and call the bank back. And I think the numbers that we've seen when tests like this are run against the public or run against companies like ours, there's a double-digit percentage of folks who are probably just distracted in what's going on in their life at the moment, and they'll just respond. So you really do have to bring some skepticism. If you don't recognize the person on the other end of that phone call, you definitely want to hang up and call them directly to be sure you're talking to the right person. Yep.
As we got on the phone, we've talked a little about your protecting ROBLOX. This is an area where the public loves to hear about it in the news, and it's interesting, and at the same time somewhat tragic. And so we want to be ahead of these kind of things. One that just happened, I love Vegas, and it sounds like MGM was shut down for 4 or 5 days. Could you share a little maybe behind the scenes of how something like that could happen?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've seen a couple of very similar attacks in Vegas recently. MGM and Caesars both likely succumbed to the same group, which we think started with a telephone call to someone in the company and said, "Hey, acting like they're the employee, right? Say, "Hey, I've lost my phone. Can you help me get back into my system?" And really just tricking the person on the other end of the phone into giving them access. That's probably step one. That's how we think this went down. Step two, those organizations may have had lots of vulnerabilities in the way their systems were configured and set up. And the attackers then use those vulnerabilities to burrow deeper and deeper into the system, ultimately getting to a place where my assumption is that those companies felt like they had to turn things off and start over to get things to a safe place. And yeah, as you pointed out, that caused a massive impact to their business, and their customers and folks who were trying to, probably just enjoy their vacation.
Yeah. And then another one that I've heard about is something called ransomware, and I've heard about this in hospitals and healthcare. And I guess it's an industry, right? You lock some system out or something, and then if money has been sent in some way on the web, you unlock. Can you share a bit about like the magnitude of that, like how big it is, and why healthcare is targeted?
Yeah, absolutely. So, ransomware is probably what we actually saw in the Vegas cases as well. It's certainly what we've seen in a number of healthcare settings in the United States recently. Speaking from experience, I have family members that are in the medical field. Hospitals are great in bringing just wonderful technology to bear on fighting disease and helping keep people healthy. But they're not always on the edge of technology and in terms of like keeping their systems up to date and running. So they're a pretty soft target, and these attackers will use the softness in their systems to break in to gain access to all of the data at, let's say, the hospital or medical facility, and then they'll encrypt that data so it's not usable by that hospital or medical facility. So suddenly they've lost all the data they need to be able to treat patients. And then they ransom that. They say, we'll unlock this for you if you'll give us X number of millions of dollars.
Are these ones or fives or tens?
I think they're tens to 50 million kind of in range. And sometimes that's reasonable, and the organization will pay that ransom, and sometimes they won't. And what you see then is these facilities are down, which means that patients are getting shipped to other facilities for treatment. And they've looked and they see patient mortality going up, at these facilities.
Is there any philosophy where if you're running a hospital, you actually have to assume this is going to happen in some way and assume you might not be able to pay the ransomware? So you have to run at a heightened level because that if you assume you might not be able to pay it, then it like heightens your security in a way.
Yeah, you hope so. You hope that the leaders of these organizations are thinking about, what do I do to prepare when this happens to our facility? And you hope that they're backing things up and storing their data in a different place so that it can't be encrypted and ransomed. There's definitely steps they can take. It's just an industry that doesn't have a lot of that experience so far.
Good. Now I want to work into personal tip number 2. There was a time, I don't know if it's still really dangerous, but there was a time 5 to 10 years ago, if you took a USB thumb drive and plugged it into certain computers, they might actually launch an executable or do things on command. Is that still a danger? Rogue USB might launch some code or something?
Yeah, it certainly is. That attack hasn't gone away. You hear these attacks where an attacker has strewn a few USB drives in the parking lot of the business that they want to attack, and someone at that business will pick that drive up and think, "Oh, someone lost this. Let me see what's on it." And that's kind of how that attack unfolds.
So the lesson might be, if you ever find a USB drive you don't recognize, it's dangerous to even try to figure out what's on it. It sounds like.
Yeah, that's right. That's a throw it in the trash moment. You can assume that it has, it has some disease on it that you don't want your computer to catch as well.
And as you mentioned, human vulnerability, which is we just have to expect, no matter how much we learn, we may always accidentally plug that in.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's from an attacker point of view, if you're trying to attack a business who has really good controls around their environment, you need to get something into that environment. And the easy way of doing that would be to get an employer, to get a contractor of the business to carry that code, that malicious code in on a flash drive, plug it in. We did see those attacks, against some of our energy sector. We saw it against, as you mentioned, nuclear facilities, even elsewhere in the world.
Okay, cool. So what have you seen evolve, and how have you seen information security change over the time that you've been involved with this really interesting discipline?
Yeah, there's quite a bit that's evolved. This industry moves really fast. It's always the struggle between the attacker and the folks trying to defend. And I think some of the things that have changed, especially in the recent past, we've seen machine learning being used to really get great at targeting the right people. We've seen artificial intelligence used to make the either to make the initial attack seem really convincing, whether that's through mimicking a person or their voice or their video of a person, or it may just be in using that artificial intelligence to make it easy to attack a large number of people and really customize that attack to fit each of those businesses, each of those people.
Wasn't there recently some $20 million plus AI generated impersonation attack that happened?
Yeah, that's right. I saw the news a couple weeks ago. Right, we had someone in a business who transferred a very large sum of money. I think it was $20 million, thinking that the person on the other end of the video call was one of their coworkers who was asking them to make this transfer. And it was a group using an LLM, an AI, and a deep fake to trick this person. So I think we're going to see more of that probably in the very near future.
So do you feel that, a lot of, whether it's brokerages or banks, have this thing they think is very secure called voice verification, where they might call you or me and to say, hey, I want to confirm it's okay. Do you think that's going to go away because it'll be so easy to impersonate voice?
I think that there is a race between the detection systems that work in that voice verification and the attackers and their ability to mimic the voice of a legitimate person. So I think we're going to see that bar continuing to raise, and you're going to find that banks and financial institutions that are often well attacked are going to need to find other ways of authenticating their customers. Whether that's a device they send out to the customer that the customer has to stick into the computer in order to access their account, or maybe it's some other type of authentication mechanism besides the voice, besides a password, besides things that are easy to mimic.
As you've come to ROBLOX, are there any things that are particularly interesting about whether the size of our community, the activity, what people are trying to do from a security standpoint that have been, interesting for you?
Yeah, there are. I tell folks this occasionally when I'm trying to explain why ROBLOX is so unique. There's so much creation that happens here, not only from within the company, but so much of that comes from our community. We have a community of creators, developers who are building experiences, and we have interesting security problems that come through that building, right? We have to think about the types of attacks that might be successful against our community, not just against the company. And then again, on the far end of that spectrum, as so many people are getting together on ROBLOX to talk and communicate and play together, there are certainly entities like nation states who would love to understand who's getting together, how are they communicating, what are they playing together. So we have that nation state threat at the far end of that. So all that added together really sets up for a unique threat landscape for the business, keeps my team busy, and makes it quite fun and challenging.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we're talking about security, which overlaps that Venn diagram of safety and civility. So we have this parallel function that overlaps as far as monitoring safety, what types of communication are happening, and then on the underpinnings of that, all that personal information, all of those creations, we also have to harden from the outside in. So it's interesting how it's not just our own employees and our own code, but really the sphere of all our creators that you're protecting.
Yeah, you're right. We have a really fast moving creator environment, right? We have people that are building stuff every day. That set of things is changing every day. That makes it really challenging. Again, just absolutely why this place is really, really cool place to be.
On that spectrum from ransomware hospital all the way down, it sounds like you must have a lot of judgment, because when I was when I was younger, hanging out with my young friends, we would play Ding Dong Ditch or something where you'd run around the neighborhood and ring someone's doorbell and hide. And arguably in today's more technically adept society, kids who used to do that might, even at a very young age, be trying to, quote, hack into Roblox or do stuff. Do you see that? And do you have to kind of have that balance of what's the motivation for some of these attacks?
Yeah, you do, especially in the early end of detecting and trying to respond to attacks. Sometimes what looks like a really well-funded professional hacking organization might actually be a group of kids that are just trying to be mischievous. We have to spend time to really understand who's the person that's committing this attack. Who are they? What are their motivation? And then how do we redirect that, right? In some cases, that's very serious criminal activity, and we work with others to help bring that to justice. But in other cases, it's simply misguided young users on the platform, and we have to figure out how to redirect them to a more productive way, hopefully of building on Roblox and making fun experiences.
And I don't know how far we want to go into this, but there are certain ways we actually try to welcome those people into hardening our community in certain ways at times.
Yeah, absolutely. We do our best to find those folks early and to try to redirect their activities to things that are more helpful to the community. And when they do have knowledge of things that are broken at Roblox that we should fix, we try to direct them to any, for instance, our bug bounty program, where we have a safe way for researchers to give us vulnerabilities and work with us to solve them, and that becomes a great financial motivation for them. But also for some of our young creators, it might start them off on a really interesting career.
Does that mean if I'm a younger person and I used to try to hack Roblox for showing off to my friends, I could make money doing that if I work with you?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Our bug bounty program, which is public, is certainly the place to go and enter that community. If you're going to get into the hacking space and you're going to be testing systems, that gives you a legal and even lucrative way of working cooperatively to make the product better, make the community better, and help protect others.
Well, hey, that sounds pretty cool. Okay, so one of the things we do at Roblox is we both take the long view, but we simultaneously get stuff done. And what that means is we like to always have a vision a few years out, and at the same time be shipping stuff every week and iterating on the way there. So I'm going to see if you'd be up for stretch. Some way out in the future, you pick it 10, 20, 50 years. What stays the same in InfoSec and what changes radically?
Yep. Yeah, let's say 20 years out. Let's take the middle of those. Yeah, I think what we're seeing with AI, what we're seeing with ML advancements, these attacks are going to get to be far faster, down to the minutes and seconds instead of hours and days. I think they're going to get far more voluminous. So you're going to see far more attacks coming at the business on a regular basis. So there's definitely a race there. And I think that's only going to increase over the next 20 years. What I think won't change is basic human fallibility. Attackers are still going to appeal to this feeling of wanting to help someone. They're going to appeal to really try to pull on the heartstrings of the person that they're trying to attack and compromise. We don't think that's going to change. If I look back, 100 years, those types of attacks were still using the same exact methods. So I don't think that will evolve a lot. I think it means that advancements in InfoSec are likely to come from ways that we can detect human ability, human intuition, motivation, that will probably unlock some really interesting scale problem solving for my team and for other security teams.
I had a question for you on AI ML that's a little parallel to the voice synthesis. And this is, there's a lot of questions around deep fakes and AI generated fake images. I'm going to ask you to go out on a limb, and I'll make my prediction, you make yours. When is it just going to become impossible to know whether a photograph of a political figure is real or AI generated? Right now, we can kind of tell, but my belief is at some point it'll be completely impossible.
Yeah, I think it'll be. I think we will get there, especially because the granularity of digital photos, right, and you're going to get to a point of 1-to-1. I think you're probably talking 6 to 8 years, just based on the speed of development. That's my predictions. I would say 6 years.
I'm a little optimistic that this isn't going to be such a tragedy, because I think it's almost like in 1950 where we really trusted ABC News. We may have a resurgence that the only photo you can ever trust is whether you're seeing it, on the web portal or something of an organization you trust. And there may be actually an opportunity for trust to resurge, to validate those photos, because the vast majority we won't be able to trust.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think trust is very important in security. And I think that anything we can do to build that web of trust around an experience that's been recorded, like a photo, it's going to be important. It's just going to be difficult for your normal, user on the internet to be able to understand what's real, what's not real, if it's not already quite difficult today.
And then going outside of security, you've built an amazing just team and group at ROBLOX, and would love to hear how you think about hiring, how you've found such amazing people so quickly, because the team's exceptional. And I think the audience would love to hear your philosophy.
Yeah, we have built the team, and I have built up quite quickly over the last couple of years that I've been here. And there are a few things we're looking for. Because we're being attacked from all over the world and lots of different people, we're really focused on bringing people to the team that have a real diversity of experiences and backgrounds, because it allows them to look at our systems with different angles and to find vulnerabilities that we might not have thought of with the existing team. So we're really thinking about casting a very wide net, finding people who not only have worked in our peer tech companies, but who also have worked in very different other industries, right? We don't want to be that healthcare industry we were talking about earlier. We want to make sure that we've got a little bit of that knowledge from across that spectrum. So really, when it comes to hiring, it's about making sure that we're getting very, very diverse points of view. That, and making sure that we're finding folks who really like to build solutions. We're definitely not, the organization that gives you a list of things you need to not do. We really want to come in and build the solutions to help be the safety net when things fail, that gives you that multi-layer approach to security. So really finding builders from very, different backgrounds. I think that's the cornerstone of our hiring philosophy.
Yeah, in a way that mirrors a bit the responsibility we have when we have people from all backgrounds, cultures, ages on our platform, within our company as a whole, having the ability to empathize with our user base mirrors a bit with that need for diverse backgrounds and points of view within our whole company. And then a final thought here for you. Both, we love to be optimistic, and we're optimistically bringing together people from around the world. But you, in a way, have to be thinking all the time about things that could go wrong. How are you able to balance optimism with that thinking about this?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. I think it's challenging in security. You're always thinking about what could go wrong. What's the worst case scenario? But when you really focus on the folks that really focus on that community that you're keeping safe, I think it helps you think about, this is the great thing that I want to be sure keeps going and grows. So you really have to have that positive point of view and really look for that end outcome that you want to happen. And that keeps the team motivated, keeps us from getting too depressed around the negative things that are likely to happen on the way to being successful.
Well, Brooks, just hearing your kind of broad view of this, both on human vulnerability mixed with the technology and the optimism mixed with the viewing forward, you may have inspired many, many people today that security is a lot cooler than anyone ever imagined. So I think there might be a lot of budding security engineering type leaders out there who are listening to the show.
I certainly hope so. It's a really interesting field, very fast moving field, and one that brings a lot of interesting problems for people who like to solve puzzles. Absolutely.
Well, hey, Brooks, thank you so much for being on the show. It was really exciting and a pleasure to be with you today.
Thanks, Dave. I really appreciate the time and getting to dive into this topic.
And that's all for another episode of Tech Talks. Thanks for listening. And if you'd like to find out more about Roblox, check out corp.roblox.com. I'm your host, Dave Baszucki. See you again next time. Hi, I'm David Baszucki, founder and CEO at Roblox. You're listening to Tech Talks, a podcast about the people and ideas that are shaping the future of immersive connection and communication. In this series, we'll be exploring some of the most innovative technologies that have emerged in this new category and sharing stories with the Robloxians that are building them. Today, I'm joined by special guest Nikki Jackson Colasso, head of public policy at Roblox. We'll be talking about our approach to policy and the symbiotic relationship between technical innovation and our policy strategy. Nikki, thank you for joining us on a Friday. Great to have you on the program.
It's great to be here.
Okay, so you've been in policy for over 20 years. You joined Roblox in 2020 to start our policy group, and it's somewhat fascinating. This is typically a technical discussion, but the fact that we're so involved in safety and in civility and the way we're really influencing the human future of communication makes it so appropriate. Could you share a bit about where you were prior to Roblox?
Yeah, my whole career, for the most part, has been in tech policy. I've been working with product and engineering teams to really understand the tech that power companies like Roblox and others, and playing a bit of a translator role so that people in the world can better understand our technologies, and so that our teams internally can understand how people feel about them, what they love about them, what may be confusing, so we can basically help each other figure out, as tech moves at the pace it does, how everybody can be most comfortable.
Well, we always start with our vision and our mission on this program. And a lot of the times on this program, we talk about the tech that is supporting this. Today, we're going to be talking about how policy interacts with tech and intersects with that vision as well. But maybe to get started, just starting with the basics, given our foundation of safety and civility and such a core fundamental part of our business. What is public policy? Can you tell us what your group does at Roblox?
Yeah, at a very high level, we are trying to help Roblox achieve our mission of connecting 1 billion people around the globe with as much optimism and civility as we can. What that means day to day, I talked a little bit about the translator role that we play, this kind of go-between between our product and engineering teams who are building every day and trying to ship product, and people in the world, our community, which obviously is comprised of people who are using the experiences on Roblox. It's comprised of creators, but it's also comprised of people who work in the government. It's comprised of policymakers. It's comprised of so many different types of people. And we want to help everyone in our community understand how our product works, how it can be used, how they can get help if they need it. And we also want to help our internal teams understand what's happening out there in terms of regulatory discussions or conversations in the government around technology policy, and how can we meet the needs of our communities as they're happening. So we play a little bit of an in-between role. And one thing I love about Roblox is that a lot of times you'll find public policy teams sitting in an organization called compliance at companies, right? And when you think about the word comply is sort of the bare minimum, or the minimum that you do to satisfy a requirement. And it's not that we shouldn't do that. We should do that at Roblox. That's table stakes. That's what we need to do to meet our commitment to people who use Roblox. But our team is actually part of an organization at Roblox called Advocacy, because we really see ourselves as advocates in two ways, primarily for our community, so that the feedback that they have gets channeled directly to our technical teams, and so that we can be advocates for innovation, so that as the pace of technology continues to grow, to change at the speed that it has, we are part of the conversation, and that we're advocating for Roblox with key opinion formers around the world.
Yeah, I think as you share that notion, when we take a step back at what we're doing here and our vision, we're somewhat unique in that, following on in the history of the telegraph system and the telephone system and now the video conferencing system, what we see so many people doing on Roblox every day is connecting and communicating with friends. And sometimes that communication is in a music concert. Sometimes it's playing hide and go seek. Sometimes it's coming together in Roblox office. Sometimes it involves playing or doing things together. And as you were talking about more educating, I can almost imagine your role less being like regulating something that's bad for society, and more, as the US was developing the phone system, how do we evolve the policy around the phone system where everyone's going to have a phone and they're going to use it for work and play and business? And that's a very different lens. That's ushering in a new category. And like, how do we deal with the phone system as more and more people use it, which feels very optimistic to me.
That's right. And there are two sides to every issue, right? And over time, we know that, of course, the regulation is necessary in certain cases. We need seatbelts. And even, for your example with the phone, if somebody is calling you and spamming you and robocalling you, we need regulation to protect consumers from that kind of behavior. But at the beginning of the phone system, we needed time to let that technology develop, and we needed to let people innovate and see where that was going to go. And so I think it's a question of really understanding the technologies, having the right conversations, and giving them some time to really develop.
I've been impressed with the senior policymakers that have visited Roblox under your shepherding, really, in that it's been much more of a dialogue around the invention of a new form of communication. And how do we usher that in with civility and optimism? I've actually found that dialogue to be interesting and exciting and related to innovation and related to new technology.
Yeah, and I think if you're a policymaker, they are in many ways generalists. So our conversations with them take place around technology policy, and we're talking about immersive communication, or we're talking about social communication. We might be talking about AI in some of our conversations with them, but they talk to all different kinds of people about all different kinds of issues, consumer issues, jobs, the economy, finance markets. So they are generalists, and we cannot expect them. It's not fair for them to understand every technology, every new product and service as it's offered. So the goal of our conversations is really to say, listen, we're here. This is what we're trying to do. We want to be a good partner to people. We do want to do things differently as a company. We want to really support our communities. And in the same token, we think that we can learn from policymakers about what their goals are for new technologies.
That's right.
AI is a great example of this, right? There are a lot of really productive conversations happening right now about AI around the world. And this is an area that Roblox has been involved in from an innovation standpoint for years, large language models. And I think there is a lot of thoughtfulness about going slowly to make sure that the US, but in other countries as well, is maintaining a competitive advantage, but that we're also going to protect people. So I do really think that policymakers want to get this right, but they're generalists. And I think that's the education, that's the role that we can play, is helping them to understand what Roblox really is. And it is category defining. We are not a gaming company. And to your point, we are not really a social media company the way that a lot of people define social media companies.
That's right.
So how do you help them understand what that is? What is this new environment? And I think when you're a pioneer, which Roblox has been for well over a decade, you have your work cut out for you to really help color that for people.
Yeah, and then the one other fun thing we've got going for us, I believe, is every policymaker you've brought in and we've hung out with at Roblox, whether it's nieces, nephews, cousins, grandkids, kids, or any other friend relationship, do tend to have an intrinsic sense of what our community does on the platform and tend to have some grins when they think about it.
Yeah, and it's amazing when people, and I would say this both about policymakers, I also think it's true about our policy team at Roblox. We are not a technical group, but public policy teams, you have to understand the technology. You have to understand, how does our product work? What's happening with data flows? Where is data stored? How long is it stored for? And policymakers understand when they have people in their lives who are using these products and services, or if they use them themselves, they understand it. They really understand the utility and the value, and it makes the conversations a lot easier. And it is really great when people have stories about their kids or teenagers in their lives or young adults who are playing or attending a concert on Roblox or creating something or using Roblox Studio to code for the first time. That's really incredible to see the reach it has. So we love that part of it.
Okay, so let's do Policy at Roblox 101. Welcome everyone to the class with Nikki and David. We're going to start with some of our values. One is respect the community, which is a core value. And from a policy standpoint, let's first talk about the communities policy interacts with.
Yeah, I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but we start with the community as we think about them writ large. So we think about the people who are spending their time on Roblox every day. And there are, of course, there are children as young as 5 and 6, but there are our fastest growing demographic are 18 to 24-year-olds. We have tons of creators on Roblox. So we think about all of these people when we are thinking about, how do we care for this community? How do we make sure that they feel safe? They feel like if they have questions, they can get those questions answered, that we're really caring for that community. So I think that's, in a broad sense, that's what we're thinking about. But when you break down who my team talks to, we are talking to policymakers. So we're talking to the people in this country. It would be in Washington, and at the state level, a lot of states are having really active conversations around how tech should be regulated. We talk to policymakers in other countries. We talk to elected officials because they're the ones that are going to be passing laws about how technology policy will work both now and in the future. We talk to what are called civil society groups. So you can think of these as think tanks or groups that really care about different issues like the ACLU or the Center for Democracy and Technology. They really dig in on issues that impact consumers, and we can talk to them about a broad range of issues and learn a ton both about concerns they might have, questions they might have, and partner with them to better understand these tech issues. But our community also is Roblox employees. Roblox employees are incredibly passionate about the kind of work that we're doing, where the company is going, what we're building. They put a lot of their time and effort into the company. So we want to know how they feel about issues. And then our peer companies, other tech companies, and trade associations. So if we're thinking through an issue, we do talk to other companies to understand how they might be addressing something similar. So AI, as we all think about this massive new world, it's not totally new, but as we think about how we're going to approach issues around copyright and AI or moderation and AI, it's it's really helpful to talk to other companies and understand how they're approaching this. Because even though we'll always take a Robloxian spin on what we choose to do, my experience is never that companies compete when it comes to issues around safety or consumer privacy. I think people really want to get this right for others. So those are some of the communities that we serve, and that's who we're talking to.
Hey, and then when you're interacting with the communities, we talked about an educational component throughout your education. Does that go in both directions? In that, in addition, does it involve in any way our Prod-Eng teams or the creation of tools or any things in the opposite direction as you interact with all these groups?
Yes, I think education is a core piece. I think of public policy as having a few pillars. Education is one of them. It's the education that we invest in to make sure that our communities are supported. So if you are somebody and you need to find an answer in our help center, can you get it? Or if you need to report something, can you do that easily? And we have people that are very focused on the educational in-product component. But it's also, how are we learning about, on the public policy side? Public policy ranges issues from child safety to national security to global elections. How are we learning about these issues? Because we are experts in our specific fields, but people in Silicon Valley are not experts on issues everywhere. And we do better, we know more, we are better thinkers when we collaborate and when we learn from others. And so the educational piece absolutely goes in both directions. It has to. And we learn a ton, both from policymakers and some of those organizations that I mentioned, those third-party organizations that we work with.
Okay, so continuing on our policy at Roblox 101, we'll now do a simulation. And Dave, just got elected to Congress. I'm going to go start maybe looking at legislation. And okay, I got to start thinking about Roblox. And when I start thinking about Roblox, do I line up on the gaming regulation? Do I line up on the social media company regulation? Or do you help them understand maybe more we line up with the future of the phone system? Yeah, what bucket do I line up on?
We actually try to present a different framework to see Roblox because, as you and I have talked about, this is a new category. This is something that is different and it's new. So you want to give people a frame of reference to understand it, but you also want to make clear that it's different. And as I mentioned, I think regulation has traditionally fallen into two buckets. How are we going to regulate games? And that usually means, in the context of regulation, if you think about a game studio that might produce 10 games a year, how should they be rated? Are they for mature audiences? What can you find in those games? Is there bad language? How are we going to label them? And that kind of thing. What's the content of those? And then there's social media. And as you and I have discussed briefly, when you're on Roblox, you can't really post links. There isn't liking and resharing. It's not that social media experience that we might stereotypically think of. So a lot of the regulation that's being proposed right now isn't really intended for companies like Roblox. With that said, I think the goal right now, overwhelmingly, is to protect children. I think we are coming out of a time where tech companies have been seen to take more than they give. And I think that there's a really strong urge to protect kids and to protect young people of all ages. And I think that's very in line with our philosophies. We have supported regulation in California and in other places that has done that. But I think what we try to do is really give them a third way of seeing us, which is that we provide the technology that developers and creators can build on. We're almost a little bit like a YouTube, but for experiences, because they understand what a YouTube or a Netflix. Not that we offer that content, but that sense of a platform that others are building on, where you can have lots of different kinds of content. And once you explain it, I think they understand, okay, this is probably not what we're after. The child safety component remains critically important. And then we talk about next steps.
Yeah, I feel sometimes as we dive into the technology that you sometimes educate on, we have a little bit of a positive advantage in that when we started out, probably within the first month of being live over 16 years ago, we leaned heavily into our safety and civility systems just because we started with younger people on the platform. And unbeknownst maybe to most people, our safety group and team and AI capabilities and human moderation is a huge fundamental aspect of our company, and the volume of both automatic and human review we do on content and on communication and all of that. And even most recently, as we started to get in newer forms of communication, I think another advantage we've had is we've introduced things very conservatively, in that as we introduced voice, we started with 17 and up ID validated. We have built arguably one of the best voice moderation technologies in the world to help us be aware when people are communicating with voice. So I think this is a great foundation on the tooling. Can you share a bit of how some of this tech helps power our public policy strategy?
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of the way that we approach the public policy strategies, we would say we're taking what's called a risk-based approach to safety, which is that we feel like Roblox is a very safe environment generally for the vast, vast majority of people. And they're never going to have an issue on Roblox. However, we might introduce features. For example, you mentioned voice chat, and you can opt into voice chat by phone verifying. You can verify yourself to use a feature that would allow you to talk to other people around you or to perform on a stage. And because that's an extra feature that you're getting, and it's not that it's necessarily that more risky, but we realize that it puts you in proximity to other people, we would take that extra step of phone verification, right? So this is called a risk-based approach because we add in extra tools to make sure that people who are of the right age have access to that kind of stuff. Another example would be our chat technology. So people of all ages chat on Roblox. For our youngest users, who we might say are the most vulnerable simply because they don't have all of the abstract reasoning skills that older kids have, we actually, what we call hash out, if they try to share their home address, their phone number, anything that we think could be PII, personally identifiable information, it doesn't even show up in the interface. And that's not because we're trying to censor them. It's because we know that a 7-year-old or an 8-year-old may not be in the position to know what's appropriate to share. Now, an 18-year-old is. And so we can relax that as they get older. And I know that some of the other people that have done tech talks with you have talked about these safety tools. But by taking risk-based approaches to safety and to our tooling, we think that we can give the right people the right experiences and protect the most vulnerable users while also making sure that older users or people that probably need less guardrails can have a more open experience.
Yeah, it's been fun as we've both seen AI get so hot in the last year, for us to roll back the clock 3 or 4 years and know internally, primarily in the safety area, we've been running ML pipelines for a long time. We've got over 70 different areas where we're running ML pipelines in the company, and that we've just constantly been layering in both on communication safety, on asset moderation safety, on a lot of these things, increasingly powerful AI that it just makes our platform more and more robust. So it's been fun to hear AI get a lot of hype around generative and 3D creation, but there's a lot of boring things behind the scenes that have just been getting better and better and better. And that future is really exciting as we're starting to get into an even further looking future around personalizing policy and personalizing safety for individuals, as we've added experience guidelines, various types of policy when people are different ages in ways that are appropriate. How does the policy team really work in tandem with the tech teams on some of this stuff?
Yeah, I mean, we have a process internally. You were talking before about some of the ways that we approach these problems internally. Like, how do we tackle this stuff? We have a process, we call it the trust by design process internally. We're the only company that I know of that has this process electively. So, a lot of companies have a safety by design process or a trust by design process, but often they have it because they've been asked to put that process into place. We've done it electively. And what it means is fairly early in the product iteration or product life cycle, we'll sit down with PMs. It's a really lightweight process. It's not meant to slow them down. And they'll show us, they'll either describe the product, they'll show us some mocks, or they'll say, this is what we're building. Any flags on the privacy and safety front, anything for younger people that we should be aware of. This is, how we're thinking about data retention, or this is how we're thinking about some of the issues that are more safety or privacy centric. And we call that out at the beginning, which means that we are baking safety and privacy thought into the beginning of the product life cycle. And by keeping it nimble and by keeping it lightweight and trying to get them through that process as efficiently as we can, we're able to have that trust by design process that ultimately makes our products stronger, makes them better for the community, and it makes our product and engineering and our technical teams and the teams like the one I'm on, who are going to be talking to others about these products, we just are in lockstep from the very beginning. So I think a key way that we do that is through the trust by design process. And I think that's invaluable to Roblox.
Yeah, cool. Now that we've shared policy 101 at Roblox, we get to, which is very common on Tech Talks, is predict the future for our audience. And we're going to look out a ways in the future, both around Roblox technology and policy, and go a little back and forth on it. So I'm going to start the conversation with my long-term prediction around the phone system as a metaphor. Today, I feel most people think the phone system is pretty boring and a utility, and we've fully figured it out. We know it's used for work. We call our friends. It's migrated from wire to, cellular to arguably Wi-Fi and internet, but we think of it as this utility thing. So my first prediction is if we look way out there may be a time where 3D immersive communication, which is fully simulated, and we may be using any type of device, all the way from a mobile phone to a fully immersive VR or AR or MR headset, and having communications with groups of people and doing things together. There will be a time where this, rather than this being new, this is boring and everyone's doing it. So that's my first prediction. I'm wondering if there's a policy correlating prediction to part of that future.
I think mine is probably more how I want to see us evolve as a team. When you think about growing to scale 1 billion users, that means that we can comfortably support the public policy needs of a global population. So how are we addressing the public policy concerns of governments and policymakers in Europe, in Latin America, in India, in Asia? And we've already started to do that. We've gotten a lot of support from you, from other people in the company, and we have a growing global team that's able to do that. I see us doing much more of that over time. And I also, and it's a little bit, I think it's probably a little bit less lofty than headsets for everybody, but I see us really not only continuing to embrace new technologies or AI for safety, as we have been doing, but really, I see the company really being very involved in creator rights and making sure that all of the intellectual property that our creators are generating and the things that they're doing on Roblox, that we're helping them to protect that in the age of AI. I think they are sort of the lifeblood of the company. I see us being really engaged there. And I also see that with all of this new technology, when you think about AI and what it will give the next generation the power to do, I mean, we will have creators. I think there will be this democratizing effect of AI where you have people from new backgrounds, different backgrounds using AI to create on platforms like Roblox. And I think that will be really interesting to see what happens when people can use these technologies that?
Yeah, I feel as the quality of all of our real-time technology around safety and civility gets increasingly more powerful and predictive and preemptive. What you share there is an optimistic view that there's even other areas of policy where the spotlight will start to shine. And there's a big bright light on policy right now around what content can be used for training AI models and how do owners of the copyright and IP of those contents participate in that. We are in the midst of this enormous effort at Roblox around really, we have always leaned to an opt-in strategy. For example, as we're training our code assist and other type technologies, it's always been based on our community opting in to be part of that training set. That's a lively policy debate right now that I'm sure a lot of people are asking your opinion on.
Yeah, but it is really inspiring, and I do think this comes when you and others speak publicly, but how much of an advocate you are for creators and how important they are to the work that we do and how inspiring they are to the employees at Roblox. So to your point, I think that the conversation will move not past safety. I think it will always include safety, but I do think it will become richer. We will talk about creator rights. We will talk about how AI is changing who is a developer and how they can develop. And I really look forward to those conversations.
Yeah, it feels like as long as Roblox keeps innovating, the breadth of the areas that policy will encompass will keep expanding and go beyond safety, get into AI, get into creation, get into who knows what around education. And so it's exciting to imagine that expanding role for education.
Yeah, no, 100%. And that sounds like job security too. I think you just said I have job security. So
I was behind the scenes. One might read like a lot of job security in that discussion, given the complexity of really all the learning that our policymakers will have to do around the world.
yeah, no, I don't envy them the task, but they are already extremely engaged, both in the US and in other places. So, and you've had a lot of conversations with people that have been in around this issue too. So, yeah.
Well, hey, Nikki, I feel we accomplished everything we set out today. We had policy at Roblox 101, your background, and then shared I feel I understand more about policy and the incredible role it plays. I want to just thank you for joining Roblox and for participating on the program today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay, hey, it's been great. And that's all for another episode of Tech Talks. Thanks for listening. And if you'd like to find out more about careers at Roblox, check out roblox.com/careers. I'm your host, David Baszucki. See you again next time.
Hi, I'm Dave Baszucki, founder and CEO at ROBLOX. You're listening to Tech Talks, a podcast about the people and ideas that are shaping the future of immersive connection and communication. In this series, we'll be exploring some of the most innovative technologies that have emerged in this new category and sharing stories with the Robloxians that are building them. Today, we have 3 special guests for our special 4-person show. We're joined by Kiran Bhatt. Welcome, Kiran.
Hello, Vidhu. Nice to be
Effie
back.
Gunawan, welcome, Effie.
Hi, Dave.
And Mahesh Subramanian, welcome.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, so it's so good. So we brought the all-star team here together today, and this is going to be a little different than our normal Tech Talks because we're going to be doing visioneering today. We're going to paint really something we talk about a lot at Roblox, which is the future of communication. That future of communication is composed of immersive 3D simulated communication, where we're represented by an avatar, where our avatar isn't just static. It can do things together. We can play hide and go seek. We can go to school. We can simulate that we're in the Roblox office. And ultimately, a Roblox avatar that feels really realistic and close and near and dear to what we're doing. So hang on for a technical product roller coaster ride as we touch on all of this. But before we dive in, first, maybe just like quick background first, Mahesh and Karan, how did we meet?
Yeah, it was really, really interesting. It was in 2020, in the middle of the pandemic phase, where we had a meeting outside in a safe environment, where we got to hang out with you and talk about the vision of avatars in 3D. This was when Mahesh and I had our startup Loom AI, and that meeting changed the course of our interactions with you and with the company.
Yeah, we were looking at digital avatars, expressiveness, personalization, but for an image-based or video-based communication setup. And we were always dreaming about shared 3D spaces when we met you. And boom, magic. We were like, wow.
It was somewhat magical. The magic I remember. Effie, how did we meet?
I have an interesting story.
Yeah.
So 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago, Manuel moved to Roblox, and I've worked with Manuel for several years at Google. And I was curious about, what is Roblox? And I started listening to Tech Talk podcasts.
This podcast.
This podcast. The
Okay.
first podcast I listened to.
That's kind of recursive, right?
You're right.
Like the thing that brought you here, you're doing right now.
Yeah, and as Mahesh and Karan introduced themselves, it's basically the same podcast as what I listened to 2 years ago, and it was Karan and you talking about avatars and AI and how the AI tech could help people express themselves. And to me, I felt like I spiritually met you through your vision, and I was sold. Like, here I am.
Okay, well, there's probably going to be thousands of people that are spiritually meeting you after this goes live. And so we're probably going to have a lot more people being recruited, not just because of me, but because of this group today. So, okay, so we're going to take a step back and talk about the history of communication. We've shared this at RDC, the notion that people are always trying to figure out a way to be together at a distance if they can. And we've seen this with smoke signals. Mm-hmm. We've seen this with the mail system. We've seen this with the telegraph system. We've seen this with the phone system. In the midst of COVID, of course, we saw this in video. And at ROBLOX, I think we feel there's one more step here. And that is the step where we can recreate not just a video screen, but a 3D situation that can work on any device, phone, tablet, computer, VR, headset. And it's not just that we can be to communicate, but once we put people in 3D simulated environments, there's a lot more things we can do. We can have meetings like this where we look around and see who we're looking at, which is a lot more immersive than that video screen. Like we said, we can play hide and go seek, and we could get up and run away from here, which we can't do on a Zoom call. And then something really interesting we'll talk about is communication and serendipitous communication as we get that. So when we think about this, that seems like a lot. Some of us have seen Star Trek and the holodeck. Some of us imagine this working on a phone. Sometimes this will work in the holodeck. But there's various components of this. And those components include everyone has a great avatar. That avatar more and more can be simulated at high speed. We can move around and that we can communicate. And so we're going to kind of break this whole problem down and talk about all the pieces. And then hopefully when they come together, everyone's going to imagine, okay, if we have all those pieces, we're going to see it. And so we'll start with great avatars. And it's interesting, when we first met and we were looking at avatars, our avatars were very constrained almost in a certain look and feel, right. That classic Roblox avatar. They did have some elements of the notion of personalization, mm-hmm. And they had some elements that the community loves. We knew it from day one of communicating it. Then you worked on like movies, right? Like you worked on really great movies. So how did you think, when we first met, that kind of extension from those initial avatars to the types of avatars we see in movies?
Avatars are the means of representing yourself in 3D. And so the limits are endless. And starting from something that we had a few years ago, where the avatars are very simple, all the way to movie avatars, which are very expressive. The entire gamut is what is the exciting aspect of avatars on a platform like Roblox. And each one of those have elements in them that have to work well for them to be lovable and successful.
Yeah.
When you have really photorealistic avatars at the other end of the spectrum, you want to make sure that you don't fall into the uncanny valley. So the more fidelity you bring into the avatars, the expectations of the users are also high. So there is like a fine balance where avatars are both very fun and engaging, but also what users connect with themselves. And so the styles may be very simplistic to begin with, but they can still be very engaging. So basically, the spectrum is very important, and different people connect with different styles of avatars. So when we spoke, that was one really important element that we understood right away, that there's a large audience of users, both from Roblox and people who had used Lumi Live and other things that we had built, which people identified with. And then there are all these characters which are on the big screen that people identified with. And the important thing of all of those is that there is an element of a human behind these avatars.
That's right.
So with the movie avatars, the successful ones are built with elements of the actor, both in how they are built to look like in their appearance and how they move.
I don't know if when we first met, we were already talking the notion that we have to do this very difficult thing where we have this very classic Roblox avatar, everyone loves it, and at the same time, in a sense, that has to be subsumed in a style-free technology where any avatar style that anyone wants to build has to be successful. I forget, were we talking about that early on?
Yes, we actually got onto a video call when we were talking. And to prove it to ourselves, we came into the call as a Roblox-looking avatar.
Right.
And so we could show that using the same schema or parameterization behind the scenes on something which looks maybe more realistic or a more legacy stylized character, they both can animate and express the same way. And I think that made you also realize that, wow, the same technologies that we build can be applied across all these styles, and that makes it more universal.
Right, so we had this idea, even when we met, that we're going to migrate our avatar system to one that supports any style.
That's right.
And we also had the notion that to do this, just like the experiences on Roblox, we needed a UGC avatar system.
Mm-hmm.
We are right in the middle of that right now, right? I think it's only been a month since we started to allow people to build UGC type avatars. But I guess I'm kind of optimistic. Like, how's that going?
Yeah, that is going really well. I think that also brings this unique challenge in Roblox that the styles are all over the spectrum, but then they all have to be interoperable and share a schema that allows you to transition between different experiences with your avatar. And if you are a UGC creator, what we expect from you is build an asset that you like, and then we do the rest. We
That's
make
right.
the schema that works within the Roblox universe. And that is where a lot of the new innovations in AI have been helping to take something that looks like a mesh with a face and a body and then automatically convert them into a fully animatable, living, schema-compliant Roblox avatar.
Okay, so now we'll do a little round the horn on everyone's Roblox avatar today. Where is everyone with your avatar? Are you UGC? Are you custom? Like, what's your avatar look like?
So I have both a UGC avatar, actually a custom avatar, a blocky style avatar, and a little more Pixar-ish cartoony avatar, which was, built with the technology internally. It's not out there yet, so it's still work in progress. But the avatars have two styles.
Okay, and how about you, Effie?
I love my avatar.
What does your avatar look
my
like?
My avatar looks like me. I feel like it represents myself. It's really creative. It's wearing this really cute cat shoes that I bought in the marketplace, and
Yeah.
then I'm wearing this like all white clothing from top to bottom. I feel like it's amazing. Like I can be anyone I want and change
So one
my
of the
shoes.
key parts of that is those cat shoes, no matter whose avatar we have, making them work on your avatar. And so that's when you say schema, I think what we mean is any piece of clothing, any accessory works on any avatar. One of the things we're talking about, and I think we'll go off topic a little, is I think I'm hopeful that ultimately when we go shop for our avatars and for clothing, it's more and more like we're going to Stanford Shopping Center or something, and literally, if we have a favorite brand, we can go into the store for that brand and find what we want. So were you able to find all of the stuff you wanted, or, you know, was there any area where you couldn't find what you really wanted for your avatar?
So far, I love fashion. I actually love shoes, dresses, and different colors. So far, it's been fun exploring things on Roblox, but yeah, I'm hoping we'll see more and more. For instance, like I'm from Indonesia, things that Indonesian people create or something that is more unique to where I am.
Yeah, I
A lot
think
more
that, and that
people
paints the
creating.
vision, right? If
Right.
you have a favorite designer or store where you would actually want to shop there, I think we'll know we really made it when you can go shop for your avatar there.
Yeah, exactly. But I love how in real life, for me to show up at work with my cat shoes, that would be pretty awkward. But on Roblox, I can literally hang out with Karan and you with my awesome cat shoes.
Okay, but haven't we said at our all hands meetings that Roblox is a 24/7 costume company?
All right, so tomorrow
So
I'll
you
wear
could-
my cat shoes.
You
Do not
could do
judge.
that, actually. Okay, and
And one more thing I'd just add to that is that, recently I had to purchase a suit for myself, and I went and got it custom fitted. So that's an important aspect. It's not just that we can go find clothing brands and styles that we like, but we can actually customize it to fit our avatar. So you might buy a oversized jacket, but if you want it to be tighter fitting, yeah, you can do it. So we're building all these tools to not just lay all these layers on top of each other, but also fit and play well together.
Right.
And just in an avatar, again, talking about my avatar, similar to Kiran, I think I have a playful avatar and I have a work avatar, where in the work avatar, I'm looking for some likeness.
Yeah.
Something where without too much prompting, people know that it's, oh, that's Mahesh. But in the playful avatar, I want people to just know that I like shoes. So, hey, they can just spot me by saying, once they know that I've got that funky shoe, then everybody knows every time that that's me. So,
And I think that likeness is a good hint for where we're going to go later on that show. So right now we've all got avatars. We have ways of creating them. The styles are expanding. Clothing works on every avatar. We can build that avatar. But if we just have those avatars, they're static. And one of the things we did with your company, and we're going to do more and more, is rather than putting on a mocap suit, or rather than doing that, using whatever we can, the camera, lip syncing, to bring that avatar to life, more than just what I would do with ASDW, or more what I would do with virtual thumb pads or a game controller. Can you talk a little, Mahesh, about what bringing your avatar to life means?
yeah, I think this is really critical. The ease of expression and the immediacy of expression is really important. You don't want to be searching for the button to say, hey, I'm happy with what happened.
Right.
You just want to show it. And we just instinctively react when the four of us are sitting here. And so we want that. And the way we are looking at that is, can we capture signals from the user more naturally? Can this camera, whatever it's pointing at and however far it goes, can it capture my mannerisms, my emotions, and translate it to my avatar?
That's right. And so, couple highlights: PII compliant, very thoughtful about at what age we would transmit what information, but even at younger ages, there's some information we can use. And so phase one is face.
Yep.
And it actually seems amazing. We are live now with full facial animation, which is absolutely amazing. We've been talking about that for a while. How does that work?
Yeah, so we are, again, behind the scenes, we are tracking from the camera, we are tracking the person's what we call FACS, or facial action coding system. And we're only transmitting these animation curves.
Yep.
So there's no data of the user being transmitted. We are able to take these 50 movements of your face, move it to the cloud, and then we are able to translate it to any avatar you have.
So right now AI is super hot, and everyone's talking about visionary generative AI and synthetic AI. But this is a piece of AI that I like because it's actually been worked on for several years. It's got a lot of hot buzzwords, right? Client side, hyper efficient, client side inference, training, all of that. And it's live in production for millions of people.
Exciting. This is really exciting, and we are looking forward to starting to step back even further. So you've seen the face,
Yeah.
and the next is to get some upper body movement, because you can get body language from your shoulders, the relative positioning of my face, and some of those subtleties. Moving on all the way to maybe I want to stand back and do a dance.
So upper body is interesting, right? Because we just shipped on MetaQuest, yay, so awesome. You can use hand controllers on MetaQuest, and so some of the things you might try to do in the real world, reach, grasp, grab things, it's a lot harder to simulate those hand controllers like right now on an iPad or a PC. So in addition to, I think, one thing that the community might be interested in addition to picking up the body language of that upper body, maybe hint at, whoa, like you might actually be able to use that to reach in and pick something up in a virtual world or something, which is really exciting.
Absolutely. I think we can take the 3D space concept and us being in the same experience together to the next level. This will go beyond what you can do in video. Because if I can reach out and say hi-fi to you, or we both
High
can,
five.
oh,
Very good.
excellent. We can do it in real life, but soon in Roblox. And if you're able to pass things on, you can imagine the communication. You've seen how, rather than getting on a phone call, if you went for a meeting where you walked together or you
That's
had a
right.
coffee together, how much more enriching and more engaging it is. So doing things together while communicating
That's right.
can only happen in a platform like ours.
And now that leads to one final thing. On the Roblox Developer Conference, we made 10 predictions for the next 5 years. One of them was that someone would perform live to 1 million people on Roblox. And I think the traditional way that musicians perform live is they put on a mocap suit and they go to a studio for a few days. But that's not what we were talking about, was it?
Yeah, this is again very natural. It's basically again the ease of tracking and transferring to these
So what that
characters.
would look like in real life is literally put a phone up on a tripod and hang out in front of it and
Exactly.
do your performance.
And this, there's a lot going on behind the scenes, because the camera sees what it can, and there are sections it can see, and we want to gracefully extend what it can see, and in some cases it might, it has to be pretty robust to lighting and camera shake and
That's right.
Yeah.
And this creates a really interesting opportunity because in traditional immersive video gaming experiences and other experiences, we're always trying to figure out how to manipulate the character. We're trying to figure out with our gamepad or whatever how to do that. As we start to have both of those inputs, and I start to have a mouse and ASDW and an avatar, where we blend movement from ASDW, where we blend movement from your avatar, is going to be very interesting. I'm actually very optimistic, and I think one of the design goals would be not just full body, but movement as well. Could we infer movement? Could you put your phone and gesture where you're going to move? So the AI tech is going to really drive that. Okay, so we've talked about having a great avatar. We've talked about controlling the movement of it so it looks real. But now we have to start communicating. And we did something very interesting in the last year or two as we started to introduce voice on Roblox. How's that been going, Epi?
Yeah, it's super exciting. It's actually a different kind of voice product than the typical products that people use today. It's spatial voice.
Yeah.
It's really exciting because it's like 3D. When I want to talk to you, I kind of approach you, and then when I call you from far away, I increase my voice so you can hear me, and then I can whisper in the background if I just want to say something really quick. And it's really cool because there is no awkwardness with like Zoom breakout or like 2D breakout rooms. You're not just talking to a tile on the screen, but it's actually making you feel like you are in the same room, even when you're far apart. And to me, personally, it means a lot because I talk to my family and friends so far away other side of the world. And it's tough doing it over the phone line because it feels very flat and it doesn't feel like we are in the same space. But with spatial voice, you will feel like you're in the same space together, even like going to concerts. You can whisper in the background in a concert, or you can yell together, sing together. That's spatial voice.
You're highlighting something really interesting that I feel we take for granted in the real world, and that is the physics of the way audio works and n-squared fall off and the way sound works. It allows us to go to a concert with 100,000 people, get close and hear what my friend is saying, hear the roar of the crowd, and then hear the big speakers up front. And that is impossible to do on a video screen with a lot of squares. It also, as you mentioned with your family, I think creates serendipity. So then something gets really complicated here, and this is a bit of a visionary thing. In physical reality, we can all be chatting in 3D, and then my phone can ring, and I can still talk to my friends at the same time. Is there a metaphor for that in immersive experiences?
Absolutely. In fact, that's what makes our spatial voice so special, because you're not bounded by physical limitation, real world limitation. Like you can be in a concert, the concert example. You and I can be hanging out at the concert, and then Mahesh can call me from other side of the world, and then I can go to the back and talk to Mahesh, and even tell Mahesh, hey Mahesh, did you hear what the artist is singing? So truly, you can move from one space to another without having to be constrained with the physical bounds.
Yeah, and I think you're hinting at maybe a very elegant future for immersive 3D environments, which is the support of both 3D spatial communication as well as the communication we might do on a phone or something like that.
And in fact, we also have the APIs that the audio team just released that can do exactly what you just mentioned, which is use the APIs for, have a walkie-talkie simulation in a spatial world. And so you can be at a concert, have a walkie-talkie, talking to your friends, and all of what you think is needed for spatial togetherness while having the ability to communicate with someone who is not spatially there.
We've actually been very deliberate and gentle in our rollout of voice, and we've actually been very careful. We started with ID validated users. We've backed into certain levels of validation. I think our audience knows why, but can you share?
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to the foundations of future of communication, how we think about communication on Roblox is the first two you've covered, which is the first one being like real world with spatial voice. Second one was without being limited by physical boundaries. The third one is something that is so unique. And to me, this is why I feel like I'm so proud of being part of Roblox, because we're keeping our promise for safety and civility. And that's so unique to us because we don't just get things out there ASAP. Instead, we take the deliberate approach. We want to make sure our community is safe. And that results in two things. First one is we're taking a couple years till today to roll it out broadly to US phone verified users as well as users in majority English countries. We have millions of people using spatial voice every day. And then on the second one is we're using AI tech to scale. And this is so much fun for me to work on. It brings my passion on AI as well as actually helping people connect in a civil manners. And the latest launch we had was real-time voice toxicity detection. It's a really hard problem. I don't think anybody else has solved it other than us. And we use it in such an elegant way that we're detecting things in real time, and then we remind people to be civil. So the thesis behind it is we don't want to just punish people, moderate people, but actually when we start detecting probable abuse, we want to start educating people so that they have a chance to reform.
So this is a really big unpack, and it's really interesting. There's a cost thing here going on, and Roblox has a fairly large infrastructure, hundreds of thousands of servers around the world that are supporting 3D simulation. The challenge I feel from the safety team is, can we run inference on that same grid and run it at high performance? And it sounds like we have. We're doing it very cost effectively. The other thing is a user interface paradigm of how this would work. And I'm wondering if I can share the anecdote I had recently. So we built our Roblox office simulation, and so I do all of my one-on-ones in Monday in Roblox Office. So I have various meetings with my avatar using voice. We're in a special conference room. We hang out and do things. And I was having a one-on-one meeting with one of the executives in the company. We were getting very excited about something, like really excited. So I did the WTF and like high five, and all of a sudden, got this nice little, hey, heads up, and the reason was at that point, our Roblox office is running in a public square level of moderation. It's running at the civility standard of a place on Roblox, and like, I could tell, oh my gosh, this wasn't acceptable. Can you comment on that? And will we someday be able to swear in Roblox Office when we turn it into more private mode? Like, I think we will.
Yeah, so for safety and civility, it's always context aware depending on where you are, whether you're in one-to-one, private, public space, as well as the age rating of the experience. So when you are in 17 plus, you can say more things than when you are in all ages space. And when you are in private mode, we respect your privacy. With consent and verification. So that's definitely part of our principles in building the product.
Okay, cool. So I think you're highlighting one of the complexities of building a platform that people of all ages use is spreading that kind of personalized, appropriate level of civility at all places. But it was an amazing show off of our technology. It was one of the more unexpected things. And then we've mentioned that there's organic behavior that's starting to come out of voice, things that we didn't initially expect. And so when we started layering, like a lot of technologies for 3D immersive, the hope is you build it as a utility at high performance, and then you see unexpected things like people using it for education or people using it for concerts. Can you share what we've seen on voice in that area?
So my favorite example is the NCT 127 K-pop meet and greet. It's so much fun. I watched several videos. There are so many videos online, and it's about this famous Korean band getting on Roblox, and then people all around the world, they get to meet them. You don't have to be where they are. And then they started saying, hey, repeat after me. And everybody was repeating after them. And it was just like, I felt I was there. It was insane. Yeah, that was my favorite example.
So that feeling of being there, I think our thesis would be in certain situations in immersive 3D with that level of communication, starting to get that feeling. And when people have that feeling, we'll start seeing people communicate in more and more diverse ways in this tech.
Yeah, exactly.
Super cool. Okay, and then, so we touched a little on AI on the safety side. We touched a little on AI on the movement side. So secretly on the movement side, we're running high perf inference. Every client right now, in the midst of so much excitement around AI, there's a whole excitement around generative AI. And we all know someday, whether it's for fashion, I think for fashion, we used to think what would be really cool is simulating Project Runway with a digital sewing machine and digital cloth and mannequins. I think we're starting to think even well beyond that now, that some fashion designers will design purely by verbal prompt. And they'll say, I'd like a sweater, I'd like it dark blue, I'd like the collar to be a tab collar, and kind of build in that way. on Avatar, we hinted earlier on the notion that people are going to want both a infinite number of avatar styles. I might want to be, pick your favorite style that's out there from a movie, from a video game, or more realistic, but they might want to look more like themselves as well. And so that's something we're working on that's really exciting. It almost goes to some of the early research you were doing. Can you share a bit about that, Kiran?
Yeah, that's a topic that is in very active R&D within the company. And you brought up two really interesting points. One is the number of styles that we want our users to experience. That should be limitless.
Yeah.
And then the identity, bringing elements of yourself into the style, but doing it safely.
Yep.
So there's the safety aspect of generative AI, which is a foundational piece of the version that we are building, which is the 3D generative AI, which is safe.
Yep.
And then the flexibility of styles. And so there's a proliferation of Gen AI in the 2D space with Stable Diffusion being a primary source of inspiration. And then there's been techniques like ControlNet, which is co-invented by somebody at ROBLOX, which allows people to create a lot of content in 2D.
Yep.
But that has not yet translated into 3D. And the research community has done a number of interesting approaches for 3D generative AI, nerves and other examples come to mind. But none of those techniques are ready for use in an actual game engine, let alone being useful for avatars. So we are at some level at a cutting edge of 3D generative AI for avatars, because avatars bring another level of complexity. It's you, so you have to identify it as a user. It has to move correctly, so it's not a static thing, and it has to be rendered. It has to relight correctly if you take the avatar from one experience to other. So everything that makes 2D Stable Diffusion type outputs look really beautiful because it has lighting baked in and what have you, won't work in 3D. So
well, I think this is really actually nice to hear, because there's so many entrepreneurs out there trying to solve the generative 3D problem. And I know, hearing from you that this is a very difficult problem, maybe actually is helpful to them. It's not just text and then image. The jump to 3D is rather significant.
Phenomenally hard.
And the reminder there is that when we think of an avatar, don't think of it as the skin on the surface. The avatar has all of this muscle, joints inside. That's what brings it to life. And that's the really hard problem. So when we talk about generative AI here for 3D, we are building a skin or the outer mesh and texture, but we are also building the entire rig or musculature inside.
Technically, inside our avatars, there are joints, there are bones, there are things controlling the face muscles, all of that. And so getting to 3D is not the final step.
That's right. And we are approaching it in two steps, right? One is, building the avatars and then the accessories. So those are sort of combined together. But even to get there, we are rolling out technologies to our UGC first, where the UGC creators can input meshes. So they give us meshes, and then we do the rest. We build the musculature and the rigs and everything. So that is one way of getting more 3D data.
I think that's an elegant decomposition of the problem, arguably, and definitely artists today can make amazing avatars. As you mentioned, those avatars do not have all of the physical characteristics that can swap them into a real-time environment.
That's right.
So I think what I've heard here is there's one very difficult problem, which is 2D to 3D. There's a second very difficult problem, which is 3D to physically simulated 3D with FACS controls that we can do. And we have to do both of those.
Exactly. And I think both of those can happen in parallel.
That's right.
And our strategy has been to open up this second piece, which is going from a mesh to an animatable avatar, which is by itself one of the hardest things to do. as an artist, we are automating
And
that.
I'm
fully.
extremely excited about that because it does mean for the traditional crafting mode, those avatars will automatically be ingested into Roblox and be able.
And just imagine the fact that we are able to automate that means they're all interoperable as well.
That's right.
Because now you might build a very stylized creature and you might go build a realistic head, but both of them can be driven by the same technologies we have.
That's correct.
So that's pretty powerful.
And one other aspect of all of these sort of auto rigging, as we call it, is or auto setup of avatars. It comes with all
Hey, hey, hey, attention and welcome, everyone. I am Rock DT Boy and the amazing team behind Inspire 2024. Thank you for joining us. We are starting now. For the live captions and translations, please scan the QR code on your screen. We'll be doing Q&As at the end of the workshop. Please direct all questions to the Q&A tab located at the top of the chat. During the workshop, we have two live challenges where you will have a chance to win a $30 Go gift card. Good luck, everybody. 3 gift cards will be drawn for each challenge among the correct answers. Don't forget to scan the QR code on the screen when it appears. The winners will be announced, and the jacket of inspiration, oh, what a jacket. Yes, it's very good. Will be shared after all Inspire 2024 workshops are completed in September. Now, I will present our amazing speaker. She first joined the platform in 2008. She's the lead developer for the games Dance Your Blood Off, Tutulang, and Roblox Yazoo. As a UGC creator, she specializes in designing and modeling 3D layered clothing and other accessories. Without further delay, I will hand it off to Mimi Dev to talk about UGC 101, digital fashion on Roblox. Go, Mimi.
Hey guys. All right, let me just get this up. Hey, there we go. Hi guys, welcome to Inspire 2024. I'm Mimi, as has already been announced. This is User-Generated Content 101, a digital fashion on Roblox workshop. All right, so on the agenda today, guys, we have an introduction. Hello. The UGC basics, which will be the rules and requirements for uploading content on the platform. Then we have accessories, hats, hair. We'll be looking into how to make those. Next is layered clothing, my favorite. Lastly, we'll be looking at publishing, and then there's a Q&A at the end. So hello there, I'm Mimi Dev. I got my Twitter and TikTok handles here. On YouTube, I'm just Mimi Dev, so real easy to find. So who am I? I'm Mimi Dev. As has already been said, I joined in 2008. I build, 3D model, do art, UI design, game writing, video editing. I have been in the UGC program for quite a while now. I'm also an event organizer, and I am a 7-time RDC attendee. I won a Bloxy Award, the 5th annual Bloxy Awards for art direction. That was for Dance Your Blocks Off, which is one of my games. So Dance Your Blocks Off, Tutuland, Roblox Yazoo, those are the games I've worked on. La Boutique Mimi is our UGC group that we started just last year, about this time actually. It was in August. So we've been around for a year doing that. I also contributed to the Closet game, and I did a collaboration with the brand Restless. Okay, so La Boutique Mimi, I gotta just introduce this quick because this has been a project. This video here is showcasing the actual build. We build our UGC inside Roblox Studio, inside this workshop. We basically use it as a backdrop so that we can have a good creative mindset. We use it for inspiration and a lot of photography. But basically, it's just an environment to create in that feels like a real fashion studio and helps us feel like a real fashion studio. On the topic of being a real fashion studio, our creative process starts with concept art and finishes with a complete product. The concept art is made by Miss Peach, my sister and co-developer, and I do all the 3D modeling. Not all the 3D modeling. She actually does a lot of accessories now, mostly earrings and jewelry. All right, so actually getting into the UGC stuff, guys. So we're going to start with the UGC basics. This is what you need to be to become a UGC creator. So first of all, you need a computer capable of running Roblox Studio and 3D modeling software. Unfortunately, guys, you cannot do UGC on mobile device because you do need Roblox Studio, and Roblox Studio does not run on mobile devices. You'll need a 3D modeling software like Blender or Maya. Today, I will be going over some 3D modeling techniques. It will all be shown in Blender. I can't give you guys the Maya equivalents, so you're going to have to look up basically how to do insert thing from Blender in Maya in order to get that information. I'm also not going to get into the super nitty gritty of actual 3D modeling. I'm going to give you more techniques and things to look into on your own because I want this to be more general so that you guys can all learn something from it regardless of what program you're using. Now, you will need to be ID verified on Roblox, and you also need Premium 1100. Some other things that you might want are an image editing software like Adobe Photoshop or Illustrator. I use Clip Studio Paint. Some people use Substance Painter. This is to make your textures. You can do textures right in Blender, but I prefer to go to a second app. Video editing software is also great if you want to promote your work, especially on TikTok. That's what I do. And social media accounts for promotion. All right, so what are the different types of UGC accessories? We have accessories, layered clothing, and character bodies. I'm not going to be covering character bodies today because that's not my specialty. I have dabbled. You can see the results on the right there. So we're mostly going to be focusing on accessories and layered clothing. All right, what are the UGC upload specifications? All of this information can be found in the Roblox docs pages, but we're going to do a quick overview here. You might want to screenshot these or take notes if you want to save them, or go to the Roblox docs page. I've got some swag at the end for you guys. That's going to include some downloadable templates, and that's also going to include a bunch of links to all this information as well. So you guys can find this later as well. Okay, so accessories must be a single mesh. They have to be up to 4,000 triangles. We will cover what triangles are later, don't worry. It cannot exceed the max accessory size. That's information you can find on the docs pages, exactly what each accessory's max size is. It must have correctly named attachment points. That'll be done with a plugin. I'll show that later. The material has to be plastic. The transparency must be 0. These are all settings that you'll be changing inside Roblox Studio. Actually, most of the time, they'll just already be that way because those are the defaults. Vertex color must be white. The files that I've got for you guys, I've already set the vertex color to white, so that won't be an issue for you guys. And no scripts or particles, which I know some hats have those, but those are the Roblox ones. We can't do that yet. All right, layered clothing has basically the same requirements, except that we also have to tack on the inner cage mesh, which is what you build your clothing on top of, and the outer cage mesh, which is stretched to fit over the clothing. It also has to be parented to a skeleton and weight painted. That basically means that you're saying this fabric is attached to this bone and moves with that bone. Surface appearance, that's for your texture. That can include the color map, and it can also include metalness, roughness, and normal maps for additional changes to the lighting. And character bodies, again, we're not really going to cover these, but I thought it would be good to include this here. There's some differences for the max number of triangles. For instance, you can have up to 10,742 triangles for the entire body, but a lot of the body parts are actually less triangles than accessories, like the torso and the other body parts. The head is still 4,000 though. They need a modesty layer. They have to be R15, not R6. They also have to be parented to a skeleton and weight painted, just like layered clothing. You have to set up a bunch of facial animations, and then you have to put on attachment points so that Roblox knows where to put the hats and hair and other accessories. Okay, we got to cover this quick. Intellectual property, copyright, and trademark. It's real important, guys, that everything that you create is unique to yourself and not taken from other people's work. Automatically, anything that you create is protected by copyright. Yay! That means that you can also use the Roblox Rights Manager to protect your own work if anybody else were to upload it. Here are the do's and don'ts here. Do create your own original ideas from scratch. What is most valuable about your contributions to UGC will be your unique experiences and ideas. Do collaborate with others. Make sure all parties are happy with the terms of collaboration. Do ask others for permission before using their work, and then respect their answers if they say no or have conditions. And then do use the Rights Manager to file takedown requests when others infringe on your work. Now, I am not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. However, do not upload somebody else's content without their permission. Giving credit is not giving permission. Do not take pieces of other people's work, including Roblox's work, and mash them together. That's also not great. Do not upload popular brands, characters, logos, or other recognizable content, and do not send false DMCAs against other creators. There is a link down at the bottom here. I'll also include this in the swag files. This leads to Roblox's dev forum post about this. It's a really great read. I recommend everybody takes a look at that before they get into UGC. All right, guys, Inspire Challenge number 1. What is the max number of triangles a Roblox hat accessory mesh can have? I believe there's going to be a QR code going up. Yep, there it is. All right, I'll give you guys a second to scan that, and then we can move on. All right, we're going to move on now. We're going to start with accessories. All right, so we're going to cover the different types of accessories first. Head accessories are your classic hats. They are attached to the player with the hat attachment. I've shown a screenshot here of what that looks like in Roblox Studio in the Explorer files so that you guys can see the correct spelling of these. These are case sensitive. But the plugin that you'll be using to make hats should handle this for you. Face accessories, these are mostly things like glasses, face masks, makeup goes in this category, also things like noses and ears. I usually put earrings in the hats category because ears have to be in the face category, and you want to be able to wear both of them at the same time. Neck accessories, things like jewelry, scarves, they're on there with a neck attachment. Front accessories, these go on with body front attachment. This is things like purses, but you'll also find pins in this category. Back accessories, these go on with the body back attachment. This is things like wings, backpacks, back-mounted weapons. I've got a trident here. Waist accessories, these have 3 different attachment points depending on whether you're going to attach something to the front or back. You'll get lots of things in this category from auras, and I've got a magic floating book that sits in front of the player. A lot of waist-mounted weapons like swords. Hair, self-explanatory. It goes on with the hair attachment. I will say the bounding boxes for hair are kind of small. Sometimes if you really want like super long hair, you actually have to break it up into pieces. You can put bangs in the face category. You can put hair in the hair category, and then you can put hair extensions in the back category if you want really long hair. And shoulder accessories. I haven't actually made any shoulder accessories, so please enjoy this picture of the Roblox crow. These can be attached to either the left or right shoulders. And mostly you'll find things like shoulder pets and also some armor pieces. All right, guys, we're actually going to get to the 3D modeling now. This is 3D modeling, the absolute basics. Okay, so remember I said we were going to talk about triangles. The parts of a mesh. You've got your corners, which are called verts. You've got your edges, which connect to verts. You have faces, which is the flat space between multiple verts. And this is what's called a quad because there are 4 corners. But this is actually made up of 2 triangles because there's actually an invisible line that goes and connects these points down the middle. Blender will display things in quads for you, or as many different shapes as you can possibly make with points. But when you export and then import into Roblox, your work is actually going to get broken into triangles then. You can see how many triangles your mesh has inside Blender. There's a setting that shows up on the bottom corner. And in Blender, you can choose what to select with these 3 buttons right here. I'm not sure how this works in Maya or other programs, so this is where you're going to have to look up the equivalents. The 3D Modeler's Toolbox. These are the tools that I use pretty much with every single 3D modeling project. There's a lot of options in Blender that you will never touch. These ones you probably will. So first of all, we have the move, rotate, and scale tools. All these tools can be found on the left side of the screen in Blender. The move, rotate, and scale tools are pretty much the same as they work in Roblox. So if you're familiar with resizing bricks and moving them and rotating them, Blender will seem really familiar to you. The extrude button, this is really important in 3D modeling. We have the ability to take one face and pull it further out, creating additional new verts and new faces. You'll use that all the time. You can also press E to do that quickly, a little keybind there. You can add new faces inside other faces. This little image here shows you basically how that works. It takes a square and puts it inside the other square, and will attach it with additional edges around the outside. Bevels will add bevels around the outside of your mesh. This is great for when you want to make a square cube have rounded edges. Loop cuts are like the one thing that you will use pretty much every single time that you model anything. It's like one of the most important tools. I have a demo of that in a time lapse in a bit. And the last one here is the knife tool, which you can use to cut out whatever shape you like. It's really useful. All right. So this is the first of the time-lapse tutorials with the modeling techniques. Like I said, I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty, but I am going to show you guys a time-lapse of how this works. So in this one, I'm going to use this geometric shape, a cylinder, and I'm going to turn it into a hat. And on the right here, we have some terms to look up. I will have all of these in the swag document, so you can find them later too, so you don't have to take notes. So I'm going to press play on this, and you guys can see how this works. So I start right off by using the loop cut tool right away. I'm just making these new loops all the way around the mesh and resizing and positioning them until I've roughly got the shape of a hat. And then I do it again to make the ribbon. And then I set the entire thing to have smooth shading. And then I go around and start selecting edges that I don't want to be smooth, and I make those ones sharp. Auto smooth is something that you'll want to look into for this too. It's a option on the right in the properties windows, and that will make your sharp edges nice and clean and clear. All right, next technique. This is what I call the cutout technique. I start with an image of what I want to make. And then I'm going to use that knife tool I mentioned earlier to cut around the outside. I don't know how clear this is for all of you guys, but we're basically just cutting around the outside of this wing shape. Forgive the texture, it was made in about 2 minutes just for this. So once they're cut out, I can make them three-dimensional and reposition them. And then I'm also using a mirror modifier to have 2 of them. Mirror modifiers can also be found in these properties windows. The right side of Blender is where you're going to find a lot of just really handy options. But again, I'm not going to get too into the nitty-gritty because some of you might not be using Blender. All right, we're going to move on. Lastly, I'm going to just showcase freehand modeling because this is what I use the most often. The more that you get comfortable with 3D modeling in Blender or whatever software you're using, the more you're going to start to understand what the shapes look like and already kind of know in your head what you want. And at that point, you can just start freehanding, where basically I just draw lines where I want the shapes to be. It's sort of like drawing a 2D image, except that you're doing it in 3D. So I'm just going to showcase this. It's kind of hard to see because they're so tiny. But I'm drawing out little lines of verts here. And when I start filling it in, you're going to be able to see it a lot clearer. There's 3 arcs here. There we go, filling it in. And then I make these edges sharp, like I did in the hat tutorial. And I just keep doing this over and over again to make all the different shapes that I want. And the end result is that I've got some hair strands here. So this is actually how I model most of my hair. A lot of people use curves for that, which is also something I would recommend everybody looks into at some point. But I really prefer to just freehand it. And you'll also see here that I had some of these facing the wrong way, so they showed up red for a moment. If ever your meshes are facing the wrong way, you want to look into fixing the normals, because one side of your one side of the faces is the texture side, and the other side is actually invisible. So if you ever fly your Roblox camera inside a mesh and look out, you can see right through it, because they've only got one side solid. So if that ever happens to your meshes, that is why. All right. UV unwrapping. This is a really important skill, and it trips people up. It tripped me up. It was the one thing that was really stopping me from getting into 3D modeling. I used to 3D model items for my game Dance Your Blocks Off way before I became a UGC creator, and I couldn't texture them. So basically, I would just bring them into Roblox, and I would use the Roblox textures and colors, and that was it. UV unwrapping, though, is actually not as hard as I thought it was. It's essentially, if you had a card box and you wanted to lay it out flat, you would unfold the entire thing, and then you'd be left with a cardboard box template. And that is what we're doing with UGC. So the very first thing is you have to select the edges that you want to be your seams, like the seams on the cardboard box. Here, I've selected around the top of the hat, around the ribbon, and around the... And then I go into the UV menu and I mark those as seams. Then we can just switch to the UV editing tab in Blender, select the entire hat, hit unwrap, and then everything will show up in the UV Islands tab. If you set your seams up properly, you don't have to do much work at all. The program will figure out where everything needs to go. You can move these islands around if you really want to, but if you can figure out a way to break your model into chunks that you could potentially unfold and lay flat, then Blender will handle the rest for you. All right, texturing. Now that you have your UV map, there's a UV map, we can make a texture. So here's a time lapse. I did this in Clip Studio Paint, which is just a drawing app. I import the UV map in, and then I just start drawing over top of it. If you've ever used a drawing app of any kind, you'll know basically how this works with different layers. I hand draw all of my textures. Some people use auto-generated textures. Some people use Surface Painter. Some people use nodes to completely make a texture like with the computer. That's really cool. I don't know how to do that, but I prefer to just draw them because I've got my start in 2D artwork. And this is the end product. All right, now we get to my favorite, layered clothing. Okay, so here's the different types of layered clothing. We have top accessories, that's shirts, t-shirts, sweaters, and jackets. The jackets are outerwear and actually layer on top of everything else. Players can only wear one t-shirt or shirt or sweater, but they can wear a jacket on top. These are all attached to the player with the body front attachment. That is the same one that you use for front accessories like purses. Then we have bottoms, which is pants, shorts, and skirts or dresses. These can't be worn at the same time. You choose one or the other. These go on with the waist center attachment. And last shoes, which we unfortunately cannot make. However, Roblox is uploading them currently, and someday we might have. Okay, here's an important one. The cage mesh is basically what makes layered clothing different from rigid accessories. You have an inner cage that you build your clothes on. It looks like this blank slate man character. And then you have the outer cage, which is the clone of the inner cage that you stretch to fit around the outside of the clothing. So why do we do this? The inner cage is used to fit your clothing on top of an avatar, and the outer cage is used to fit your clothes, fit other clothes on top of your clothes. So all Roblox avatars have their own cage that's being stretched around them. That includes the blocky characters and the 3.0 characters. That's the woman package. They all have this, and clothing will basically size to fit based off of how you fit it on this character. All right, so there are some things that you can do to make the fitting better, and these are some really important tips and tricks, and I am going to include this in the swag document too, so you guys won't lose it. First up, when you have skirts, the way that it calculates how a skirt fits, it looks at the distance between the fabric of the skirt and your arms, and then it tries to fit the skirt at the same distance between the legs and the arms on characters. This becomes a problem when you're trying to fit them on the 1.0 blocky characters. That is why a lot of things look really bad when you put them on blocky. It's because you're trying to fit the arm, and you're trying to fit stuff between the arm and the leg, and there's no space. The arm is right up against the body in blocky, so it just doesn't fit. It squishes your skirts and pants right into the model, and it doesn't look very good. You can fix this by just deleting the arms on the inner cage so that it doesn't even calculate the distance. This is how I make all of my skirts fit on most characters. However, sometimes that's not enough. Sometimes you actually need to make a separate version to fit on 3.0 and blocky characters. So we have this woman cage mesh. I did not make this. I actually don't know who did. It passed around the community so much at the beginning of layered clothing that somebody else made it and somebody else gave it to me after they got it from somebody. So credit to them, but this thing's been around. So we use this cage mesh when we want to really fit on 3.0. It also works pretty well for 1.0. I make two versions of pants. I make an Arthro version for the regular character sizes, and then I make a 3.0 version, and those typically fit well on 1.0 as well. I will say, though, these items will not fit on other characters, though. So for things that you really want to fit on everybody without making multiple versions, just use the original cage mesh. Lastly, the cage mesh doesn't need to be the exact size for everything. For instance, skirts. You don't have to stretch this thing completely around your gigantic ball gowns. That would be very difficult to put the legs all the way around. I tried that on my first ball gown. It took a very long time. It didn't work very well. And then people used the bear suit worn on top of it to make ridiculously huge avatars. So it didn't work great. What you can do is you can just stretch it a little bit around the waist, and then you'll want to make the character just a little bit bigger all the way down to the bottom of the skirt to prevent it from warping. Last thing, you must have an outer cage. It always has to be shaped differently than the inner cage, at least a little bit. If you don't, the entire mesh can just end up warped and sideways. I noticed skirts would basically tip. All right, 3D modeling technique for layered accessories. This is what I use for most of my accessories, and you guys are going to be able to do this real easily because I'm including this file in the package, so you can start right from here. It includes basically, it's got this clothing object in here that's actually a duplicate of the cage mesh, and in this time lapse, I start by deleting a bunch of it because I don't need it all. I only need the top. And then I delete half because I'm going to use the mirror modifier and only work on one half. I'm going to fix the armpit because armpits are difficult to size fabric around. You have to basically zoom in and try and move these into a position that actually works. And then I'm going to start using loop cuts to make some additional details like cuffs around the sleeves and the base of the shirt. I used the sharp edges to make seams. These are not the kind of seams that you will use for UV unwrapping. These are just visual seams because clothing has seams. I also like to draw those on with a texture. And there we go, a complete shirt. All right, so UV unwrapping layered clothing. This is actually a little bit easier than doing accessories because you can basically put the seams where the actual seams in the clothing are. These will line up a lot with the ones that you put on for just the visual effect, but not all of them all the time. There's usually a seam around the arm. there's one under the sleeve, and there's usually one under the arm around the side of the shirt. If you look at your own clothing right now, you can probably find all of the seams. And yeah, what's happened then is if you unwrap it and the seams are in the right spot, what you'll get is something that looks a lot like a clothing pattern. If anybody here has ever done any sewing before, this should look pretty fair. Here I've actually, because this is a mirrored mesh, I've actually only got half of the front of the shirt here and the back. When I texture on this, it will basically duplicate the texture to the other side. You can do this whenever you have pieces that are going to be the same. But when you want things to be asymmetrical, you'll want to make sure that you're doing the UV unwrapping after you have finished modeling, and it's no longer just mirrored, it's the final mesh. All right, here's some textures. I made these for some of my UGC. We've got a dress on the left here. This is a pretty standard unwrapping for me. I didn't mirror this one because I wanted to be able to do left and right different on this particular design. I didn't end up needing that for this texture, but I like to retexture my designs multiple times. That's also why I have 6 buttons, but they're all the same color instead of stacking them, because I intended to make a rainbow version where there was one button in each different color. If we turn on the UV maps on top, you can see how they line up. This one in the middle, I've stacked the skirt. Actually, hold on, let me put these on. There we go. Okay, so this skirt has 3 tiers, and I stacked all of those UVs right here on the skirt because they're all the same. So I can just use the same texture on 3 different pieces. On the far right, I've got an example of mirroring it. So I've only drawn half of the shirt, basically. Everything else is mirrored to the other side because this design was going to be mirrored. All right, weight painting. This is the other thing that tripped me up when I first started with all this. This is making sure your clothing moves. It has to move with the character. It's going to bend. So first things first is you have to make sure that your clothing is parented to the armature. The file that you're going to get is going to have armature in it so that you can just parent it. And then you switch to the weight painting tab, which is, there's a drop down the top left on Blender. I'm not sure where this is in Maya. Once you're in here, you basically just get to draw on the mesh what section is going to be weight painted to what bone. So for instance, if you want the torso of the shirt to move with the torso of your character, you have to select the torso bone, and then you have to start painting on the weight painting. I always use weight at 1, which is the strongest. And then the end result is going to look like this. You're going to have these nice sharp edges between each of your pieces. And it's going to be on the seams between the arms and on the elbows. With pants, it'll be around the tops of the legs and at the knees. And with skirts, it depends, because long skirts don't need very much weight painting if they're long enough to cover the feet, because Roblox will actually delete surfaces that are completely covered. So you don't have to worry about the weight painting on long skirts because the legs will be deleted, basically. But on shorter skirts, you'll need to weight paint half of the skirt to each leg, and it's going to look really chunky when you walk, but that's the way video games work. All right, weight painting troubleshooting. If you have these soft feathery edges, this is going to cause cling. It's not going to look very good. You're going to have things that warp and bend wrong. You want to make sure you have those nice sharp edges. If this happens, you're going to need to zoom in and figure out which points of your mesh are being attached to the wrong bone. There's a lot of really important settings that are hidden in Blender by default. These will be under the tool menu on the right side of the screen, and you'll open up all these drop downs here. And there's lots of really great stuff in here. For instance, under fall off is where you'll find projected, which will allow you to paint straight through the mesh. So you can paint both the front and back of the mesh at the same time. You'll also want to open the symmetry tab because, hey, there's a symmetry button So you don't have to do the arms individually. You can just one and the other one will be done for you. And Blender recently updated and hid the wireframe for some reason. It used to just show automatically when you're weight painting, but now you have to turn it on manually. So, oh well. It's found in here in this viewport overlays menu, which is along the top right of Blender. All right, guys, Inspire Challenge number 2. It's been a while since we talked about this question, so hopefully you guys remember. But what is the purpose of the outer cage? I'm going to give you guys a minute to answer this. And the QR code should be up. Yep, there it is. Okay. All right, we're going to continue on now, guys. All right, finally, we're to publishing. So you have made your UGC creations and you are ready to upload them to Roblox. Awesome. So first of all, we have to turn your model into a UGC item. First things first is you're going to need to import your item to Roblox. When you're using Blender, you'll be exporting your meshes most likely as a .fbx. That's a file format that Roblox will accept. In the swag package, I've got a link to all of the nitty-gritty of the specifications for actually uploading. There's links to the documentation pages. So once you've found your file, you can import it into Roblox. If you're uploading an accessory, you can use the built-in fitting tool to position it on a character, or you can use a plugin. I will share the plugin that I use because I prefer it over the fitting tool, mostly because the fitting tool moves your items into certain spots in the Roblox workspace. And if you remember, we've got this big workshop build that we made, and the fitting tool doesn't utilize our workshop space very well. If you're uploading layered clothing, you'll also need to put the attachment points in. That's the body front attachment or the waist attachment that I mentioned earlier. These have to be named correctly. The position of them doesn't matter. I usually put the body front one up on the front of the shirt, and the waist one I'll put along the waistband. But the positioning doesn't matter because Roblox is going to fit your item around the character based off of the inner cage. So the attachment point really doesn't matter here. It matters to the regular accessories, but the plugin or the fitting tool will handle that for you. Once you have your layered clothing model ready with the attachment point, you can just hit the create accessory button on the Roblox avatar page. That'll just turn it into an accessory. It's basically the same thing that the plugin does for regular UGC creations. All right, how to publish to Roblox. Once you have your accessory item inside Roblox, you want to right click on your accessory and hit save to Roblox to open the publishing window. You enter a name and description and select avatar item as the content type. And then you set the asset category, the creator, and up to 5 tags. You want to look out for this red error icon here. I've got this shown in the photo here. This will tell you what's wrong with your model. And more often than not, you will have made a mistake along the way. The big one for me is I sometimes forget that my items should not be anchored. They need to be unanchored to upload them as hats. If they're anchored, any person who wears them will be stuck floating in space forever in every game that they join. Roblox automatically checks for this and won't let you upload if there's something wrong. So make sure you look for that and click on it to find out what you did. If something's wrong, you're going to close this window, fix whatever it said to fix, and then try again. All right, once it's published to Roblox, it's going to go through moderation. If it gets through moderation, then you can put the item on sale. So you're going to navigate to the Roblox Creator Hub on the Roblox website, and then you're going to find it in your creations page. If you uploaded it to a group, make sure you switch to that group first before you start trying to find it. This is the publishing page. You're going to be able to set the availability. We're not going to cover limiteds today. Most of you probably won't be doing limiteds. The upload fee for them is, I think it's like 20K Robux right now. I might be wrong on that. I haven't published a limited since all of the changes to the publishing fees. It's a lot harder to get into publishing limiteds than it is to publish non-limited. So we're just going to focus on regular UGC items today. You don't have to worry about the quantity when you're setting these regular UGC items. And then if you scroll down, you'll find the pricing. It'll show you the current price floor of that accessory type. And then you can set your price configuration up. I like to set the do not price below at whatever price I intend that item to be, and then just leave it. If the price floor goes above that, it's just going to be whatever that price floor is. But if it goes below that, then you know that your item is always going to be at the price that you specifically wanted it to be. I like to price my items between 50 Robux and 120 Robux, depending on what it is. Of course, the price floors have been all over the place lately, so most of my 50 Robux items are not 50 Robux anymore. If you want to make sure your item is always a certain number above the price floor, you can do that too. That's always an option. I think it's good if that's what you're going for, but I like to keep them at static prices. It's easier for advertising because you can just say, hey, this is the price of the item. And lastly, you'll pay the publishing advance. You get this back basically as you sell your item. The 30% that would normally go to Roblox as the Robux tax, that actually goes to you until this is paid back. So you earn an extra 30% off of your items. Next, congratulations! Now that you've published an item, you're a UGC creator. That's what it takes. All right, that's it, guys. That's the end of the presentation. But now we have downloadable swag and a Q&A. In your downloadable swag, you will find 3 files that are for Blender. One of them is the layered clothing file that I showed earlier in that one time lapse. One of them is the 3.0 layered clothing file. One of them is the workshop that I use to create my regular UGC items on. It's got a blocky character and a 3.0 character. You can start modeling your hats and making sure that they're sized correctly right on those characters. And then the last one is just a Google Doc that includes links to everything that you need to know to make UGC on Roblox. I'll give you guys a moment to scan the QR code, and then I think we're starting the QA next.
Thanks, MimiDev, and everyone. Now let's get to the Q&As. Please remember to send all questions through the Q&A tab located in the top of the chat. First question, Mimi. How long does it take to create and upload a single UGC?
Ooh, that's a good one. It depends. Regular UGC items like hats and stuff, those could be quick. I could probably do one of those in 2 hours if it was simple. But anything that's a little bit harder will probably take 6 hours. Layered clothing, though, depends on the item. Typically 6 hours minimum, but I have definitely spent 2 days on an item before.
Next question. Is UGC usually made on Roblox Studio or on other programs like Blender?
Yeah, so I've covered that quite a bit during the talk. I use Blender to make all of the meshes. You have to use an external app to actually create the mesh. But once you are done with the mesh, then you also have to use Roblox Studio to import it and create the actual item. So it's both, but you make the mesh off Roblox.
Next question for you, Mimic Dev. Has the price floor update that recently rolled out hurt your profits or helped to increase them?
I don't know. We haven't actually seen a huge difference. You have to remember that different times of the year will also affect your prices. We have a big spike around Halloween and then again around Christmas. And then that flattens out for most of the spring. It goes up again a little in the summer, and then it goes down in the fall. I haven't really seen anything outside of our usual up and down with the year. So no, I don't think it's really affected me personally, but that might just be a me thing.
Next one. Is Blender required for UGC?
No, like I said before, you can use Maya. I think there's a designing app called Marvelous Designer that some people have used that lets you basically make UGC as if it was made of fabric, like you were going to design it for to be actually worn as clothing. I'm sure there's other apps, but those are the ones I'm familiar with, and I prefer Blender personally.
Awesome. What is the best way to usually lay out image onto the UV map of a UGC?
Yeah, so in the presentation earlier, I showed off a few of the ways that I set them up, but it really depends on you and what you, how you think about your mesh. It's like every island needs to be, you need to know what it is. You need to know where each piece is going. If you can't remember which piece is which, you've laid out your UV in a way that doesn't work for you. So what I do might not work for other people. I, for instance, like to put my sleeves on the left corner, the left top corner of the UV. And I like to put the bodice and like the rest of the shirt on the right side. And then I'll put anything extra like in the other two corners. But that might not work for everybody. So it really depends on what you want to do and whether or not you can actually remember what you've done.
Thank you for that reply. Next question. Which accessory type tends to sell the most based on your creations?
My most popular items are, with La Boutique Mimi, our most popular item was a pair of jeans. Pants actually seem to do really well, but that might just be because of the way I designed my pants. I said I do versions for Arthro characters and for 3.0 characters, and it's the same design either way, so that might be helping them get more sales. Earrings tend to do really well for us. Oh, the other thing is anything that's easy to match with other outfits. So simple colors, items that are black or white will be way more popular than stuff that's like green. In fact, green items like never sell. Pink is very popular. Navy blue never sells either for some reason. Some colors just, there's either not enough people want them or there's not enough other items that match with them, so people just won't buy them.
Good. Do you need robots to plot UGC?
Yes, you do need Roblox. You have to have Roblox Studio. I said earlier, you can't do this on mobile because you have to have Roblox Studio.
How fast can you make a UGC item?
If I was gonna rush through one, I made that hat in the time lapse. I made that in about like 2 minutes. But now if I'm gonna start texturing it, that's gonna be like at least 30 minutes to draw out my whole texture. If I really had to rush through one for like a game jam or something, I could probably do it in under an hour. But like, would the quality be good? Probably not.
Next question is, what is the easiest UGC accessories to make as a way to learn 3D modeling?
Oh, hats. Again, the top hat that I made in the time lapse, because it's a cylinder and you already have the basic shape ready to go. I always recommend hats. The other thing is those wings that I showed off. Those were really easy to make. Yeah, anything that's made with very, very simple shapes is a great place to start.
Next question is very interesting. How many UGCs do you have to make every week or month to be profitable?
Oh, okay. So when I started UGC, we had limits to how much we could upload. We could only do 5 every week. And so when I started, I did 5 items every single week for months on end. And oh my goodness, did I ever get burnt out? I don't recommend doing that. Nowadays, we do collections by the month or by a couple months, depending on how much time it takes to make everything. Once you have a couple items that are like your hit items, the ones that, you know, make you the majority of your profits, those ones will sustain you while you're working on other creations. So you can take longer in between things. What I found is you just want to keep uploading stuff until you get that one item that does really well. And then even items after that might not do well. But that one item that's keeping you afloat, that's the one that's funding all of the rest of your creativity.
Next question. You have shown us amazing pieces. Have you done any collaboration with other platform brands? If so, how does the process look? And as a UGC creator, where do you think ROBLOX can improve, protect your work?
Okay, so I'm going to start with the first bit about the brand stuff. So I've done 2. No, actually 3. I've done 3. The first time I did a brand UGC collaboration was actually for Canada Day. And that was to make a jacket, and that was part of an Apple promotion. That was just kind of a, hey, we need this in 2 weeks. Can you do it? And then I actually created some additional items to go along with that so that players could buy those as well. That was a freebie item, so that was unpaid. It was just a promotional giveaway for Canada Day. Then later on, I did some work on the Closet game. I did some of the hairstyles, and I also did some of the UGC that was sold by the Carly Kloss group. That was pay by hour, and I spent probably 6 to 8 hours per UGC creation. It was a lot of work, and they were some really interesting items too. Like it was a little bit challenging. That was great. I really enjoyed doing that. And I was approached by ROBLOX, I think, yeah. And they said, hey, we've got a brand opportunity for you. And I was like, okay. And then later on, I did the Restless collaboration, which was much different because I was uploading those through the, those were uploaded through the Restless, their group. And I was not paid upfront, but I earned 50% off of the sales of those items. So there's a few different ways. It's either done with a commission or it's done with a percentage. I think I prefer percentage, but yeah, both work. What was the rest of the question? I think there was something about ROBLOX protecting something.
As a UGC creator, where do you think ROBLOX can improve to protect your work?
Oh, the rights manager is actually really great for taking down infringing work. I have not had to use it for UGC yet. I know it's happening some of the time that people are taking other people's creations and re-uploading them. It hasn't happened to me yet, to my knowledge. It could happen, and I just might not be aware of it. But the rights manager is actually really great because it works. I used it for not UGC, but for 2D clothing. I have been slowly going back through and removing people who re-uploaded my 2D clothing, and that actually happened back between like 2018 to 2019. So like this is old stuff, and it worked. So I would like to see some more proactive work done, like to stop this stuff on upload. But after upload, we do have the tools to protect our work. So I think we're on the right track for now.
Great, thank you. Next question will be, what advice do you have for someone who is starting out in 3D modeling?
Don't do the donut tutorial. Everybody is like, the donut tutorial is like, it's a video on YouTube that teaches you how to use Blender, and it teaches you how to make this big high resolution donut. That is not actually going to teach you anything that will help you with Roblox, because those 3D modeling techniques are for rendering and product design, and like these are very high poly meshes. Basically, it means they have a lot of triangles. You can't upload them to Roblox. So what you really want to do is you want to start looking at low poly tutorials, which is low triangle count, and finding Roblox-specific tutorials are probably a really great place to start too. So take a look around YouTube, find some tutorials that show you how to make things that you can upload to Roblox, and ignore the donut. It's not going to help you.
Thank you. Very good information. Next question. What is the point of the price floor? What do you think is solved exactly?
Okay, I know what the point is. So if you have ever done any economics in, maybe it was in high school, you might remember there was a module on price of product versus demand for the product. And basically there would be a graph, and it would say, as the price of the product goes up, the number of people who want to buy the product go down. But because the price is so high, you're earning more. So it doesn't matter that less people are buying your item, because you're earning more. And there's this equilibrium point where the price of the item versus the quantity of people buying it is in the most optimum place. I believe the price floor is attempting to find that point, that spot where the most profit is made for that item type. I'm not sure how well it works. I can't say I particularly like it, because I do like to set my own prices, and the floor is going above the prices that I set, but I understand what it's trying to do. So yeah, I hope that answers what the goal there is.
I'm sure it does. Last question, Mimi. I have been making EUC for a couple months now. I have seen some relative success, but nothing too crazy. Do you have any tips on how to promote items to help boost sales?
Okay, so one thing that I do that I find really fun, and I can't say it's worked particularly well, but I enjoy it, and it might work for you. It might not as well, and that is I make TikToks where I animate the characters wearing the items and set it to music and post it on TikTok and YouTube Shorts. Honestly, off-platform marketing is really, really important. You also might want to have a Roblox group where you publish your content so that people can find all of your additional content really easily. Having a home store might help, because then you can have your items on display for people to come in and try on and see if they like them. But the other thing is that you just want to keep uploading, because eventually you're going to get that one item that people are really, really liking. And that item is going to generate a lot of views and additional people coming to see your other works. I have, in my experience, I had 2 items before I made La Boutique Mimi that were very, very popular. One of them was a hairstyle, and the other one was a hat with some baseball cap that had a flower design on it. And both of those items did really well, made the majority of my income, and also brought in the majority of people who were, oh, hey, that's Mimi Dev. I know that UGC creator. It was those 2 items. And then with La Boutique Mimi, it was I said earlier, a pair of jeans was the main one that went popular. But we also had rainbow pants and a Christmas rainbow sweater that for some reason does really well, even though it's not Christmas anymore.
Thank you very much, Mimidef, and thanks everyone for attending Inspire 2024. We are going to go ahead and wrap up now. I hope you had all a great time. Stay tuned for our next workshop, Understanding and Applying Basic OV Scripting on ROBLOX, today at 6 p.m. PDT, 9 p.m. EDT.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Okay, I'm calling it. 2007 is the year of Roblox.
It just keeps getting better. I love this.
This is big. I'm never doing anything else.
For the rest of my life.
They made a tsunami?
They made a tsunami.
If this is 2016 Roblox,
I don't want it to be 2017. Chat, I'm telling you, this is it.
holy
Greatness. Insane.
yo. Let's go. I think I like this. I think I love this. What?
This is good. Trust.
Yo! This is dope.
How is this so good?
Love. 10. Yeah, I'm with it.
Approved. Literally everything. Everything.
Goated.
Nothing can top this.
Something just top this.
And now, please put your hands together for the founder and CEO of Roblox, David Baszucki.
Wow, welcome. This is the first year I can almost not see all the way to the back. So welcome. So this second is the highlight of my year. We do it all for this second to be together with you. So thank you for coming.
I say it every year, this is arguably the epicenter of the world's creative energy at this moment in time. There is no other gathering anywhere in the world with as much creativity. And our creative community just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Of course, we have creators, developers, artists, producers. We have influencers now. We have educational developers. We have brand partners. We have all kinds of people joining our creative community. And this expansion of our platform is really all about communication and connection. So we have so much cool stuff today. The show is amazing. We're going to give you hints of what's to come. But before we do that, I just want to take 1 second while we're all here to start with one big question. And it really is the big question. Why are we here? And like, there's a lot of obvious answers, right? Of course, we're here to build businesses. We're here to learn about Roblox. We're here to connect with friends, some of which have been 15-year friends. But beneath it, I think there's something really much deeper, more important, and I'd like to something really human, actually, and I'd like to take a step back. Because, I mean, we've been watching the news and the headlines for the last 10 years, social media, you know, the world's getting more polarized, we're less happy, we're more anxious. And of course, while we recognize that promise of technology, of course, there's risk. But there's something very special about this community and the platform we're building. And I'm filled with immense optimism because what we're building here is really a platform for communication and connection. And in this room, we understand that technology doesn't have to make things worse. Through our creativity, we can bring people together. We can spark conversations. We can help people connect and find the good in each other. And we're just getting started. So that's really why I think we're here. We're here to reimagine how people come together. And, you know, we've been doing it for 20 years. Like, we know what we're doing, and we're going to keep doing it. So that's why we're here. We're really building a new way for people to come together. But now that we've had these deep thoughts, let's jump into the show, okay? So first off, where are we? 65 million DAUs. Like, oh my goodness. And some of you were here at the very first BloxCon. This has been growing every single year for over 16 years. And what you've seen as we've grown every single year over the last 15 years is that we've increased our hours a lot. And I'm going to ask for the next slide here. So as we've continued to grow, we've also got incredible engagement on our platform. Do any of you remember being at the very first BloxCon where we set the target at 400 million hours? And I think we were doing 5 or 10 million hours at that time. We're doing 5 billion hours now. So it's about literally 1,000 times that. And the engagement, of course, on our platform is incredible. I believe we have one of the highest engagements for any social platform, 2.3 hours per day average for every DAU on our platform. And the amount of content is absolutely amazing. So we had over 15 million experiences visited in 2022, which is just absolutely incredible. It's a testament to the creators on our platform. And there's such a broad variety of experiences that are supporting what people are starting to do on Roblox. So of course we have games, but we also have educational experiences. So for example, we've talked about visiting the pyramids and how we're going to ultimately allow people not just to visit the pyramids in a history lesson, but I think more and more in the last year or two, we started thinking, we won't just visit the pyramids, we'll see a really good AI-supported ancient Egyptian when we go to the pyramids. So there's a lot of good stuff to come here. Of course, entertainment is growing on our platform. More and more groups like Blackpink are really going to be performing all of the time. And we're going to see new forms of entertainment. For example, we know that ultimately media that we view as movie or TV is going to become interactive, immersive. We're going to be able to watch our favorite characters from anywhere. And this is a fortune prediction from Dave. We are going to see shows like The Hunger Games on platforms like Roblox that are interactive, that take several days, and you'll be able to follow your favorite stars. So let's talk about growth, and let's start with around the world. The opportunity on our platform is so huge. US and Canada alone, 14 million daily active users. But one thing that we've talked about for a long time, for some of you that have been with us for a long time, we really inside the company don't talk about aging up anymore. We are aged up right now. You'll hear some more stats. 13 and up is growing 33% year on year on our platform right now. International is growing twice as fast. And I want to just highlight a few countries that really show off our systemic way of thinking. Let's first fly over to Japan. So I actually met some people, some creators from Japan last night, and Japan literally in the last year went viral. It's because of our systemic approach. It's because of better search and discovery. We've really upped the translation quality on the platform, performance, quality, all of that. We are starting to see really great experiences created in Japan. One is Escape Running Head by Nemoto48. So, woo! And we have some Japanese creators in the audience. And this is a playbook that we're going to take around the world. Let's quickly look at some numbers from Japan. Year-on-year growth in Japan, both as far as hours, over 100% daily active user growth, 100% hour growth. And, a lot of people say, Japan is one of the top gaming places in the world. Year-on-year Robux spent in Japan, 144% year-on-year, which is absolutely amazing. So the market keeps expanding. And it's not just Japan. Let's take a look at Brazil and India as well. So Brazil, really interesting, right? Because Brazil was one of our very first markets. It's a huge, mature market. It's nearly half the size of the United States. And Brazil grew 38% last year. India, 1 billion people. Just interviewed someone from India yesterday. India growing close to 1 million daily actives, 40% year on year. So we have a huge opportunity in really every country around the world. And it's feasible to imagine our billion daily active user goal purely through international. But the growth isn't just driven by us. It's driven by our amazing dev community. And I want to just take a peek at this amazing creator ecosystem we're going. So let's zoom into our creator ecosystem. And first, really exciting that we're going to share the stat that the average bookings of our top 10 creators in the last 6 months through 2022, I believe it was through June, was $27 million, which is really amazing for the platform. And those creators have grown 50% in their bookings over the last 3 years. But as we dig deeper, our top 100 developers are making nearly $1 million a year, and that's grown 2.2x. And if we go all the way down to developer number 1,000 right now, we talked about it 2 or 3 years ago. We would like to get developer number 1,000 to north of $30,000 a year. They're at $60,000 a year, and that's 4x since 2020. And it creates an amazing opportunity on our platform. One other awesome thing right now, there are over 20,000 creators on Roblox making north of $750 a year. 20,000 of them. That is less than 1,000th of our 20 million creators, but it's still an amazing stat. So let's jump to our vision. Really, 1 billion people daily. We're getting really closer to this vision from when we had about 1 million and then 50 million. And we talk about how we keep growing internationally, all ages, broadening economic opportunity, and of course, growing the way people use our platform. Today, we're gonna dive really with a lot of focus into 3 major innovation areas that are driving frequency on our platform. And we actually believe, even in our core, the place where we got started, USA 9 through 16-year-old players, there's an amazing opportunity to grow there as well. So the first thing we're gonna talk about is personalized and expressive avatars. We're gonna talk about a vibrant social graph, which really includes getting everyone connected to Roblox friends and real-life friends, and finally, immersive 3D communication. So let's get started with avatars. Okay, 2006, the Roblox classic avatar we know and love. Yay! All right. Woo. For a long time, this powered Roblox. Our vision for Roblox, though, and you all know it, is any avatar that we want to identify with. And I keep saying, whether it's Roblox Classic, it's a realistic soldier, it's a realistic fashion model, it's cartoony, or it's human, we really want to cover the whole ecosystem. We took small steps with Arthro and Anthro avatars, and then over the last 6 to 12 months, we've introduced voice chat, camera syncing, facial animation, lip syncing, better clothing, layered clothing, which was a huge technical accomplishment. But this is just the start. And I want to share a very Roblox way of thinking about this, which is more and more things that have traditionally been us doing it. We really want our creator community to do that. And what you're going to see over the next 6 to 12 months is first getting into anyone can create. So UGC system is going to open to every single person on the platform. And it's going to open to everything. Avatars, heads, face, all of that. We are going to do this in a much more sophisticated way than those of you that remember t-shirts, okay? And so trust us in that we now have the knowledge to build a very vibrant, robust economy that mirrors a real world economy. So stay tuned as we start to roll this out. On not just avatars, but on cars, on trucks, on trees, on all of really every asset. This is a vision since the start of Roblox, and that is really everyone should be a creator. All 66 million of our DAUs should be creating some of the patterns that we've seen in some of the very early Roblox Tycoon games everywhere. Cars, avatars, clothing, everything. We talked about it last year. We used Project Runway as an example. We're getting close to that. If you're making a fashion game, the clothing that your users will be able to create in experience will become persistent. And when we talk about supporting creation everywhere, we're talking about your experiences can allow users to edit 3D meshes, edit textures, save those persistently, and save those safely. So hang on for that. Finally, on our avatar system, arguably a little overdue because we've prioritized other things, you're going to see more and more super high quality movement system stuff, more and more starting to be driven by AI, really, and starting to jump into real world actions like picking things up. And then finally, the vision is ultimately, if you want photorealistic avatars, we want to support that.
Not everyone's going to choose a photorealistic avatar. And if you want to support AI-driven creation rather than manual editing for your avatars, we're going to support that. So let's do a little mock-up of what you're going to be seeing in the next year on Roblox. So this is me. This is your experience. I'm in your experience. Let's get started. I'm going to build an avatar in your experience. But the first thing I'm going to do is you're going to have access to images on the phone. So I'm going to upload a selfie. All right, I uploaded my selfie. I'm going to say, I'd like to be an astronaut. Text prompt, driven by ML, driven maybe by style clues of your experience. So they have, okay? Woo, okay. So this, let's put a helmet on as well. This is going to be your style, okay? If you have a style, this is going to be an astronaut in the style of your experience, not generic. Now, of course, I'm at RDC, so I want to look cooler, so I want to be like a biker instead, so let's put that in. I'll turn into a biker really quickly. And now, finally, maybe because we're in the virtual world, I want to look a little more buff and a little more cartoony, so let's buff me up automatically and make me more cartoony. There we go. Okay, that's better. Okay, good. Okay, cool. And then finally, you've seen a path for really AI-driven avatar creation. Traditional avatar creation is sliders, knobs, buttons, modifiers. Of course, we will support that as well. So let's do some traditional modification, manipulate the cage, and let's save my avatar. So cha-ching, we're done, and that's my new avatar. So you're going to see all of this rolling out. We're deeply hard at work on this. This is a really Roblox key philosophy. Sometimes we do stuff, and then we figure out it would be better if you did it. And really, the ultimate long-term goal is all avatars come from your experiences. So hang on. Next up, natural movement. Like I said, lots of work going on. Finally, we're going to have crouch. Finally, we're going to have better swimming. Finally, we're going to start really dialing in with ML-driven motion as well as keyframe motion on the platform as well. And also on top of all this, we're starting to dive into more generic verbs, picking stuff up, how to open doors, and making that cross Roblox. Okay, next up, we talked about awesome avatars. Vibrant social graph is super important for us. We know our metrics support that when we have 17.3 million friendships made on the platform every day, we can see the retention going up. And so we've been hard at work on a lot of things, making it easier to find friends. We've really been hard at work on letting people connect to their real world friends as well. I want to show you a demo of something that's really coming. And the application of this, one application of this is when we build Roblox Office, and we have all 2,000 plus of us, it's impossible to remember all of our usernames. We need to use real names. And we're going to be rolling out support of real names on Roblox, free from the contact importer, or you'll be able to modify this. This will initially be 17 up, over time 13 and up. We're going to do this very, very carefully. But it really changes the way the product feels when I go to a company meeting and I can recognize everyone. I probably recognize 50 usernames, but I recognize several hundred real person names. The other thing we're going to do is make it really easy to share image and video, not just with your OS level screen capture, not just with Roblox level screen capture, but with your triggered API calls to, in an opt-in case, do a screen capture or a video. And then these captures, of course, are going to be shareable. And also, of course, users are going to have a collection of these snapshots. Think of in the real world, we go to Disney World and we get a shot at the bottom of the roller coaster ride.
If you have an experience with a roller coaster ride, I welcome you to automatically take a screenshot at the bottom of the roller coaster or maybe a quick video and let a user who opts in really collect that. Okay, finally, you've heard this vision from us a lot, and maybe some of you remember it from last year, which is if we step back from gaming and we step way outside the box, what's the future of human communication? Where is this going from all of our efforts to stay connected? Telegraph, phone system, SMS texting, over the last 3 years, video. We really believe ultimately this all goes to 3D real-time simulation. There's so many benefits, as we know, of feeling we're in the same space, our ability to eye track, our ability for things to sound real, that more and more we believe 3D simulation will just emerge as a natural superset of video and audio. So we are really focusing on a lot of platform-level functionality that you can all add to your experience. Let's take a look on voice, for example. On voice, we right now have 12% of our 13 and up using voice. We've got about 2 million voice players worldwide. That's going up by 30%. We ultimately know everyone on Roblox will have the option of using text or voice as they see fit. So we showed you a little demo. I don't know if you remember this, where Karan and Mahesh came out last year, and we'd show you an example of a demo. But we want to show you the evolution of this demo. And we're really going to show you a platform that is going to show off a collection of API calls that will be open sourced for you to use as well. And we're going to make this platform open source. So I want to invite Garima Sinha on stage with me, and we're going to give you a little demo of something we call ROBLOX Connect.
Hi, everyone. Really excited to be here. I'm going to plug in my phone so we can get started. Dave, I'm about to give you a call on your Android phone, and it's actually going to work similarly on any platform, like iOS or desktop. You can just call your friends.
So confirming, I just got an operating system level call, correct?
Mm-hmm.
iOS, Android,
Right.
any device. Awesome. Thank you. How are you? Woo! All right.
Good. How are you?
It's good to see you. Like, it's a real pleasure.
Good to see you. This is so exciting.
Okay, I'm going to drag around the new selfie view, which is awesome. Looks great. Hey, how is this?
Oops.
I might have hung up when you called me. Sorry
I'm going to
about that.
give you another call because
Call me.
calls
I think
do
when
disconnect.
I dragged selfie view, I hung up. So call me back. So I want to show, I'm going to set that. So operating system level access to phone call.
Yes.
Okay, high five. New selfie view.
And
Awesome.
now we drag it.
Draggable selfie view. Awesome. So how are we doing this stuff, Garima?
We have this amazing way we've integrated gyro mode, so you can really move your camera around, and it still renders your surroundings the same way.
Okay, does everyone get access to the camera gyro?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, awesome. Cool.
Oh, and one other fun thing that I think a lot of people in audience care about is these mic and camera controls on top of your head.
Yep.
They're going to go away and become a really amazing streamlined experience control menu that actually you all can try in Studio Beta today if you want to.
Awesome.
So that's really exciting.
Okay, yay.
And one more fun thing, I know, Dave, you talk a lot about how people have communicated for years and where communication is heading. And we really believe the future is where people can feel like they're together, they can hang out with each other, they can do things with each other. And so on this, there's actually 3 communication modes. There is picture-in-picture, which you see us using right now. There's free play, and there's cinematic.
Awesome.
And if I switch to cinematic,
Okay, I'm coming with you. Awesome.
you see that
Cool.
we feel we are together.
Okay, so what's really exciting about this is I feel I'm in the same space with you, and I can go back and forth from more of a traditional selfie view
to being with you in this place together. Looks like you're roasting some marshmallows.
Okay, there's one other fun thing I wanted to share here, which is we have multiple locations. So people can actually choose to be in different spaces. We have a few here. I'm going to take us to a dock.
Awesome. I will follow you. I'll just say, okay, cool. Nice. Great to be here with you.
Cool.
Can we go swimming? I guess I won't for the demo.
It really feels like vacation, doesn't it?
And you still got your marshmallow. That's cool.
The marshmallows goes where we go.
You must really like that marshmallow.
I do. I need to eat it. I'm hungry.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so highlighting open source, camera gyro exposed, calling on every device, PC, Mac as well?
Mac, iOS,
So
yeah, iOS,
abstracted
Android.
calling. Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm going to try this one more time.
Okay, going back to selfie view maybe?
And one exciting thing is it works seamlessly between different modes. So like you can see, Dave is in cinematic mode. I am in picture-in-picture, but the camera moves such that I can still see his
Love
face.
it. Okay, awesome. And when
Awesome.
is this going to be available, Garima?
It's going to be out in a few months, hopefully November. It's going to be fully open sourced when we launch it, so you all can start integrating. You can integrate with your current experiences, or you can integrate into new communication forward experiences. It's really up to you how you want to use it.
Okay, super awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. You're fun.
Thank you, Garima. Okay, so you're getting a little look. So what we want to do is we want to support, of course, the traditional Roblox pattern, join your friend, but more and more support spontaneous joins as well. Little more spontaneous, get notified. If you've opted in, if you're friends, real spontaneous, literally a Roblox call, and on any device, anywhere. So in addition to Connect, I want to share you one other thing about our growth that many people don't realize on our platform, and that is 17 through 24. It's the fastest growing demographic on Roblox. Super fast, 36% year on year. And I want to show you one other slide, and that is the size of this market is starting to get considerable. There's 27 million people over 17 on Roblox. It's growing very rapidly. So it's powered by all of the experiences that you are creating. I want to do a little whirlwind tour of 5 different experiences that are finally showing off the... So first off, woo! Several years ago, we said we're doing 17 plus. We did it. And of course, drinks on tap from Deep Holder Club. So, woo. Next up, we've talked a lot about improving the quality of our engine. Want to highlight something from Maximilian Studios as far as this super high quality, taking advantage of the latest rendering on Roblox. And this is a real testament to the vision of increasing the fidelity of our platform. I think there's an old quote somewhere, this is Roblox, like this is Roblox. And so really psyched about that. We're starting to see, so thank you Maximilian Studios. We're starting to see more crossover between fun and entertainment. And I want to highlight something from GoldieBlox Maker High, which is combining learning chemistry with an escape room type concept, which really I think has a huge potential to merge consumer and education. Next off, I want to show something from Filament Games in partnership with the Museum of Science from Boston. We've all seen Mission to Mars. Literally millions of young people using Roblox to learn STEM, and also, of course, using Roblox side by side to connect and socialize and have fun. And then more and more, this vision of beauty, of fashion, of creation, starting to have a natural home on Roblox is really starting to come true with NARS Sweet Rush from Super Social. And we do ultimately believe there's a huge opportunity here, and that more and more clothing, fashion will first show up on Roblox, maybe even before it shows up in the physical world. So there's so much to do beyond play here as far as learning, as far as social. Now, next side I want to talk about is platform expansion. And we have, for many of you that have heard us speak about this, we said, look, 3D immersive multiplayer in the cloud, physically simulated stuff should work everywhere. Should work on a phone, should work on a tablet, a PC, of course a console, and of course in VR, very, very immersive. So happy to share that, of course, we've announced MetaQuest. And just a quick update on that. In the first 5 days of MetaQuest, 1 million installs. So a couple highlights. Hard to find in beta, 1 million installs. And on a testament to the engineers and our platform view on this, there's over 50,000 experiences that are ready right now on MetaQuest. The work we've done on performance for MetaQuest, some of it's VR specific, but some of it touches the whole platform. Android is faster because of some of the work we did this. So MetaQuest production launching to everyone this month, which we're really psyched about. And then finally on platform expansion, one other thing that we'd like to share with you that we've kind of been working on in the background. Roblox available on PlayStation next month. Who was wondering what was under that? Was anyone? Come on, like, we saw that. Okay, so Tsitsi Kolawole, Tai Bui are both gonna come out with me. We're gonna show you a live three-way demo. I'm on phone, Tsitsi's gonna be on PlayStation, Ty's gonna be on VR. So come on out, welcome, all right. Woo!
Thanks, Dave. And as Dave already mentioned, Roblox is finally on PlayStation. Woo! We're going to take you on a demo experience. Dave will be on his mobile device, Ty will be on his MetaQuest, and I will be on PlayStation. Take it away, Ty.
Hey, everyone. Thank you, Tsitsi. Yes, I am on a Quest device, and we are in an experience called Twice Square, built by the developer Carta for the incredibly popular, the incredibly popular K-pop band Twice. Yeah, it's super cool. So I think the best thing to do here is the roller coaster. So Dave, you want to come join me on the roller coaster?
Hey, I'm going to follow you, Ty. Where are we going? And how's the VR working over there?
Yeah, the VR is working great. As you mentioned, we've done a ton of work on performance. Hey, Tsitsi, do you want to join us too, or?
You go on ahead. I'll explore the pier. I'll catch up later.
Hey, okay. Ty, are you sure you want to ride a roller coaster on the main stage of RDC?
I do.
Okay, be careful. Okay, I'm going to wait for the next coaster.
All right. Yeah, well, it looks like we just missed a coaster. Oh, right here. Yeah, let's hop on board. I'm in. Oh, I was in.
Let's see if I can get in or not.
This is what we get with live demo. I'm in. Hey, let's switch over to my screen, and I'll show you guys riding a roller coaster in VR in first person.
Okay.
And I will try not to throw up on stage.
Oh my gosh, Ty, I'm looking at what you're experiencing. Like, hang on.
Oh, here we are.
Okay.
Oh my God, you guys have to try this in headset. It is so immersive, it's so trippy. And you can see the performance that we've done. We support application space warp, which doubles your frame rate without any work from the developer. Oh, we're cresting at the top. Oh my God, here we go.
Wee-haw. Okay, Ty. Like, how is your stomach right now? For me, I'm in pretty good shape.
I'm good.
Okay.
But I'm going to keep on riding. Let's see what Tsitsi's doing. Tsitsi, let's switch to Tsitsi's screen.
Hey, yeah, I'm over here. So I've been exploring the Peer, and I have to say the performance on this device is absolutely amazing. As you can see, there's a lot of fidelity in the graphics. If you see the lighting in the environment, it's absolutely stunning. It really does bring your creations to life. What do you think, Dave?
I'm going to look up from my mobile screen at your place. Oh my gosh. So that looks absolutely amazing. I'm going to hop out with Ty, and we're going to come find you.
All right,
follow me.
Come and join me. I think one other thing that's super awesome on PlayStation is I have the ability to add my PlayStation friends as my Roblox friends. And so this really opens up the potential, right, for crossplay. Dave, you can join in on mobile. Hey, there you are. Hey,
Good
Ty.
to see you.
Come, let's go exploring the Peer.
Okay.
So yeah, as we're doing this crossplay experience, you can join in on the mobile device, Ty can join in on his MetaQuest, and I can enjoy the experience in the comfort of my living room on the console. It truly is a next level experience.
Okay, awesome. So Ty, Tsitsi, want to thank you for all the hard work, because I know you've been working on this.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks,
And
Tsitsi.
thanks a lot. And I want to highlight, both MetaQuest and PlayStation, so many teams, it crosses the whole company. And this is what had been one of the stickiest on-schedule projects we've ever done. It's been a glimmer in our eye for the last year. The whole company's gotten in on this. And stay tuned, because there are more platforms to come. So let's go through today just a highlight. Of course, desktop, of course, mobile, of course, tablet, console, VR. For those of you that want to grab me off stage, I can give you a little hints. There's obviously one or two other platforms, so stay tuned. Okay. Finally, on the Roblox virtual economy, I'm about to hand it over to Manuel. We know we're trying to build the largest virtual economy in the world to support you and really distribute as much of the Robux coming into Roblox to all of you to power our creation. Want to highlight, in the last 12 months, ended June, over $680 million distributed to this community, and we want to make this number as big as we can. So thank you all. I'm going to be back in a little while, but next up is Manuel, and he's going to share more about the economy. So thank you.
Please welcome Roblox Chief Product Officer, Manuel Bronstein.
All right. Good morning, RDC. It's so wonderful to be here. And if you pay close attention to this slide, you may find your avatar in there, but it's actually better to see you all in real life. So I'm super excited to be here, and I want to start by sharing a heartfelt thank you. You're all the reason we're here. You're the driving force that motivates all of the work that we're putting into this platform we call Roblox. And it's been a monumental 12 months with tremendous user growth, engagement, and monetization. And it has been driven by all the work that you have done, creating new experiences, updating your existing experiences, creating avatars and avatar items, and of course, the videos that actually promote all this content. And before I go into the numbers, I want to illustrate the last 12 months of Roblox through the lens of your creations. We know you work incredibly hard to delight millions of users, and so you have. So you showed us what's possible on the platform through experiences like Frontlines. Blox Fruits became a massive global success, and especially in markets like Brazil and Vietnam, users couldn't get enough of it. You brought the world together in fun competitions like RB Battles, and you gave people a voice in experiences like Mic Up. Immersive avatar shopping became a thing, a really, really big thing, in experiences like Catalog Avatar Creator. And You saw it, we expanded our audience, and we opened up creation for 17 plus, and you gave us drinks on tap. And let's, of course, not forget about some of the classics. There are so many, like Ultimate Paintball, Work at a Pizza Place, Natural Disaster Survival, and so many more. Your passion and creativity never cease to amaze us, and I can't wait to see what you create in the next year. Thank you very much. So now, let's go into the numbers. I want to highlight some of the meaningful milestones we all crossed together in the last year. In 2022, collectively, all of your experiences got 210 billion visits. That's a huge number. And more interestingly, it was growing 28% year over year. We also had users coming to your experiences and play and spend time with their friends for 54 billion hours. That's more than 2 billion days or 6 million years. It's pretty impressive. So now I want to go and take a closer look at some of the new experiences and some of the work that are gaining momentum in this year. 955 experiences crossed more than 5 million visits, like Pet Trading Card and Zoo World Tycoon. We have also 542 experiences crossing more than 10 million visits, like Tower Merge Simulator and Resistance Tycoon. And 30 experiences crossed more than 100 million visits, like Kart Ride Around Nothing and Steep Steps. Yeah. It's hard to believe, and it's very impressive that these experiences were just created in the last 12 months. But of course, if we take a look back, if we look 3 years back in time, up till to the June of this year, we had more than 55 experiences crossing 1 billion visits on the platform. That deserves a round of applause. Come on. And 5 of those experiences, as of June of this year, had crossed more than 10 billion visits. Experiences like Brookhaven, Adopt Me, Tower of Hell, Brock's Fruits, and Mip City. You're all showing amazing staying powers, and I want to congratulate you all. Congrats. So we continue to invest in our discovery system in support of this growth. For example, we're now serving more than 11 billion experience impressions every day. And that's helping connect users with more than 7 million experiences. And these numbers keep growing quarter over quarter. And I want to show you an example of what we're calling discovery velocity. Take a look at this. Early in June, Rainbow Friends released an update called Chapter 2. A day later, the algorithm picked it up through Friends activity, and you can see in the graph that small first bump. That information fed into our systems, and more recommendations were gathered by Rainbow Friends. And you can see the second biggest bump in terms of impressions. We're working really hard to accelerate these systems so that when you create something new or when you update your experiences, it can get picked up and put in front of many users. But I know you'll have a lot of questions about search and discovery. We have had many listening sessions, and in those, we have heard what you're looking for in a discovery system. And what we're doing is we're formulating a set of principles that are going to guide our product roadmap. And I want to share those principles with you. The first one is predictability. We know it's important for you to not have any surprises. So we're overhauling the way in which we do experimentation so that we minimize the number of surprises as we learn and iterate. The second one is transparency. I know you want to better understand how these systems make decisions on what they recommend. And the third one is agency, to give you control or give you the ability to influence the outcomes. This is going to be a multi-year journey and effort for us, but we're committing to developing the system using these principles, and we will communicate often as we make this progress. On the transparency front, I just want to share with you how we think about the role of search and discovery. We want to match users with experiences they will love and experiences they will value. experiences that will increase their happiness and satisfaction. If we do this, we all win together, because more users will want to come to the platform more often, invite their friends over, and spend more time in your experiences. So how do we do that? Well, we use a large number of signals to actually infer whether users are going to be happy and engaged with the experiences that we present in front of them. We look at engagement, we look at retention, we look at social activity, we look at safety, freshness, demographic, monetization, and many more. And we keep looking for more and more signals that can actually make this recommendation system better. And the goal at the end of the day, as I mentioned, is to match users with experiences that we love. We've been iterating, and we improve the models with state-of-the-art machine learning. And this is helping our system bring more diverse, fresh, and newer experiences in front of users. And you can see the result. New experiences are finding more success on the platform, with 34% of the top 1,000 engaging experiences having been created in 2022. We're also working on search and improving search through international and semantic understanding. And the idea here is that through different languages, we can actually make the results of search more precise. In this example, we're searching for cooking competitions in Japanese. And the results were really, really good. And what we saw in Japan when we did that is that we had a great improvement that led to more plays from search, 15% more. And we're taking those learnings and apply them globally so that we can have that same result in every language. Now, I know many of you love analytics. This is another place where we try to bring transparency to you. And we're making a lot of investments. Hopefully, you're already familiar with our engagement, monetization, and retention dashboards. And they help you actually understand how your experience is performing and how can you improve the work that you're doing. This year, we released the real-time stats and error reporting that helps you monitor the performance of your experience. You don't have to trust me when I say this is valuable. You can read what your colleagues are already writing about it. They're using it every day to monitor the performance of their experiences. We also released the audience breakdown dashboard. With this one, you can see users in your experience by age, gender, country, and language. And this actually helps you inform feature development, what content to bring, how to market this experience, and help you make better decisions. Well, I'm very excited about the next dashboard that we're going to put in your hands. It's called the Insights Dashboard. And this is a new dashboard that is going to be releasing this month, where you're going to be able to see very important stats, real-time information about how your experience is performing relative to the peer set, whether your engagement is good relative to experiences that look like yours, whether you're monetizing as well. And then it's going to point you to places where you can get information on how to improve your experience to achieve those goals. This is going to be super useful, and I can't wait for you to guys have it in your hands. And later this year, in Q4, we're going to be releasing the Avatar Marketplace Analytics. This is going to help all the content creators to understand their sales and revenue on the creator marketplace, on the Avatar Marketplace, and help you make decisions about what you create and about what you sell. We also know it's very important for you to have agency. And one of the ways we want to give you agency is to give you the means to reach out to your audience and connect with them and bring them back to your experiences. This year, we released player invite prompts, and we're already sending more than 13 million invites through notifications for people to come back into your experiences. Early in 2024, we're going to be releasing personalized notifications. This is going to be an API that is going to help you send relevant, timely, and personalized alerts based on social activity, based on events, and hopefully that will help you bring your user back into your experience. And we're developing more and more tools to help you increase your engagement. Now, as we continue to work on building a great user base and increasing the time that people are spending on the platform, we care as much about developing an opportunities for you to grow your business and to monetize your experiences. We're always looking for ways to share more with the community and to support the growth of creators of all types. whether you're an experience creator, whether you're an avatar creator, or whether you're an assets and tool creator. And our economy has kept evolving. Let's take a look over time. 2012, we introduced Game Passes. 2013, the Developer Exchange Program and paid access. 2014, we expanded our offering with developer products. 2019 was the year that we introduced the UGC program, and 2020 engagement-based payouts. These investments has resulted in great earnings for all of you in the community. As Dave pointed out, we shared $680 million in the last 12 months. But if you look back, since 2018, all the way to June of this year, we have shared more than $2 billion back with the community. But we don't plan to stop there. We have a lot of interesting and exciting work going on in 2023 for the economy. And I'm sure you're going to make great use of it. So let me start by talking about the UGC program. In the last 12 months, 2 billion paid marketplace transactions. And out of those, 766 million were for 3D items. That's a 35% increase year over year. But we didn't stop there. Earlier this year, we launched Limiteds, bringing real-world economic principles like scarcity to drive demand that drive the resale and trading market. And, as always, you surprised us. And we've seen more than 2.5 million items sold. But what's more important is that those items are reselling, 80% of those items are reselling at a higher price than the original price they were created at. That's showing that scarcity drives demand and drives pricing. And this is going to be a very powerful tool for us to use as we continue to grow. Now, let's take a moment to celebrate the creator of some of the best-selling items last year. There are some very, very cool hairstyles. I may need some of those in real life. But I really, really want to congratulate you all. You keep creating amazing content, and the community is loving it. So congratulations to all of you. Now, we knew our user-generated content program wouldn't be complete without user-generated avatar, bodies, and heads. Roblox doesn't feel and believe that we should have a single avatar style. We have always looked for self-expression and creativity to shine on the platform. We want to offer users near infinite choices so that they can find an avatar that represents who they are or who they want to be. We opened up the program, and we started seeing what you're creating. And of course, you continue to delight us. Super, super cool stuff. And this is just a small sample. The heads that I'm seeing in the marketplace, the bodies that I'm seeing in the marketplace, it's just amazing. And all of these bodies are using, and heads are using our latest technology, R15, layer clothing, dynamic heads. The reason we want that is because we want avatars to be expressive so that people can use them for communication and when they engage in connecting experiences like the ones you saw and Dave and others demoed today. I'm incredibly excited to see what you all keep creating, Because I imagine a future when we look at the avatars on Roblox, and there's no one single style. There's like breadth of avatars across the place, and people can find something that really they feel connected to. Now, Dave mentioned this, and I'm incredibly excited about this one. There was one more step in our creative vision that we needed to deliver on, and that is to make it possible for anyone to create and sell on the marketplace and on Roblox. This is a monumental step, but it's one that we don't take lightly. We started talking to the community, and we heard your feedback. And we know that as we invite everyone to create on the platform, we want to build a system with accountability to drive safety and civility. We also want to create a very scalable marketplace, supporting high quality, supporting healthy. And lastly, we want to make sure that the marketplace as a whole becomes very healthy, helping you support and manage your IP as you create this content. I'm incredibly excited about releasing and starting to roll this out in the coming month. This is going to open up opportunity on the platform for anyone. And as we continue to improve our creation tools, I can imagine a world where everybody, every single person, all of those daily active users also become creators on the platform. And that's going to be huge. Now, let me talk a little bit about immersive ads. We have been working together to define what advertising looks like in 3D immersive experiences. This is completely novel. Creators and advertisers are seeing a ton of value as we are putting this content and these experiences and these portals out there. In July of 2023, developers outside of the top 100 who publish a portal started making, on average, 14% of their earnings from ads. And this is just the beginning. I want to take one example. Let's look at Avatar Outfit Creator, which launched in 2022. This experience primarily monetized through affiliate fees and engagement-based payout. In May of 2023, they decided to bring immersive ads into their experience. And by July of this year, of that same year, they were seeing more than 27% of their earnings coming from advertising. But what's more important and what's critical is that they did this through portals, and they didn't see any drops in engagement or in users. Our goal is to continue to build these systems in a way that makes advertising great value for those who want to market and advertise on the platform, but also we want them to become a meaningful source of revenue for all of you. Okay, we've made material investments in advertising and marketplace, and we're always on the lookout for something new, for something that is going to help you build your business. And I'm incredibly excited to announce a new capability that we've been working on that we're going to release later this year. Later this year, you're all going to have the ability to sell recurring subscriptions within your experiences. This is going to be huge. With these subscriptions, you're going to be in control. You're going to be able to decide what do you want to offer inside of that subscriptions, what benefits. You're going to be able to select price points, and you're going to be able to promote these subscriptions to all of your users. I'm expecting your most engaged and loyal fans will want to become subscribers, and they're going to generate a monthly revenue and a monthly predictable revenue for all of you. So this is going to be huge. You're going to have it in your hands later this year, and I can't wait to see what you create. Okay, so we share improvements in support of avatar creators and experience creators. But there's one group of creators that is very, very important for our ecosystem. I'm talking about the talented creators of assets and tools in the creator marketplace. These are the creators of models, images, meshes, plugins, audio, and more. They make creation on Roblox more approachable, especially for novices, but also more powerful for all of us in the platform. Can I get a round of applause for our devoted creators of assets and tools? I want to share a stat with you. Nearly 60% of developers on the platform are using assets and tools from the creator marketplace created by this community. So with that in mind, today we have a huge announcement for them. By the first half of next year, we will be passing 100% of net proceeds, that's minus taxes and fees, on the Creator Marketplace to those who are created assets and tools for all of you to use. This is the highest revenue share in the market today, and something we're very, very eager to invest in. We are very confident that by doing this, we're going to have an amazing flywheel where people are going to be using these assets and tools, creating better experiences that attract more users to the platform. And I can't wait to release the program early next year. We're going to share more details as the day approaches. All right, so there you have it. We're really committed to listening and to creating a thriving ecosystem that supports creators of all types as you grow both your audience and your business on Roblox. I really can't wait to be here, standing next year, looking at everything you have created with these tools. We are going to be accomplishing a lot of things together. Have an amazing RDC. Thank you very much.
Please welcome Roblox Chief Technology Officer, Daniel Sturman.
So good to see all of you here. So what I have the distinct pleasure of taking you through now is a lot of the deep tech we've been building over the past year and some of the cool stuff we have queued up for the next year. I'm going to build on what Manuel and Dave took you through and show you some of the insides of how those key pieces work. But then there's a lot of really cool stuff in our engine and platform I'm going to tell you about as well. So with that, I want to start with one of the key announcements that we just made, talk to you a bit about that. And that is, of course, the fact that we're going to be launching on PlayStation next month. And with that, of course, we're going to be moving MetaQuest from beta to full production later this month. So it's 2 new platforms. Now, what's equally exciting from my point of view is how we did this, that we've rebuilt our technology to position us incredibly well to launch new platforms in the future. So it's not just about these 2. It's about all the things we can do going forward. I want to talk to you a little bit about how we did that. So it used to be we'd have a code base for every platform. So we started on Windows, and then we had Mac with OS X, and that was a different code base and changes. We went from there, of course, to iOS and to Android, each of these requiring a different code base, and then finally Xbox. And as we're going through this, and I think this effort started probably 5 years ago for us, we realized this wasn't going to scale. You can't keep building platforms and expecting to maintain them all and move all the new features each time you have them on each one, because we get to 20 platforms. Imagine the craziness there, right? So how do we approach this? We thought, where can we find a platform that allows us to build our code once and run it anywhere? We thought about it, we thought about it. Oh yeah, we know one of those. It's Roblox, right? So we are now building what we call the universal app, exactly how you guys build your experiences. We build most of what we do in Luau, and we run it on our game engine. We have this idea of a C++ game engine that compiles in a pretty straightforward way onto any platform. But then we have these platform abstractions. And that's the key effort in supporting a new platform. But they're well-defined, and they're limited. Things like voice calling that we just enabled for Roblox Connect. But then everything else we do, think of the avatar editor, the marketplace, the homepage, that's all Luau code. So that can just directly follow as soon as we do this porting. It also has the other big advantage that these platform abstractions, in some cases, make a lot of sense for the whole community to use. So again, like voice calling. So when we build these out, we can just expose them to you to use through your experience code as well. It all works out really well. The result is that we end up with now 7 platforms, and we can keep growing. Now, there's one catch in all of this. There's a little bit of a difference between a phone and a console. On a phone, we have a small screen. It's all touch, UX. And then if you think about something like Xbox, You have this big screen, it's away from the user using a gamepad. So we had to account for that. We can't have one user experience fits all. But we made this move where we said, we're not going to build this in our code like, well, if it's an iPhone, do this, if it's Xbox, do the other. But instead, we said, let's have these characteristics. We'll have the idea of a small screen, a big screen, a gamepad, a touch control. And that will allow us to mix and match, and also allows us to really position ourselves for the future. So this gets us to 7 different platforms today: Android and iOS, Mac OS, Windows OS, Xbox, MetaQuest, and of course, PlayStation. And by the way, as an aside here, it was a straightforward port for us to get earlier this year, this running on native Mac hardware as well. But then now we're looking at the future, and we're seeing a possible explosion in devices with VR and AR, and we feel very well prepared to take us wherever that journey goes. Next, I want to take you through some of the cool tech behind our avatars. You saw a lot from Dave and Manuel about avatars, and it's all about choice and flexibility. You can see here I have 4 avatars that I tend to use on the platform, and they're all somewhat different, depends on the mood I'm in. And that's the choice we want every user on the platform to have. But the question is, how do we get there? How do we enable all this tech to happen? And it starts with, how do we enable you as a creator community to bring all sorts of cool avatars to the platform for our users to use? So I'm going to walk you through kind of those steps and some of the innovations we've made here just in the past year, and some things that are coming as well. So you can be in Blender, you can build a body, right? And there's a step here I'm going to skip and come back to, but you can try it out with, say, some clothing, but now you want to bring it into Roblox. And in the past, when you did that, you didn't quite know how things were going to perform. So you can save this file, and you can import it. And by the way, now we support GLTF, yet another standard for us to be able to load things with. It uploads into Roblox, and now you can bring it directly into an avatar preview, right? And here you can try out facial expressions, you can try out layered clothing, you can try out accessories, all within this previewer, so you know this creation actually works. You can even try out emotes, as you can see here. Now, what was the step I skipped? Hidden in that very quick video was the fact that you have to worry about skinning, and you have to worry about caging, and you have to worry about segmentation, a bunch of other things that have nothing to do with the actual image you're creating or the avatar you're creating, but how they work on Roblox. And so I'm really excited to announce that over the course of the next year, we're going to be deploying ML tools that take care of all of that for you. You're not going to have to worry about how you make a whole face be rigged or how a body moves. That's all going to be done by the ML under the covers, making this process so much faster. I'd be remiss, though, if I forgot about accessories. Each different avatar looks slightly different. You want to get those accessories to look perfectly awesome with your avatar. So we're building an API. This API will allow you to move, scale, and rotate avatars, or accessories on your avatar. Starting with that so you can bring this directly in your experiences. And of course, we're going to eventually load this into Avatar Editor as well. Now, one of the coolest things we shipped this year was facial expression on avatars. And I want to give you some idea of how that actually works. This is just so cool from a deep tech point of view. So what we do is we use the camera on the device and we capture a video. But we're not shipping that video anywhere. Instead, we have an ML algorithm running on each and every device that infers over 50 different points on the face and how they're moving. That is what we transmit up to Roblox's cloud, and that's what comes back down to every device and then can be translated onto any dynamic head on the platform. So this is really cool for a few reasons. First, we're not sending video everywhere. Sending video everywhere is incredibly expensive. We'll chew CPUs, we'll chew bandwidth. It's just not efficient. Secondly, we're not sending video anywhere, and from a privacy point of view, that's awesome. Your pictures, the user's photos, are not moving up to Roblox as we do this. But then there's a third advantage, which is because we're using an ML algorithm, we can tune that algorithm based on device. On lower-end devices, we can tweak that algorithm down so it uses less battery, but you still get reasonably good facial expression. We can even ship a custom-made lower-end ML model when necessary to really be efficient. And then on the higher-end devices, it can run at a higher speed and have higher fidelity. So it allows us to really respect each of our users and optimize for power and CPU without giving up functionality in the platform, that only high-end devices get this capability. So, yeah, some applause there, right? We want to take this to the next level, though. So this is something that's coming this year, where we're going beyond the head, and we're starting to talk about the entire upper body. So now think of the expressiveness you'll get off a camera with this. You can see here, it captures arm movement, shoulder movement, how you turn your body as well as your head. Of course, totally controllable by users. They can turn this off if they want it, independent of facial expression. They get all the control. But I'm really excited to pair this with, for example, ROBLOX Connect and the expressiveness you'd see when you do that. And then I want to touch one more thing on how we've thought about ROBLOX Connect. It's not too often we build an experience, and we really wanted to respect all of you as we built it. And Dave mentioned this, it's entirely open sourced. And with that, it means every API we're using is now a platform API. There are no secret APIs in any of this. So here are some examples. The ability to toggle selfie view on and off, open or close your phone book to see a caller list. Where do you move to when a call is completed? Maybe you have a special place in your experience that's a phone booth. These sorts of APIs, we're opening all of them, and what we're hoping for, what we're expecting, is you're going to take these concepts, combine it with spatial voice, combine it with avatar expression, and do things we never dreamed of in your experiences. We're really looking forward to that. So I've walked us through some of the tech behind some of the announcements you heard already. But I know what you're all really here for. You're here because you want to hear, what are we doing to the engine of the platform that just make your experiences sing even more than they already do, make it easier to build those. So I'm going to take you through some of the cool stuff we're doing in the engine and the platform, and some of the new features you can expect to use in your experiences right away. I wanted to shout out to Voldex and Driving Empires for this awesome video, this awesome car here. I thought it was appropriate when we're talking about fidelity and performance, right? And also congratulate them. They've been nominated for a ROBLOX Innovation Award for Most Immersive Experience. Good luck on that. So anyway, we have done a bunch of cool stuff in the engine this year. In fact, so much so, sometimes to me, it just feels like we're flying. This is aerodynamics. Pretty cool stuff. And for those, we just got this into studio beta, I think just a few weeks ago, and we'll be launching over the course of the year. The thing to note there, in case you're not familiar with this, none of that was Lua code making that behavior happen. That was all just the physics of the interaction between wind, lift, and drag in the engine. Yeah, we're pretty excited about it, too. And as you can see the example here, that can be airplanes that are flying around, or, for example, here, leaves floating in the wind. But we're not stopping with just global wind and lift and drag. Over the course of the next year, we're going to take those same concepts and bring them to other fluids in the universe, notably water, hydrodynamics. And then going beyond the global wind concept, we're going to have prescribed wind, like a wind tunnel in some part of your experience, or let's say a windy cavern in a Western type experience. So you can control wind in different parts of your universe. And of course, with that, then, the behavior and how aerodynamics interact. So really excited to get all of this into your hands over the course of the next year. Now, you saw global wind and how leaves blow in the wind. Wouldn't it also be cool to have grass blowing in the wind, too? Right? So our engineers have been working on it. And even though some say watching grass grow can be incredibly boring, I've been eager to inspect their progress really closely. Yeah. And by the way, in case you can't figure out from the video, this is right. We are going to be enabling you to control the height and density of grass in your experience. This is something you all been asking for. We're so happy to deliver it. As you can see, on this one, I've really gotten into the reeds. Now, more seriously, this is what it's going to look like. And this is going to be available in the next month or so. You can see the grass blowing in the wind. You can see size changing. This is initially going to be a non-scriptable property in Roblox Studio. And over time, I'll open it up as an open API that you can control. So I know this is a big deal for a lot of you. The number of times I walked around this event and heard people talk to me about grass height and control over that, I'm so excited to finally be getting this out to you. Now, I've shown you a bunch of really cool graphics stuff, but an equally important part of any experience is what does it sound like? So I want to talk a little bit about what we're doing in audio. And that is we're launching a new audio API soon. And this is going to take a concept of having emitters and listeners and be able to wire together and do all sorts of cool things. I'll give you a quick, take a listen here. More to hear than to see. It's fully spatial. So as you move around in your world, it's integrated with spatial voice. You can see that microphone picks up from the other speaker. You can start thinking of doing things like bugs in a spy experience, walkie-talkies, all sorts of things are possible. And you'll have a full suite of effects that you can put on any of the sound, like a guitar pedal or a DSP effect. There'll also be customizable sound flows. So for places where you don't want spatial and you want just direct connections for non-spatial communication, you'll be able to do that too. So really excited about how this is going to bring all these experiences even more to life. We're not going to stop with audio, though. We've also been working on video. So I'm excited to say, coming soon, we will have short-form video available on the platform for all creators who are 13 and over and ID verified. It's going to be limited to 30 seconds. Yep. 30-second videos, up to 3 uploads a month. Of course, we have a rigorous safety and vetting process behind all of this. And as we all get more comfortable with this on the platform, we'll open it up and be able to have less restrictions. But we have a few cool ideas of things you can do. You can do things like tutorials with this. You can do cutscenes. Had to let that play, right? Even just background detail. In fact, the Roblox Career Center, which is something we built to do recruiting at Roblox, uses these videos extensively. So this is all going to be coming to you. We're really excited about it, and I expect you'll find all sorts of amazing ways to use video on the platform. So I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about lighting. We've been on a lighting journey for a few years, and we've continued to make some incredible progress. Our high-end lighting for high-end devices continues to be awesome. You can see here the incredible shadows, light reflection, specular highlights off the floor. I kind of wonder what the specular highlights off my head would look like. Right? But really just incredible. And it's in the past been available on Mac and PC and consoles and then iPhone. I'm really excited we're going to be bringing this to high-end Android devices as well. The challenge, of course, is when you go to a mid-range or more modest device, you get this lighting, which by no means is bad. We love it. But it's not as great as that future lighting model we had before with the voxel lighting here. So we really want to address that. And what's going to be coming soon is a new lighting model for low-end and modest-end devices that looks much more like this. You get much more of the shadows. You don't quite get everything you get in the high-end lighting, but that's what we're driving for. And here, just so you can see, these are the two side by side. You can see a little bit more effect in the high-end lighting, but just I think that the new future voxel model looks really, really slick. What do you guys think? Right? So you'll see a general theme here. We want to make sure everything works great on high-end devices, but then really well on any device. That's a big part of what your users need and what we promise to you as a platform. So you don't have to modify for that. But I, therefore, want to get into one of the biggest things we've been doing that we think really enables devices everywhere and performance, which is streaming. So we've worked really hard on streaming, and we made some big improvements this year. Just to give you a quick example of this experience loading, Loads in 4 seconds with streaming versus over 30 without it. Big difference. In general, we've made so many improvements this year on streaming. We feel it can be deployed much more widely. All the templates have it on by default for new experiences, though you can, of course, turn it off. We've seen results like 25 to 30% average reduction in out-of-memory crashes on devices, 25 to 30% average reduction in join times across devices. So it really makes a difference for users, particularly if they don't have a great network connection or if they're on a lower-end device. We've made a number of improvements, though, and a lot of those have centered about partnering with you. This idea that you could give us hints about your experience so we could all do streaming better. So I have here kind of a mock-up of kind of what the computer's seeing when we do streaming. In the blue, that's like the proximate area. That's where everything automatically gets loaded. But then we have this pink area where we have a lot of flexibility, and that's kind of the rest of your world. And in the past, that could just kind of load, or it might not load, and that might work for your experience or might not. But if you enable level of detail, LOD, we've put a lot of effort in making those LOD models, very low-res versions of everything, load faster and look much more realistic. So it makes the whole experience better and feel like you've loaded it quickly. We've also, like I said, some of these hints and controls. So if you're worried about pauses, even in that blue area up there, you can set pause outside loaded area. And by doing that, it means, hey, unless I'm physically interacting with the device or the item, let's just go without pausing. You can do things like there's a railroad up there, or a street road up there. You can make things persistent. So you say, look, this always has to be streamed in. I know my experience. I'm always going to need it. Never stream it out. And you can even do things like the model that's in the green box up there, make things atomic. So you say either load it all or don't. It really cuts back on how many wait for child calls you got to make when you're working with streaming. So we're pretty excited what's going, and we're going to continue to work on this until it works for all your experiences. Now that brings me in general to the concept of scale. And scale is something we're always working on. Hopefully you don't see any of it. You shouldn't have to worry about it, but I wanted to give you an update on where we're at. 2 years ago, we were at like 37,000 servers. We've grown that now to 135,000 servers in our Roblox cloud, supporting your experiences and all the users who come to them. Right? That's a lot of growth. That's about a 4x growth in servers over just the past 2 years. And it's not just servers are growing, but bandwidth has almost doubled over the same time period as well. So we're really continuing to make sure there's always the capacity to run your experiences and run them well so that you don't have to worry about that. But another big thing we've been focused on is reliability. No one's more bummed than we are when Roblox is down. We hear frustration from you guys as well. And we made some really big improvements over the past year. So just comparing the first 6 months of 2022 to the first 6 months of 2023, we used to be at 98.9% available. This year, it was 99.6% available. That's a 65% reduction in downtime, which is, just to put that in terms where you can understand better, about 125 million engagement hours each month that we're not losing. We're not done yet, though. Our goal for this time next year is to be at 3 nines availability. That's 99.9%. And our long-term goal for the platform is 4 nines availability. That's 99.99% available. To put that in terms you can probably understand, that's less than 1 hour of downtime a year. That's what we're aiming for. Takes us a bit of time to get there. So how are we getting there? There's a lot of hard engineering, and I want to walk you through some of the really cool stuff we're doing on the back end to make this work. So we used to just have a single data center in Chicago, a big monolith, as we called it. We didn't want to be in that situation. We built 2 years ago a new data center in Ashburn that we can manually fall over to if the worst happens in Chicago. But this year, we've been focused on this really cool concept we call cells, cellular data centers. This is where we take each of these data centers and we kind of break them into autonomous units that fail independently, and we can stripe all our back-end services across cells. I'm really excited that our top 20 services by capacity are all already on cells, and we're working on the rest. And then over the course of 24, our focus shifts to what we're calling active data centers. This is where we have multiple data centers in different parts of the country, all working together, so if we lose one or part of one, we can fail over to the others seamlessly with no manual intervention. Now, all that can sound kind of complex, and I think the best point of all of this is you actually don't need to worry about any of it. You build experiences the way you've always built experiences, and these reliability improvements are just going on in the background. And that is very different than folks who are building custom backends on other platforms and having to spend a lot of time building this availability into their systems as they get to scale. OK, so now I do want to talk about safety and civility. This is just so important to the platform, at least it is to me. You guys all agree, like, safety is what separates us, right, from like the chaos that is the rest of the internet, right? So we've been working hard on this on two fronts. First, as you'll see, we've been pushing the envelope on what the leading edge tech in the world is around how to make environments safe and civil. But also, we've started a new set of efforts around how do we partner better with you so that we can have tools that enable us to work together on moderation, safety, civility within an experience. It's something I've heard from a lot of you that you want to be able to do. So I'm going to take you through some of that. But first, since we were just talking about reliability, I have to say it's not too often when a team comes to me and say, hey, we've broken everything, I actually smile. But that's what we did this year with what we did with exploits. We broke all the exploits on Windows with the rollout of our new Hyperion technology. I heard so much from many of you last year that you just needed us to fix this problem, that you weren't able to build competitive games, that the exploiters were all over your experiences, that this was not OK. We put a lot of effort in, and Hyperion was the launch of that, and we're really pleased of the impact that's had on Windows. Like I said, it broke all the existing exploits. It dramatically reduced the amount of cheating we had reported. It basically made chatbots on Windows extinct. Really big impact here, but we know that's not enough. However, we got some great quotes around this from our community of exploiters, right? Things like, I'll just read some of these to you. A sad year for exploiters. Or my favorite here was, it's already been multiple hours without me exploiting. I just can't go outside and touch grass. I've come too far. I can't go back now, right? They sound pretty bummed out. I can't really feel too bad for them. We're not stopping there, though. Of course, exploiters are going to move to other platforms. Over the next few months, we're going to roll out Hyperion on the Microsoft Store app. And we're starting to take on Android as the next big platform for this, starting to move those capabilities over, detecting modified binaries, obscuring security code within the app. We think we have a good beat on this. My commitment to you is we're not going to stop until you're not thinking about exploiters at all. You're just thinking about how to build the next killer competitive game on the platform. Okay. There's another area that's come up this year that we're also very focused on. I want to give you an update on, and that's DDoS. So this year, we've made some big progress rolling out a technology called UDMux that protects all of our game servers from broad-based, high-powered denial-of-service attacks on the platform. And that's about 75% rolled out. At this point, we expect to soon be at 100%. We also rolled out a new API called a Fair Resource Sharing API. What that does is it avoids more individualized DDoS attacks where someone can make very expensive API calls over and over and over again, thereby slowing the experience down. That's about 50% rolled out. You can kind of think of this as like a bouncer at a party that keeps any given client from eating up all the server snacks in the experience, right? So we're not going to stop there, though. The folks who are trying to do this, they continue to innovate, and so are we. Our teams are actively at work. In fact, there were changes rolling out yesterday, probably even this morning, a little bit risky, to continue to push on this DDoS issue. And my commitment again to you is we're not going to stop until these guys are a thing of the past. I also want to spend some time on that other category of safety things we're doing, which is around how do we work together. And we've started to roll out some APIs around that. The first I want to talk about is the isVerified API. This allows you, in your experience, to understand if a user is either phone or ID verified. You can see here a great experience from Sketchy Laboratories called Boxing Beta. And they kind of use that to highlight this check mark. Yeah, right? Round for Boxing Beta. We're going beyond that, though, to building a banding API that will be rolling out later this year. A lot of you have told me how much work you have to build from scratch to build your own banding systems in your experiences. So we're going to give you an API that makes that straightforward to do. But again, right? It gets better, though. It gets better because, first of all, we can then take those signals. We see the same user is being banned in a bunch of experiences. That gives us a lot of useful information. And then, even better, is as we expand this API, we'll be able to integrate our own alt account detection into this API. So if you ban someone once, when they come back, or better put, they're not coming back, right? And then we're starting to do things. Now that we have age guidelines on the experience, we understand different experiences may want to dial in how they treat age somewhat differently. So if you think about a 17+ experience, you may want to really relax the text filter from the default in a 17+ experience. You know everyone in there is 17 or older. So we're going to give you APIs to be able to do that as well. And this is the first of, I think, many, as we give you a lot more customization over the safety and the nature of your own experiences. Now, we're talking about text, but one of our biggest launches this year was around voice. Voice poses some really, let's say, interesting moderation challenges. That's right. And it's something we started working on earlier this year, as we realized we had to do something that had never been done before. It's a fun discussion that I have with an engineer team. I say, we need to build something like this. And they go, it can't be done. I say, we need to build something like this, back and forth. Well, we did build it, and I'm really proud of the team on this. I'm going to give you a quick demo. Now, just so you know, I know you're all really sensitive. So we really kind of tuned up the gain on the filtering here. The beeping you hear also wouldn't occur in a real experience. It's there to protect your ears. But it gives you an idea of what this is all about and how we're doing voice moderation.
Oh, shit. Where did our friends go?
Yeah, so the first experimental rollout of this technology is going to be in English. And what we're going to do is when we detect inappropriate behavior, and it's not just swearing. We look for swearing, we look for dating, we look for our usual categories of policy misalignment. We're going to pop up this reminder or nudge to users and remind them that they can't talk like this on the platform. As we get more confidence in this AI, we will, of course, be able to take more direct action. But I'm really excited about this. Like, no one in the world, as far as we know, has deployed voice moderation at scale. And this AI doesn't just use the words, which was kind of the best state of the art. It listens to the tone of voice, which we know makes such a difference in vocal communications. So excited this is coming and something we're able to deliver to you. And now, the last thing I want to talk about, a lot of this was enabled, the voice moderation, through advances in artificial intelligence. And we've been focused on that in particular around generative AIs. And we think generative tools are going to empower all of you to go so much faster and take so much of the daily grind out of what you have to do and enable you to focus on your creativity. So earlier this year, we launched materials generation, and we launched coding assist. In case you haven't seen it, I just want to show you what that looks like. So here, we're modifying the card just with English prompts. And we're building some really sick materials with that would take forever to build. These are not out of any catalog. They're being generated on the fly. You can also, through text, English text, start to give behavior, like here, how headlights should work on the car, enabling that without any direct coding. And you can go beyond that to talk about the world as well, so maybe changing the weather and experience, again, just with a set of English prompts and having that translated just in a code. This is just the start of where we're going with generative AI. And the last thing I want to touch on is something we're calling Roblox Assistant. Now, Nick and Tien are going to be up here later, and I don't want to steal all their thunder, but I wanted to give you a taste for what it looks like when you add a conversational AI to Roblox Studio. Take a look at this.
Hi there, what can I help you build?
I want to make a game set in ancient ruins.
Great idea. I got started by scattering some assets to create ruins. Here's what I used: ruin columns, rubble, rock wall, ancient statue.
Make the players spawn by a campsite in the ruins.
I inserted a campfire from Marketplace and moved the spawn next to the fire.
Add some trees for the player to chop down.
I have placed copies of a tree around the ruins and varied their position and rotation.
Can you use a variety of tree models? I'd like to have a more northern feel.
Sure. I've swapped a few of the trees with other assets closer to your description. Tall evergreen tree, birch tree.
So, isn't that awesome? I hope you all are as excited by the deliveries this year as I am, and especially about where we're going with this platform. I really want to thank you so much for being here, and thank you for all that you do on Roblox.
Please welcome back David Baszucki.
Okay, just want to, we're getting close. For those of you that have been here before, you may be thinking there's one more thing we're going to touch on, but before we do that, I just want to highlight what Dan said about civility on our platform. It really is the foundation of everything we do. And when Roblox was small and there were 4 of us, within a month of launching, all 4 of us were acting as moderators on the platform. So we have a lot of empathy for how important this is. And look at where it's brought us, right? This most amazingly civil platform. We have a really amazing vision for this, whether it's safety and civility around private one-on-one conversations, whether it's safety and civility about big outdoor spaces. What you're going to see from us is a very flexible, adaptable safety and civility structure that handles all of this. Quick highlight on 3 directions we're going. The first is we want each of you to be able to instill the policies of your own experience. And that means in addition to Roblox-wide policy, I sometimes talk about if I was making a mermaid experience, I might say no one can make fun of mermaids, okay? And we would allow you to make that part of your policy in written text. The second is, just as we talked about avatars and having you create them, more and more, and also like our analytics tools, we want you to help manage your community if you want to. That includes customer service, that includes moderation. So we're going to be making that available to you. And then the more ML we have, and ultimately ML as a service, ML as something that can support safety, we want you to be able to tap into that to build and run your community. Okay, so it's been an amazing morning, but we have one last thing we've got to do here. And it seems like 20 years ago, but it was only 5 years ago where we came up with the idea of we're going to make 5-year predictions, and we were going to make them so ridiculously ambitious that each one of them at the time seemed impossible. 5 years is up, so let's do a quick scorecard of those 5-year predictions. 58%, okay, which I'm pretty proud of. And it includes a 100-person company on Roblox. I heard last night there is a 200-person company on Roblox. So yeehaw, woo. It seemed ridiculous to imagine a developer making $50 million a year. We shared some of that. That has happened, and many more things. So 58% actually feels just about right. It's aggressive. We hit about 6 out of 10, and it's a very special RDC because it's time for new predictions, okay? Woo! These predictions are all supported by you. You have been powering these predictions, and the creative community on Roblox has been the engine that's driven these. So knowing now the power of our creative community, we can supercharge our next 5-year predictions. Okay, here they are. Do any of you remember Dave Letterman? Okay, number 10. A Fortune 500 company will use a Roblox experience as part of their recruiting process, okay? This is mind-blowing because it goes to the notion that Roblox is a utility platform. We're introducing OAuth. We're introducing ways for companies to log in. We're introducing ways for educational institutions to log in. So this really stretches the platform nature that one product can do this. Next up, a school will integrate a full K-12 curriculum with Roblox, including language classes and virtual field trips, and we'll see this in 5 years. We have already seen start of the K-12 curriculum start to roll out. The better we get at voice, the better we get at automatic language processing. That view that a school in the United States might have a partner school in Argentina and they can go hang out there using voice translation, we're pretty sure this is going to happen. Number 8. Now, there's a lot of caveats here, so let's not go crazy, okay? So notice double caveat. 17 plus verified with photo ID, in 17 plus experience, but we do believe there's enormous population where traditional ways of meeting are scary, awkward, and ultimately we think 3D simulated, I'm not going to use the D word, but subsequently real life relationships is going to happen, okay? And we're going to build a platform to support that. Number 7, in 5 years inside Roblox, we will spend more time doing meetings in Roblox than with video on Mondays and Fridays when we're not in the office. We're already prototyping this. I already do some of my meetings with Roblox, avatar animation, and video. By that time, of course, we'll have interactive whiteboards. By that time, of course, we will have screen sharing. And by that time, meetings of 5 or 6 people are going to seem infinitely more connected than 5 panels on my screen. Body language, audio, eye tracking, what everyone's doing. Number 6, we'll share a universal civility metric, kind of like Gallup or something like this, and we're going to see that with the gentle nudges we do on our platform, rather than a dystopian fall off, in general, the people on our platform show increased civility. And I think this is going to be huge for our platform. It's going to power us in many, many ways. To be a billion daily active user platform, this will be the foundation that we rest on. Number 5, a hint to the future. In addition to all of the amazing economic things and stuff we've shared with you, in 5 years, some of the creators on platform will make more money with physical good merchandise than virtual good merchandise sold through your experience. And when we think about it, it's absolutely obvious, right? We can think of many experiences, many vendors where a 3D immersive physical shopping experience just makes sense. It's kind of like, of course it has to happen. Okay, so leading up to number 4, there's 4, I have a family, there's 4 Bazooki siblings. They're so burned out on Roblox, right? They've been watching this for 20 years. They're very cynical. But in 5 years, through the quality of things like the communication apps you build and Roblox Connect and Voice, I'm going to predict organically our family is using Roblox as a frequent communication channel. And this is going to be very difficult, but I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. Okay, number 3, this one seems almost too easy based on what I've seen in the last week. And this is the notion that we're going to see a top fashion designer emerge digital first and then physical. We're going to see an amazingly creative, famous worldwide fashion designer, got their start on a platform, ROBLOX, amazing creativity, and then the physical world mirrors that. Okay, and then we're going to hold on number 1 because I'm going to build on that one. But let's, first off, you already saw it today. You saw not just face tracking, but body tracking. Of course, we love recorded concerts. Of course, we love mocap suits. But what we really love is the spontaneity of putting your phone on a music stand, performing live to millions of people. And our prediction is that in 5 years, we'll see a live performance with 1 million people with really camera-tracked animation in real life. Okay, and then finally, based on what we've seen, and this is a little bit of an aggressive one, but I do see all the signs that this is going to happen as we have this confluence of connection, economy, amazing creators all coming together with brands. Our prediction is in 5 years, we'll see a Roblox creator valued at $1 billion, okay? So that is my top prediction. It's crazy. It's going to happen. So thank you all. Awesome. Now, the difficult thing about doing this live with all of you, these are etched in stone. So we are fully committed. These can never change. We will be here over the next 4 years, and we will see you in 2028 for the review of this. I'm shooting for 60 to 70% here. Okay, so finally, in closing, we're just getting started at the highest level together. We're doing something very big, and that is we're reimagining how people come together to play, to learn, to work, to communicate. And in coming together, we're so optimistic because bringing people together supports communication and dialogue. So we are all a part of it. It's literally a great time to be alive, and I'm so glad to be doing it with all of you. So thank you so much, and we'll see you after lunch.
Please welcome Roblox Vice President of Engineering, Creator, Nick Torno, and Vice President of Product Creator, Tien Lim.
Hello, RDC. I'm Nick, and I lead engineering for the Creator Group.
And I'm Tien. I lead product for the Creator Group.
The Creator Group is all about helping you, our creators, succeed and thrive on the platform. We work across all the other groups at Roblox to champion for and optimize for your needs. Earlier this year, we introduced ourselves in Dev Forum, but we thought that now that we're here in person, we could do a little more.
A lot more. So if any of these logos or products look familiar to you, we may have had a little hand in building some of these. We may not look it, but we've actually been around a few blocks helping creators across apps, games, movies, TV, social media. My first job was on the Nintendo GameCube, and I was one of the first platform devs. Yeah. Platform devs, and I was working on the forums, and I was working closely with all the developers. I had long hair back then. I was contributing code to classics like Metroid and Resident Evil. It was pretty epic.
Wait, you had long hair?
You're asking me this now at RDC? You
It's
really want to see
important.
it?
It seems important.
You guys want to see it? Okay, there you go. It's there.
Very impressive, very handsome. I've been around the block too. As an early employee at Zynga, I helped ship games like Cityville and help build our internal platform for building games. I've always been fascinated by the potential for technology to help connect people together. And at Twitter after that, I saw firsthand how technology can help people share their story and learn and grow together.
But I think I can safely say that we've never quite encountered a community quite like you. You are also passionate, creative, vocal, yeah?
But most importantly, and more than any other place that we've ever been, this is a real community. You can feel it in the air here at RDC, and it's this community that's going to power Roblox to achieve its vision. If we're going to connect 1 billion people with optimism and civility, it's only going to happen with your creativity and help.
If we're going to connect 1 billion people with optimism and civility, it's only going to happen if we can model that aspiration right here in this room. And it's only going to happen if we enable you to enable anyone to create anything, anywhere.
All right, we've decided to structure our talk today on a hierarchy of needs. It's based loosely on Maslow's hierarchy, but instead of air, water, food, and shelter, we're going to be talking about things that really matter to you.
I think those things matter to them too.
No, that's a good point. Fair enough. Our creator's hierarchy of needs starts with the foundational things, like a platform that's secure, performant, stable, and reliable. That means we need to fix bugs, drive latencies down, and optimize our engine and infrastructure so it can scale as your games do on our platform. Next, it's about making sure that you can work the way you want to work. We're making our platform much more flexible, so you can work with your favorite tools. And we have some big news to share later on in this presentation. Finally, we want to accelerate creation. Roblox is already arguably the easiest place in the world to get your ideas into reality to share with the world. But we think we can go way further. Whether you're a novice or a pro, we've got some mind-blowing tools for you.
So excited. Now, all of this is only going to be possible if we have the right relationship. It's a two-way street. We need each other for all of this. So that means we need two-way transparency, accountability, regular communication, and mutual empathy. Because in the end, we just want creation to be fun and inspiring.
So let's start at the base of the pyramid. One of the biggest pieces of feedback we've heard from you all is that we need to improve our core.
Now, we talk a lot about our amazing vision, but the reality is we actually probably spend most of our energy right here at the foundations of the platform. So let's start with the things that matter to you on a day-to-day basis, like bugs. So we've recently revamped our dev forum bug process, so every bug you file now has an owner. In April of this year, only 45% of bugs had an owner, but now 98% of them do. Now, it doesn't mean that they're all going to get fixed, but at least you know someone's looking at it, and you have a much higher chance of seeing some clearer resolution. We're also working on opening up the bug reporting process to more of the community, so watch out for that.
The broader theme here is we want you to be able to enter and stay in a flow state as you're using Studio and our tool chain. Bugs are part of that, but we've also started tracking a new stat called uninterrupted Studio session time. Last year, this was a measly 30 hours, and now we're up to 80 hours. This means you can work for weeks at a time without experiencing a crash in Studio. Thank you. This is stuff we don't talk about a lot because it's small. You know, it's a bunch of little things, but we spend a ton of energy here, and I'm glad that you're seeing it. We're also working on hangs. Another thing we've seen is that when your network is flaky at home, or maybe your computer goes to sleep and wakes back up, we had this kind of annoying reconnect flow. It's now the case that we'll auto-reconnect, and this can get you back into the creative mode immediately. We've been improving scripting latency. Scripting latency is down 22%. This means when you type a key, how long does it take to show up on the screen? That's the P50. And the P99 is down by more than 48%, and we're going to keep going. We've also added support for Apple Silicon. For those of you who use these devices, we're seeing much more stability and higher performance on those devices. We know there's a lot more to do on all of these fronts, and we want to continue to hear from you. Please let us know what's slowing you down.
Oh, speaking about slowing down, let's talk about moderation for a second. It's how we try to ensure a safe and civil experience for our users, but we've learned that it can be a big part of your experience on the platform as well. So first, I thought I would give you a sense of the magnitude of the challenge here, because you all and your users are incredibly prolific. So every single day, you are uploading 2.5 million assets. Your users are sending 3 billion messages, creating 500,000 hours of voice chat, and generating 2 million pieces of feedback every day. That's a lot of stuff. And I'm not even counting the experiences that you are publishing and updating. So, by the way, I'm pretty sure this is true, that the number of experiences uploaded or published every single day on Roblox is bigger than the total number of apps and games uploaded to the Apple Store and the Google Store combined.
That's amazing.
That's a huge number. So you can imagine how hard it is to moderate this ecosystem, but we know how irritating it can be if we get it wrong. So an example I saw recently, Nick, what would you call this asset?
I'd call that Nick Bishop 123.
Bad news, man. I'm pretty sure you would get rejected. Because up until recently, we actually blocked the string Bishop because it could have been a name, like the android in that classic movie, Aliens. Wow, nobody got that one. But was anyone irritated by the fact that the bishop is next to the rook? Anyone? So anyway, we have revised our text filters and dramatically reduced the number of assets being flagged and the number of incorrect bans as a result. So hopefully you're feeling the temperature come down there. We've still got a lot of work to do here, and we'll continue to tune.
So that's just one example, and we've been working on improving moderation across the board. Our goal is to have 100% accurate moderation for you, and we're on a journey to make it happen. This starts with amazing machine learning automation, so you can get instantaneous and accurate answers on moderation. In the rare cases it goes to a human moderator, we're improving things there too, with improved training for our moderators, dual reviews before anything results in a consequence. In the rare cases where something does lead to a consequence, we're improving our appeals process, so it's clearer to you why something has been rejected and how you can appeal that decision.
So we've been pushing these efforts on your behalf and have seen material drops at the rate at which creations see consequences and the severity of those consequences. Now, part of building a rock-solid platform is helping keep your experiences secure. We know you don't want to be keeping API keys and other secrets in code, but we haven't really given you that many options.
Until now. We're working on something we're calling the Secret Store. It's a safe place for you to securely store your secrets, which could be like API keys. You can store them separated from your code. It's easy to use. You set your secrets in Creator Hub or through our Open Cloud APIs, and then you can refer to them in code with a reference key. And this will be available later this year.
Quickly continuing on the theme of improving your quality of life, we recently rolled out the new Creator homepage. It pulls together all your critical assets, key insights, and product announcements. So it's your one-stop shop, bird's-eye view into how all your creations are doing.
Finding things in the Creator Marketplace has also historically been really hard. I remember at RDC last year, several of you came to me saying, Nick, why is it so hard to find audio assets and music on the Marketplace? Since then, we've deployed semantic search across the Creator Marketplace. And you can see an example of this. On the left here, when you search for brick house with smoke coming out of the chimney, you used to receive no results because no one ever named an asset that literal string. With semantic search, we actually grok. We understand what these assets are. And now when you search for the same string, you get back all these wonderful creations that you all have made. And we're seeing this for audio too. We're seeing more insertions into your experiences. It's making them richer, and there's much more to come here.
Now, before we continue up this pyramid, let's take a little detour to discuss how we get to the top. And that's about the relationship you have with Roblox. So your relationship with Roblox might be 6 years old like mine, or 16, 17 years for some of you. That is a long time. And those kinds of relationships evolve, but the way they stay strong is with transparency, accountability, communication, and mutual empathy.
We're trying to keep up our end of the bargain. It's why we started the roadmap, to give you more visibility and insight into what we're doing, and why we've been advocating internally to make sure that your needs and points of view are being heard across the whole company.
The thing we ask from you is just to assume good intent. There's a lot of historical stuff that you have a lot more context on than we do. There are probably things we'll be talking about that you'll be wondering, why is Roblox quiet on all these things that have been bugging me for years? We want to make sure Roblox is not quiet. So if we are being quiet on something, there's probably a reasonable reason behind it. We're always trying to do things the right way, the principled way that's forwards and backwards compatible. Sometimes doing things the right way involves navigating really complex legal or regulatory things. That makes things hard to talk about.
That said, we never want you to stop speaking your mind. Let us know if you think we're on the wrong path. But again, please assume good intent. We're co-building this platform together. And that doesn't mean we're always going to agree on everything all the time. But that's OK. What's important is that we share our points of view with respect, we listen to each other, and we really try to understand each other. And so all we ask of you is that you trust that we're headed in the same direction, striving for the same goals. OK, let's get back to transparency and accountability.
So as Nick said, it kind of starts with the roadmap. It's a living document. We're going to keep posting periodic updates and hosting AMAs every now and then. I think we're up next month for an AMA. Hope I didn't surprise you with that. But stay tuned. The roadmap will be updated, and you'll be seeing some new updates from today and maybe a few other surprises.
So we're always looking for new ways to engage with you, but we also want to help you all engage with one another. You all have amazing learnings, amazing knowledge, and we want to make it easier for you to share those learnings with one another, to learn from each other. This is why we relaunched Creator Events. It's a way for you to learn from each other by watching live virtual events, and an opportunity to host virtual events yourself.
So as part of Creator Events, in July of this year, we put on an event called ROBLOX Connect. It's a global creator conference driven by you, the community. This year, you all hosted 29 online workshops in 9 different languages with live translation support. It covered topics from design, development, to accessibility. Most of those workshops were not in English. And as a result, over 12,000 creators participated. That's amazing. That's 10 times the size of this room. And you all made that happen. Thank you so much.
Tian, I just thought of something. Didn't we just name that video calling app Connect?
Oh, yeah. Let me fix this slide real quick, and let's move on.
All right. OK, how else can we make it easier for y'all to help each other? How about those docs you've been complaining about and itching to fix? Just last week, we open sourced our docs. All of our docs now have a little edit button. You tap it, and you enter into GitHub, and you can submit a pull request. This is a way for y'all to share tidbits of knowledge, gems of information you've picked up through the Roblox School of Hard Knocks. And over the first 24 hours of us open sourcing docs, we've seen over 50 pull requests come in. So thank you for those who have already been contributing, and please keep it coming.
I actually took a quick look at those pull requests, and I was really impressed. It wasn't just the grammar police. There was actual, real, useful, helpful stuff in there. All due respect to the grammar police, I'm probably one of them. All right, let's get back to walking up this pyramid. One of the biggest pieces of feedback we've heard from you is that you want to work the way you want to. You want to use your favorite tools for the job, whether that's scripting, modeling, or avatar creation. We've got you covered.
Now, about 3 months ago, we made it so anyone could make their own OAuth applications. This enables external websites and other pieces of software to log in with your Roblox identity. As of last week, we've seen more than 2,000 OAuth apps created for the platform. And now, some of you might be wondering why you might care. Well, let's talk about that. As many of you already know, GLTF has become one of the most popular 3D objects in the world. Back in June, we launched support for GLTF in Studio, particularly around meshes and PBR textures. And just earlier this week, we extended that support to rigged models, skinning, and animation. With these updates, you can now import pretty much anything on the planet into Roblox. You can populate your worlds with the most fantastic things you can imagine.
We also know a lot of you like to use Blender to create your assets and to design items. So we recently launched an open source Blender add-on where you can provide your Roblox credentials to Blender, and we'll be able to link your Blender meshes and models and update them automatically in Studio. And we open source this because it's a pretty obvious use of OpenCloud, and we want you to surprise us with even more innovative applications. Now, Manuel already showed a slide of some of the wonderful avatars that you've been submitting, but Nick and I thought we should put our own version of that up there as well and pick some of our favorites. So I'm being honest. The snail just speaks to me. Thank you, whoever made that. And Nick, I'm pretty sure that teddy bear is your avatar?
Yeah, I'm just a big teddy bear. That's me, on the inside.
Anyways, we're super excited about what you're all going to make. I think I'd like to see generally a little more gender inclusion, some diversity, and some realistic avatars. Now, maybe that sounds weird coming from a snail and a teddy bear, but we switched things up quite a bit.
All right, changing gears. Do you all have any idea what the heck these icons on the screen mean? It means we're going to support experience ownership transfer. One of the amazing things about Roblox is you never know when an experience you're just tinkering on and doing in your spare time is going to take off, and you're going to need a whole group of people working on it. And we also know we've never really provided you a way to transfer that experience to a group. We're in early testing with a manual process for this. It's surprisingly complicated, and I won't get into it, but we hope in 2024 you can self-serve transfer experiences from user accounts to groups.
That's huge. So we're also working to make it easier for you to collaborate in real time. So here you can see what your team is. We hope towards early 2024, you'll be able to see more of what your team is doing in both 3D and in script. So what you're seeing in this animation is someone flying to a user, another team member, whether they're in 3D or in script land. And with the new activity history feature coming soon, you'll have better situational awareness about what your team is doing or has recently done.
Okay, Tien, this is a big one. One thing you all have been asking about is supporting external scripting tools and version control systems. It even came up during Dan and Manuel's AMA in June, and Dan committed to giving y'all an update at RDC.
Okay, Nick, it's RDC. What's going on?
The moment has come. We're thrilled to announce that you will soon be able to edit and update your Roblox files in your favorite code editor and integrate with your version control system. Here, you can see how you can move back and forth between scripting within Visual Studio.code and Studio. This is possible because OpenCloud will be giving you the ability to update scripts. And this is not the end state. We expect OpenCloud will be able to update any aspect of your experience.
So that's huge. OpenCloud is going to open up a whole bunch of powerful use cases. Now, a really simple one that we thought of was updating what items you might be selling in an experiences shop by changing a few rows in the spreadsheet. So here's an example where I've got my measly 2 potions in my potion shop. And on the right, the creator is just updating rows in a Google Sheet, clicking update, injecting the new script, and it shows up in the store.
All right, let's keep marching up this pyramid. And now we're going to switch gears to some of the more innovative parts of what we've been working on. We want to help you get your ideas into reality faster. And one of the major ways we see this happening is through use of generative AI. Creators will use solutions to craft and realize their ideas faster than ever before. Dan already gave you a little preview. He stole our thunder a little bit.
Totally.
But we're going to give you a little preview of what we've been working on, and we have more to show.
So we have been seeing all the clever and unique ways that you've already been using AI to assist the creative process. So the creators at OffPath, anybody here, created AI Outfit Creator, where you can easily equip yourselves with an AI-generated wardrobe like Pirate Zombie or Surfer, Ice Cream Surfer.
Ice Cream Surfer, that's a great one.
I like it too. And the creators of Frontlines have been using Gen AI to prototype new art styles and new concepts and PBR surface materials. And you're going to be seeing some of the results of that in their next big update.
So earlier this year, we've already rolled out a couple generative AI features with Code Assist and Material Generator. And we've been seeing the people who use these tools are more productive. Compared to our previous autocomplete solution, those who use Code Assist are inserting twice as much code into their experiences. That means they're getting double the amount of generated code, and their experiences are getting richer. We're improving the quality of our suggestions, but we're already up to a 28% acceptance rate on those generated pieces of code.
That's pretty high.
It's going to get better and better. And lastly, we see the same thing with Material Generator. We've seen more than a 50% increase in the percentage, or the number of users, or the number of users using material variants within the beta compared with those not in the beta. And I feel like I've already seen this on Roblox just as a player. Our experiences are getting so much more vibrant.
A lot shinier. Now, Dan teased it, but we're excited to announce that in a couple of months, we're going to be rolling out Assistant. Assistant is a conversational AI that will empower you to find answers, explain, debug, and iterate on code, and even build whole experiences more easily.
Before we get into all the cool stuff, we want to really directly address some key concerns we're hearing from you. What data will we use to train our models? And will it be opt-in or opt-out by design? We want to be extremely clear. Roblox will not use any of your experience data without your permission. Currently, we're only training our AI models using publicly available data from places like the Creator Marketplace. We will have a program which will allow you to contribute data to help improve our AI models, which will benefit the whole community, but it will be completely voluntary.
So, as Nick said, we're using publicly available data right now, but we know with just a little larger data set, we can build much more powerful models and tools. So, there are 2 data sets we're going to be talking about here. One is for Roblox, one is for public training. The first is what will affect this community the most. It will affect the quality of Code Assist and all the other tools, assistant tools that we build. The second, the public, helps the entire world get better at answering Roblox coding questions or generating Roblox code. So you can imagine future generations of ChatGPT or Llama being trained on this data set and doing a much better job with Roblox. So we're rolling out a voluntary opt-in program that allows you to contribute some of your scripts to either one or both of these data sets. We're going to be sure to anonymize any sensitive information like API keys, and actually, our processing won't even take anything that looks remotely unique. We're mainly interested in code snippets that lots of people are actually using. So as a result, your secret sauce is always going to be safe. So again, this is completely voluntary. You can still use our AI tools, even if you don't participate. But if you do, you'll get access to the best models that we have.
All right, we hope that's really clear to y'all. And there's documentation and details on all of this on our website that you can learn more. But now let's shift to what these models will actually get you. And let's talk about learning. Whether you're brand new to Roblox or a seasoned veteran, our vision is that Assistant will help you get to answers faster. Here we see an example of a creator looking to improve the retention on their experience. They ask the assistant, and they get back a detailed list of things to consider and maybe steps to take to improve retention. These results are tailored to that user based upon what they've asked for and based upon the situation they're in.
So you used to work at Zynga. Is that a pretty good list there?
I think it's something we would consider, yes.
Well, it's pretty good then. So we launched Code Assist back in March, but we were wondering, how else can we help? And the team thought, don't you just love reviewing someone else's code?
Not yours.
Yeah, but dude, I'm so out of practice. But luckily, now Assistant can do it for you. So here in this animation, what you're seeing is the creator going over to a script, wondering who wrote this and what does it do, highlighting the script and asking the assistant, please explain this to me. And what you see is the assistant quite verbosely explaining in plain English what the code does. And while it was at it, it discovered, hey, wait a second, there's probably a bug in here. Would you like me to fix it for you?
It's not surprising.
Ouch. Yeah. Kick me while I'm down. It's pretty cool. So here's another take on the theme. It's a more general debugging case. So in this case, the creator knows that something's wrong. And it asks the assistant, why is my animation not playing? The assistant looks through the code and quickly finds a potential culprit, suggests a fix, and shows you exactly what it did. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. And as you've already seen from Dan, Assistant can do all of this, but also help you iteratively generate entire scenes by harnessing assets from your personal inventory and those in the creator marketplace. Here you can see a creator interacting with Assistant. And in addition to the work that Dan showed, let's actually build this into a full game. So here we'll start with a little bit of a campfire. Let's have a game about collecting firewood. That's where we have some trees, but we're going to want different types of trees. All right, what else do we need for our game?
I think we need an adversary, right? Every good game needs an enemy. And so I've got a pretty cool bear right here.
Scary.
Yeah, it's not so scary because it's untextured, right? But you all liked Material Generator. Just wait till you see what we've got next. We have, coming soon, retexturing of 3D objects from a text prompt. So here you see an untextured bear, and the creator asks it to make it look a little more realistic. Boom. But what if it was more fantasy?
how can I get some of that armor for my teddy bear avatar?
Glad you asked, because that is a fantastic reason for you and everybody here to go to Steph's live demo tomorrow. We're actually going to be demoing this live. It's pretty amazing stuff.
All right, but how about if you've already got an experience that's alive? How can Assistant help you? Well, we all know that you who are running live operations for your games, you got to keep it fresh, keep people coming back. Let's see, it's September, October's coming up, Halloween. How about if we could add some Halloween theming to this experience we already have? Well, it needs to be a little scarier. That's pretty good. I think we need some props or something. How about, yeah, let's make it a graveyard. Cool. Some jack-o'-lanterns. What else could we do? How about like a crypt? And maybe we'll get some skeletons off the marketplace. Pretty good. I think we can ship it.
I don't know if I'd ship that, but it's pretty cool. And I can't wait to see what you all how you all find ways to use it. So we've been talking about all these things we want you to be able to do, but how do you extend these superpowers to your users? We believe in the future of creation of anything, anywhere, by anyone, because creation is fun, it's powerful, it's inspiring, it's empowering. And we're super excited that many of you have embraced that ethos with amazing building experiences that spark our users' creativity, like Build a Boat for Treasure or Islands. We're really excited to where you all take this, and I honestly believe that one of you out there is going to build a better studio than us. Most recently, we've been excited to see this new experience called World Lab from Super Social coming soon. They have built some pretty amazing in-experience, no-code building tools. These are the kinds of things that just might help spark that next level of richness for in-experience creation. It's pretty cool.
So cool.
But while creators you've been able to allow building these things, have always been kind of trapped within the walls of that one experience.
Until now. For the first time ever in August, we made it so you could publish packages from Inexperience and save them to your inventory. You can see here how a user can customize the paint color of this car and then take it out into their inventory. But this is just the beginning.
So that car you just saw, it's now a platform package. If I inspect that car, I'll be able to see which experience built it. And we think that all this creation of accessories, packages, avatars, experiences, those all now become your next calling cards. Let's take avatars and accessories. You already have a sense of how important they're becoming. You saw that from the announcement of Roblox Connect and how prominently users are going to see their avatars, and we're really excited to see where you take them. We want you to be able to build experiences that let users build avatars, accessories, and items, and then take them across the platform. Each platform item created in your experience is your calling card. It will be easy for people to examine your avatar, other people's avatars, and figure out where that super cool shirt came from, and jump directly to that experience. So here's an example where in the future the user is browsing Marketplace, spots something they like, finds out where it can be acquired, and is teleported to that experience. So all of a sudden, making super cool avatars, accessories, and packages became a great way to market your experiences and your creativity.
All right, so here's where it starts to get really crazy. So to add to that mind-bending thought that Tien just shared, all of the APIs that we just discussed around our AI assistant will be available to users on the platform. So now you as creators will be able to build experiences that integrate assistant and AI capabilities to allow your users to create the content that they've been dreaming of. and take it out of the experience as a platform-level item across different experiences. So we're really excited to see what you all do with this, and ultimately the goal is to empower creation everywhere. You'll be able to take whatever you created in one experience to another experience. Imagine an experience where you design a fabric, and you take that fabric out. Imagine another experience where you bring your fabric in and you design a coat using that fabric. Now you take that coat out, and now you go to an experience that lets you build a shop. And in that shop, you can put all the coats and other things that you've built. And you can publish that as an experience. Now you're running your own store. You haven't even downloaded Studio. You're just using different experiences to build an entire experience. You can even imagine taking that experience of that shop and putting it into a mall or some sort of larger city.
It's a crazy web of creation. We think you're all going to be building on these foundational capabilities and helping each other build, whether that's making experiences that make other kinds of creation easy, or by providing cool plugins or packages on Creator Marketplace to empower other creators. And again, all of this creation, whether it's an avatar, an accessory, an experience, offers attribution back to the building experiences, creating more opportunities for you.
So that's what we're doing. We're building this pyramid. It starts at the bottom with taking care of some basics of our core. Goes up to making our tools more flexible, so you can use the right tool for the job. And on top of that, there's this mind-blowing universe of possibility.
We hope you have as much fun taking this platform in new and inspiring directions as we did in building it for you. We can't wait to see what you all come up with. Thanks for having us.
Please welcome Roblox Chief Partnerships Officer, Christina Wooten.
Wow, this is amazing. I just want to first acknowledge all of you. As I look around this room and I think about why we're all here today. I started working with Roblox over 10 years ago, and I've had the honor to meet and work with so many of you. And I have to tell you that I am constantly inspired by all of you. You are what makes Roblox, Roblox. We have the most amazing creator community in the world. Through your ideas, innovations, creativities, and perspectives, you are creating spaces for people to come together from all over the world, connect and communicate, and have fun while doing that. People can be their true selves on our platform through their avatar and express themselves through digital fashion and beauty. And there's the opportunity in so many aspects that if you don't see it, you can create it. And that's pretty powerful. Putting creation in the hands of people all over the world with different backgrounds and perspectives, sharing your creations and joy with one another, democratizing industries, creating experiences that truly make a positive impact in people's lives. You are shaping the future for the better. Our community is growing, it's expanding. And when we say community, we're talking about all of you. Our amazing avatar item creators. We have over 2.3 million avatar item creators. Our incredible developers who have created over 15 million experiences on our platform. Brands, talent, and influencers in the room. You are also part of our growing community. There have been over 200 brand activations on Roblox with amazing year-over-year growth, and we're seeing tons of momentum. And over 275 million views of Roblox content every single day on YouTube. We see this community as an amazing ecosystem, a flywheel, all connected and helping each other drive discoverability, innovation, and amazing us, exceeding what we ever thought was possible. And new opportunities are emerging as this new ecosystem is growing. Many of you have been creating your own experiences on Roblox for years, some over a decade, and creating successful businesses by creating your own content. Roblox has also become a medium for brands to connect and engage with people all over the world, and they're creating experiences and avatar items with many of you here today. That brings us to this massive opportunity for both brands and creators to collaborate together. We're seeing more and more creators building experiences and businesses on our platform by creating for and with brands. Now, why is this such an exciting time and opportunity to collaborate? Things are changing, and how we connect online has evolved. 20 years ago, the web was born. We consumed media, we read lists, sent emails, and visited brands' websites. Then, through social media, we started connecting with each other, sharing personal content at scale with our subscribers and our followers, and they consumed content at any time. Then brands entered the conversation, and they added value and amplification. We are now seeing over 65 million people every single day coming to our platform and connecting and communicating together with their friends. So similar to when brands and artists were first thinking about creating their website and then their social media channel, this is a new medium for them to come together, connect with people all over the world. Only instead of reading individually, watching videos, or scrolling, Roblox offers an opportunity that is immersive and truly social with massive scale. And our global audience continues to grow as Roblox is becoming a platform for everyone. We envision 1 billion users a day coming to Roblox to connect and communicate while doing things they love. And that could include learning together, shopping, expressing ourselves through digital fashion and beauty, experiencing entertainment and sports, discovering music, and fandom. And already we're seeing amazing experiences in all different genres being created by many of you today. So just like in the physical world, people want to connect and engage with their favorite brands and talent on Roblox. Brands became a big part of our community. And why do brands want to be on Roblox? All of you. They want to learn from you, collaborate together, bring stories to life. You are the experts who have been creating on Roblox for years, some over a decade. Your knowledge, creativity, and ideas are invaluable. If you each take a moment to think about your favorite brand, artist, celebrity, is there one you'd want to collaborate with? Well, guess what? Chances are they want to collaborate with you too. And many of you are already collaborating with brands and talent. Apeirophobia, Deep Woken, Frontlines, Piggy, Survive the Killer integrated music from rock band Metallica and had over 20 million listening sessions. The Gang partnered with Warner Brothers to integrate Shazam into Strongman Simulator and help drive 11 minutes on average session time. At its peak after launch, Strongman Simulator doubled its average daily new users and increased retention. Badamo partnered with NASCAR to integrate into Jailbreak and had a great example of a long-term collaboration. They partnered in 2021 and built a fan contest where fans designed skins and developers integrated those cars into the experiences. Following the success, NASCAR, the developer, teamed up again in 2023, and this time for a unique experience with a semi-truck in Jailbreak and a cross-promotion between Jailbreak and the NASCAR Speed Hub. Months after the launch, NASCAR vehicles are still being traded and loved by our community. These collaborations are driving enormous impact for both brands and developers, and we're looking forward to seeing all the future collaborations. It's exciting to see our partners in our community come together to innovate. Carly Kloss, a supermodel and entrepreneur, is collaborating with the community to empower creators and bring access to fashion. Here's an example of how the physical and digital fashion worlds are colliding.
When I first started meeting designers on Roblox, I realized that their process is very similar to many of the traditional fashion designers that I get to work with. Talented creators like Build-A-Boy, Reverse Polarity, Rinity Rift, Furious, and Lovespun create for an audience who use digital fashion to express themselves. I've worked with each of them to evolve their editorial vision into custom collections based on different eras of fashion, and you can buy all of those collections in our pop-ups.
And coming soon is an exciting update of Closet, really pushing in the creative boundaries with new avatars and fashion. Brands, talent, and creators are coming together with a purpose. Elton John came to Roblox and collaborated with developer Sawhorse, and over 20 avatar item creators like Builder Boy, Rush, Lovespun, to create Beyond the Yellow Brick Road. What was so special is that this experience not only included his amazing music, his iconic fashion, but a message for us all to express ourselves and be anybody that we want to be. And that is what millions of people alter Roblox for. He showcased his creations made on Roblox in real life on stage at his US tour at the last concert at Dodger Stadium, which, by the way, was one of the highest grossing tours of all time, giving visibility to our amazing creator community. How amazing is that? We have a special surprise. Elton wanted to be here today. He wanted to send this message to you all.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry I can't be there, but I wanted to send this video to say thank you for all your love and support of Beyond the Yellow Brick Road. I've lived my life as an avatar, believing that you should be proud to be whoever you want to be. So it gave me so much joy to see you take my music and fashion and make it your own. And to the wonderfully talented creators in the Roblox community, I've been so impressed by your creativity and skills and couldn't be prouder to have had a chance to collaborate with you. I hope we can do more together in the future.
There's also an amazing opportunity on Roblox as we see fandom growing. On Roblox, it's not just about discovery of artists, but fan communities. Other platforms enable this in one of three ways: artist to fan engagement, fan to artist, or fan to fan. But on Roblox, not only are all three enabled, but uniquely happening at scale. Of 200 of the most popular musicians in the world, we found tens of thousands of fan-made experiences and groups on our platform. They're creating immersive social experiences, having real-time interactions with each other and artists, encouraging community recognition. You may have seen in Dave's presentation, twice, the K-pop phenomenon came to Roblox this year working with developer Carta, and their fans not only have created deeper relationships with each other, but also with the group, sending over 35 million fan notes, and this launched in March. When you collaborate with brands, here's what you can expect. They are keen to create meaningful connections and experiences. They want to work with you, they want to learn from you, and they want to add value to the community. Alo Yoga, whose mission is to bring awareness globally to wellness, wanted to create a space on Roblox that provided our community with a place to practice well-being. They worked with Sawhorse, influencers, and avatar item creators to bring the Alo Sanctuary to life. Through this experience, there were over 20 million meditations in the first 4 months, and to date, nearly has over 93 million visits. There is a big opportunity to do something different, to storytell, to inspire, to create purpose-driven and meaningful experiences. And brands authentically believe in what you're creating together, and they want to share that with the world. They're using their owned and paid marketing channels to promote and drive to experiences and digital fashion on Roblox, with widespread media coverage and massive social reach. In addition to brands, content ecosystem, I have a vested interest in these compelling experiences. In June of this year, we saw an all-time high of 275 million views per day on Roblox content on YouTube. When an influencer like Flamingo posts a video about an experience on Roblox, daily active user spike, which means many of you also see a daily active user spike. This year, we've recruited 50 new influencers into our program, supporting new languages like Japanese. And we're excited to continue to see this group expand. Today, collectively, we're seeing our community really engaging with brands. There are approximately 2.3 billion visits to branded experiences, around 2 million daily active users in branded experiences, and they are spending on average nearly 12 minutes engaging in branded experiences and exploring together. But it's more than just numbers. Yes, we have massive scale and engagement on our platform, but something else is happening here. It's no longer about passively reading or watching something or scrolling through images alone. Whether you're playing a game, attending a concert, hanging out with friends, or shopping for a new outfit, playing a game, attending a concert, hanging out with friends, or shopping for a new outfit, real 3D memories are being created together. Now, when I was younger, I used to hang out at the mall, and that's where I spent time with my friends. After school or after work, that's where people like me would connect. 25% of all US malls will be closed by 2025. Think about that. On Roblox, people are together. They hang out, they shop, and we believe that social shopping is a massive opportunity for our community. Many brands are already seeing more visits to their Roblox experiences than their websites. Shopping is already one of the main behaviors on our platform as well, and it has been for the past decade. People search and purchase virtual items for their avatars daily, and there were 1.8 billion items sold in 2022. So we're excited to see what you all continue to create, including new experiences like shops. More to come here soon. Now, as our community grows and more experiences are being created by creators and brands, the more discovery becomes. Immersive ads allows members of the community to drive discovery and awareness for what they've created. Immersive ads are not just for brands. We also have seen many of our developers leverage the system to teleport people to their experiences and are seeing great results. Advertising here is still about the community and is designed to be additive, not intrusive, to our experiences. With some early advertisers, we saw, in addition to driving discovery, many people joined with their friends organically. There was a 9% organic lift from portals through friends joining and teleporting, and users returning to the experience. Additionally, some advertisers saw up to 20% of users redeeming digital items after they portaled. As the community expands and our ecosystem grows, opportunities for monetization continues to evolve. A great feature of immersive ads is the dev payouts tied to them. Developers insert ads, and then they receive rev share off of ad revenue. We saw cumulative payouts increase 30% in June, and as a result, saw a number of publishers increase by 50. And it's exciting to see these expanding opportunities with immersive ads. We're going to keep supporting these opportunities. And as you saw in Nick and Tian's presentation, examples of all the ways we are constantly pushing beyond what we could have ever imagined, using new tech, feedback from the community, and each other to create amazing experiences and virtual items. So today, we're excited to share some really amazing experiences coming out of our Roblox Community Fund. These partnerships help demonstrate the promise of teaching and learning immersively on Roblox. Through the Community Fund, Roblox continues to invest in outstanding educational partners and developers to bring rich, compelling subject areas to life in interactive, dynamic experiences. These partnerships help us demonstrate the promise of teaching and learning immersively on Roblox. Through the Community Fund, Roblox continues to invest in outstanding educational partners and developers to bring rich, compelling subject areas to life in interactive, dynamic experiences. And I'm excited to share 3 new phenomenal experiences that are just about to launch. RoboCo Sports League from First and Filament Games, Code Combat World from Code Combat, and Chemistry Lab Escape Room by Wonderworks from the team also at Goldie Blocks. That's great. Game Fund is another way that we ensure we are supporting a diverse group of creators internationally. Those in the Game Fund have demonstrated how they are looking to build the next generation of experiences on Roblox. It's a commitment to build something unlike anything else that we've seen and take their experiences to the next level. Let's take a peek at what is coming.
I'm just counting the hours. My inner beast is ready to feast. Competition devoured. You ready? This is the moment. How bad do you want it? Give it your all and you'll never fall against any opponent. This is my life. Hit them down for the fight. Hit them left and right. This is my light. It's blinding and bright. Watch and learn. Keep it steady right now. I'm a legend. I'm ready right now. Who's gonna stop me once I get it lit? Great, I was made for this. Legendary, the queen of the ring. Look at me, I'm supreme in this thing. Had my back against the ropes now. They all telling me I'm dope now. Mama told me that the sky's the limit. I say, mama, just wait, got it great. I'ma knock them out the way like a collision. Leave an impact, they don't get that. So when I come through, full speed, better take cover, better get back. Grab your camera, you don't wanna miss that. Pull up the seat, I'ma teach you a thing or two. Like how to take over the world. What does greatness mean to you?
This is such an exciting time. I also want to announce 3 new experiences that are alive on Roblox today: Playgrounds Basketball, Eternal Heroes, and Skull Beat. Go check them out. It doesn't happen often where once in a generational, there's a shift in how people connect and communicate with one another. And I'm so excited for us all to see how we continue to innovate together, and look forward to all the amazing things that you're all going to create. So I just want to say congratulations and thank you.
I'm trying to even imagine who I'd be without it. It was a place where I spent a great deal of my childhood, where I grew as an adult, where I have a career, the reason I transferred to a new college. It's been so influential in my life that taking it out leaves just a question mark. My name is CJ Oyer. I'm a Roblox game developer, and I'm probably nearing my 100-something game. I was 10 years old when my dad first introduced me to Roblox, and it has since gone on to change my life. I was an imaginative kid.
Chris, come on, get some action.
Chris. He just was like the Tasmanian devil everywhere.
And always fiddling with something too.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, it started with Lego. He enjoyed playing computer games.
Get started. Whoa, you're driving.
There came a time when it's like, let's combine the two of these things. I was browsing the internet and I randomly stumbled across a site called Roblox. I had never heard of it, but it seemed to be just the thing.
I got on, opened up Roblox Studio for the first time, and I hated it. I messed up the anchoring and all my entire creation fell apart. After cooling down, about 30 minutes later, I came back, tried again, and learned how to anchor our parts, learned from my mistakes. I made something that I was proud of. There was a tree growing out of a house. It was a fairly cerebral piece. Afterwards, it was just Roblox, Roblox, Roblox every day for the past 12 years. Because it wasn't just a hobby, it was like, it was what I woke up for. Like,
we'd be in church and I'd look over and on the church bulletin, like Chris is sketching a design for Roblox.
Yeah.
We're at a family event, he's got a notebook and he's sketching.
Every part of it was great. It was people like me who just wanted to create something cool. And I guess that didn't seem like a conversation I could have with people at school.
He was really introverted as a teenager. I mean, he went through the, the firing squad that is middle school.
Middle school was, it was a bit messier.
The word is broadleaf.
We learned later that I was somewhere on the spectrum of autism. And those social interactions that, I remember it really got me. I couldn't figure out how people would say they're your friend, but then would be mean to you.
Sorry, that's incorrect.
2つのライブチャレンジを行います。各チャレンジでは、正解者の中から3名にギフトカードをプレゼントします。画面に QR コードが表示されたら忘れずにスキャンしてください。当選者の発表とジャケットオブインスパレーションの発表は、インスパイア2024の全ワークショップが終了した9月に行います。それでは、ゴッドポテトさんによるROBLOX の OB に使われる基本的なスクリプトを理解し、活用しようの始まりです。よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。というわけで、皆さん、今回は ROBLOX の OB に使われる基本的なスクリプトを理解し、活用しようというわけで、皆さんわざわざ日本の皆さんは朝10時から集まっていただきありがとうございます。というわけで、私スピーカー、ゴッドポエトと申します。多分、皆さん、この発表を聞いているってことは、絶対、ROBLOX を遊んだことがあると思うんですよ。で、ROBLOX を遊んでいるときに、皆さん、絶対に OB のゲーム、おすすめに出てきたりとか、あとは普通に遊んでたよっていう人、たくさんいると思います。こういう風に OB っていうのは、ROBLOX の中でも、かなり大きなゲームのジャンルの中の一つなんですけど、今回はその OB に使われているスクリプトを理解しながら、ROBLOX スタジオの、理解を深めて、一緒に皆さんと深めていこうと思います。というわけで、早速、プレゼンテーションの中に講義に入っていこうと思います。というわけで、講義内容なんですが、最初に、私は何者なのかということをですね、簡単に自己紹介させていただきます。そして、その後に、ROBLOX スタジオで使われるプログラミング言語について、そして、その後に私が思うプログラミングを学ぶ上で大切なことについて発表します。そしてその後に具体的な ROBLOX のスクリプティングの、チャイルドとペアレントについて、そしてプロパティについてというような内容を発表してから最後に皆さんからの質問に答える Q&A、質問コーナーをしていこうと思います。そしてですね、このチャイルドとペアレントとかプロパティとか、まだまだわかんないよという方もいるかもしれないんですが、安心してください。今回の講義はですね、ROBLOX スタジオを始めても、触りたてだよっていう人にも分かりやすいように、結構噛み砕いて説明していますので、ROBLOX スタジオはまだまだ始めたばっかだよっていう人は、一緒にこれを見て学んでいきましょう。そして、ROBLOX スタジオめちゃくちゃ使えるよっていう人も、復習っていう感じで聞いていただければ幸いだと思います。そしてタイトルにですね、私は OB というね、言葉を絡ませていただいたんですけども、実際にこのスクリプトのこの2つについて学んだ後にですね、こうやって、OB に関連するね、何を作れるのっていう、その話もしていこうと思います。というわけで、早速中身に入っていきましょう。というわけで、最初に自己紹介です。というわけで、はい、バンという感じで、いきなりドーンとね、出てきたんですけど、まず私の名前はゴッドポエトと申します。そしてですね、私はですね、ゲーム開発についてはですね、小学生の頃から興味があって、約3年前から ROBLOX スタジオに興味を持ち、独学でプログラミングを学びました。で、これ特にって書いてあるんですけど、これなんでかっていうと、私、モデリングとかですね、結構ね、ブレンダーとかが使えなくて、結構難しいので、プログラミングばっかやってたので、特にっていうのをつけさせていただきました。そしてですね、ゲーム開発については小学生の頃から興味があって、最初はスクラッチとかそういうものから始めて、次にアンリアルエンジンとか、フォートナイトで使われてるやつですね。そのゲーム開発プラットフォームとかを使ってきたんですけど、ROBLOX スタジオをですね、始めてからですね、皆さんも、お気づきの方いると思います。ROBLOX ってめちゃくちゃゲーム公開しやすくないですか、これ。で、僕がそれをめっちゃ思ってですね、やっぱ ROBLOX スタジオがゲーム作るの最適だなっていう風に私は感じたので、ROBLOX スタジオに今、とどまってですね、めちゃくちゃ頑張って ROBLOX で開発をしているっていう感じでございます。そしてですね、その培った知識を活用してですね、数々の ROBLOX のゲーム開発大会に参加しています。ROBLOX って実は結構、今回もこれインスパイア2024のインスパイアチャレンジっていう、 ロブロックスのゲーム、ロブロックスがやってくれるゲーム開発大会とかもあるんですけど、こういう風にロブロックスっていうのは、そのロブロックススタジオを使っている人に対して、こういうゲームとか、こういう風にゲーム開発大会するよっていう感じでですね、デブフォーラムっていう開発者専用のですね、掲示板があるんですけど、そこで告知してくれたりとかしてるので、皆さんもぜひ参加してみてください。そして、私が一番最近参加したのはですね、2月、1月頃に、今年の1月、2月頃に行われた、ロブロックスグローバルチャレンジ2024というのに参加しました。で、それ以外にもですね、ロブロックスの実況をですね、YouTube や TikTok でしていて、合計1万3000人以上のフォロワーがいるというわけで、いわゆるですね、大きく分けて、ロブロックスでの開発と、ロブロックスの動画配信活動をしている人でございます、私は。そしてですね、今回は、もちろん開発の発表というわけなので、今回はこのですね、ロブロックスでの開発についてフォーカスを当てていくんですけど、このプログラミングをね、学んだ経験からですね、私が思うプログラミングを学ぶ上で大切なことをね、私は今から、皆さんに発表しようと思うんですが、皆さんですね、ロブロックスの、そのプログラミングを語る上で、その前にですね、そもそもプログラミング言語にですね、知っておかないと、そもそも話ができないじゃないかというわけで、早速ですね、ロブロックススタジオのですね、プログラミング言語について知ろうというわけで、ロブロックススタジオのプログラミング言語について少し話していこうと思います。というわけで、いきなりですね、ライブチャレンジなんですけども、ででん！ロブロックススタジオのプログラミング言語は何でしょうというわけで皆さんお考えください。1、2分ぐらい、シンキングタイム取るので、下の方にあるQR コードから読み取って回答していってください。でですね、この C 言語っていうのは、僕がこれ最初にやったんですけど、結構皆さんも知ってると思います。結構有名な、やつですね。Python は高校の皆さんが学んだりだなと思います。そしてルア言語はですね、これ皆さん聞きなじみないかもしれないんですが、ファイナルファンタジーとかそういう風に、いろいろゲームに、対して使われてて、で、Java っていうのが、もう本当に、とても有名なんですけど、マインクラフトに使われてるっていう感じなんですけど、この4つの中で何が使われてるでしょうか？というわけで皆さん、お答えいただいたでしょうか？結構ね、皆さんの知ってるプログラミング言語あったと思うんですが、本当に、結構皆さんに聞きなじみないと思うんですが、結構いろんなところで使われてて、で、このルア同じですって、A と B が同じだったら A と B は同じですっていう風に言うみたいな、もうとても簡単なスケープなんですけど、皆さんこれちょっとでね、なんかルア言語と C 言語で全然違うぞって思ったところがあると思うんですよ。で、その中でも、もしもですね、ルア言語使ってないっていう人が、ロブロックススタジオでプログラミングしたことないっていう人がいて、で、他の言語でプログラミングしたことがあるよって方がいたらですね、今めちゃくちゃ違和感を感じると思うんですけど、そうなんですよ。この、カッコと中カッコ、ルア言語で使わないんですよ、これ。これ、僕も初めて、めちゃくちゃびっくりしたんですよね。この、もしも A が B だったらっていう、この条件文も、これもね、C 言語ではカッコで囲ってるんですけど、こっちだったら、囲ってないし、しかも中カッコが、なんか全とエンドに変わってるっていう、結構特殊ですよね、これって。ルア言語の特徴として1個あるのが、結構ルア言語っていうのは言語的なんですよね。だから、英語喋れるよとか、英語のニュアンス大体わかるよって人からしたら、ルア言語結構、わかりやすいかもしれないです。じゃあ他にどんなところが違うんでしょうか？他にもですね、皆さん、プログラミングする上で絶対変数定義するじゃないですか。その変数を定義するときに、こういう風に イントとか、ブールとか、ね、キャラとかいう風に、数字によって使い分けますよね。で、変数っていうのは、この情報の箱みたいな感じなんですけど、その中に、例えば、イントだったら、数字が入る情報の箱を作って、その中に5という情報を入れる。で、ブーだったら、これ、イエスかの、true か false っていうやつなんですけど、これでtrue っていう情報を入れるっていう感じで、情報の形によって、こう、変えるじゃないですか。普通って、こう、イントとか、ブールとか、キャラとか、ストリングとか。でも、ルア言語っていうのはこれ皆さん見てください、これ。もう数字だろうが、もう true か false であろうが、あいうえおっていう文字であろうが、もう全部ローカルで入っちゃうんですよ、これ。これ、つまりどういうことかっていうと、他の言語の変数定義では定義する方によってイントやブールなど言葉変えるんですけど、ロブロックススタジオはですね、型関係なく全てローカルでいけちゃうんですよ。これ結構すごくないですか？僕ね、最初そのプログラミングを始めたとき、C++ から始めたんですけど、結構この変数の定義に結構ね、苦戦したんですけど、ロブロックススタジオってこう全部ローカルでいけるから、めちゃくちゃわかりやすいですよね、本当に。こういう風に軽くまとめると、カッコとか中カッコあまり使わなくて、代わりに全とエンドというものを使うんですよね。しかも、変数を定義するときは、すべてローカル使っちゃうんですよ。もうこれ、今回の、簡単な OB のスクリプトについて、結構、OB に絡んだスクリプトを今から出していくんですけど、この2つのことは結構使われているので、皆さん、覚えておいてください。そしてですね、軽くこのプログラミング言語にしたところで、じゃあ、早速、行きましょうか。プログラミングを学ぶ上で大切なこと。というわけで、もうね、私、結論から言っちゃいます。結論から言うとですね、ただ、がむしゃらに暗記するのではなくて、理屈を理解して使おうということなんですね。これ、どういうことかっていうと、例えば、皆さん、例えばですね、なんか作りたいことがあって、こうなんかこう、どういう風に作ればいいかわかんないときに、他の人のパーツから、こう、自分の、パーツに、こう解説動画とか、フリーモデルから、こう、コピペするときありますよね、皆さん。これをね、するのはですね、全然手段としてありだと思うし、わからないときは、他の人のことを真似るっていうのは全然ありだと思うんですけど、この、今回はスクリプト A っていうのをですね、他のところから持ってきたんですけど、この内容をちゃんと理解できてるかって話なんですよ。ここがね、理解できてないと、ちょっと困ったりとかいうことがあるんですよね。例えば、エラー起こった時に、こう他の人が作ったスクリプトだから読むのに時間かかったりとか、どういうところがどういう風に動いてるかわかんないから、こう自分のゲームに最適化したい時にどこ変えればいいかわかんないとか、そういう風なちょっとデメリットがあるんですよね。とか他にもフリーモデルだったらもしかしたらこう動いてほしくないプログラミングが入ってるかもしれないしみたいな、そういう風に結構デメリットがあるんですよ。もちろんあれですよ。僕もこう他の人からこうスクリプトを真似するっていうのはよくあるんですけど、でも内容を理解できないとちょっと困ることがあるんですよね。で、これ内容を理解するとすっごいいいことがあって、例えば毎回他のところからスクリプトをしないで自分のゲームに最も適したスクリプトを自分で作ることができちゃうんですよね。これってもうゲーム開発する上では必須のスキルだと思うんですよ。だから、理屈を理解するっていうのは、とても大切なんですよね。じゃあ、どうやって理屈を理解すればいいのかと。どうやってスクリプトを学んでいけばいいのか。ロブロックスタジオを始めたばっかの人はわからないと思います。というわけで、ちょっとですね、私が使ってる、スクリプトを学ぶためのツールをですね、少し皆さんに教えようと思います。というわけで、ロブロックスで開発している人は皆さん知ってると思います。もうみんな大好き、デベロッパーフォーラムというわけで、これはですね、ロブロックスの開発者専用の掲示板というわけで、もう、これさえあれば何でもできちゃうんじゃないかっていうぐらい、 めちゃくちゃ便利なんですよ。じゃあなんで便利かって、まだこれ初めて聞いたぞって人はですね、なんで便利かちょっと教えるんですけど、それは何かっていうとですね、まず、開発者同士で議論ができるんですよね。で、しかも、自分で質問を、有識者に出せるんですよ。つまりこれ、すごくないですか？専門家がいっぱいいて、その人たちに、質問を投げれるってことで、その自分のゲームのための解説っていうのが、自分が分かんないところのための解説っていうのが、有識者から得れたりとか、他にもこのデベロッパーフォーラムって、ユーザー数がめちゃくちゃ多いので、めちゃくちゃ多いので、自分と似てる、質問とかもあると思うので、そういうふうに、自分の似てる質問を探して、で、それの答えを見たりとか自分で質問を投げて、その解説を、もらって、で、それを見て、こういうふうにするんだなっていうふうに学べるんですよね。で、さらにですよ。これにじゃあ他に何があるのって付け加えるとしたら、私はですね、この、クリエイターハブのスクリプティングっていう場所がですね、もうこれも便利じゃないかなって思うんですよ。で、これ何かっていうと、簡単に言うとですね、ロブロックス公式のスクリプト図鑑。スクリプト辞典ですね。百科事典に似てるんですけど、これが、どういうことかっていうと、デベロッパーフォーラムでは、こういうものを作りたいんだけど、こういうエラーが出てきて動けないんだけど、誰かわかりますかっていうふうに質問を投げるんですけど、ロブロックスのこのクリエイターハブの方では、このスクリプトはこういうことをするので、こういうことに応用できますっていう感じで、国語辞典って皆さん載ってるじゃないですか。なんか言葉がいっぱい日本語の言葉が単語でいっぱい載ってるんですけど、そういう風にこのクリエイターハブのスクリプト図鑑では、ロブロックス上で使われる関数とか、そのプログラミングの言葉は一個一個も載っていて、で、こういう風に使うんですよ。で、こういう風に定義されてるんですよ。で、こういう風な情報の方が使えるんですよっていう風に、いろんなことをですね、一つのそのスクリプト、一つの関数に対して教えてくれたりするので、とても便利だと思います。で、この2つさえあれば、もうほぼほぼ問題ないと思うし、しかもめちゃくちゃすごいなって思うのが、この2つは、ロブロックス直々が提供している無料で使えるサービスなんですよ。もうこんなんもうロブロックスでゲーム開発するしかないですよ。こんなサービス整ってるんだったら。で、他にもですね、この2つっていうのは、もちろんデベロッパーフォーラムとかクリエイターハブでも動画とかあるんですけど、やっぱり低手順を追って一個一個分かりやすい説明を聞きたいって時は、全然YouTube とかでね、解説動画を聞くっていうのも全然ありじゃないかなって私は思います。でもですね、はい、皆さん、今日だけはですよ。今日だけはこれらを使わなくても大丈夫です。なぜなら私が今からそのスクリプトについてですね、基礎的なスクリプトについて教えていきます。というわけで、早速ですね、ロブロックスのスクリプティングについて入っていくんですが、その中で私はですね、最も重要だと思うことがあるんですけど、それがチャイルドとペアレントについてなんですね。このことについてあまりよく分かっていないと結構困ることがあるし、他にもこのチャイルドとペアレントっていうのは、これはもう全部のスクリプトで使われてるって言っても過言ではないレベルでめちゃくちゃ大事になってくるんで、皆さんよく、覚えておいてほしいです。というわけで、まずはですね、そもそもチャイルドとペアレントってなんやねん、親と子って何ですかっていう人がいると思います。というわけで、早速ね、大きくチャイルドとペアレントって何なのかについて話していこうと思います。こういう風にモデルがあったとするじゃないですか。で、このモデルがあったとして、その中に、緑色のパーツ、グリーンパーツと赤色のパーツ、レッドパーツが入ってるとしたら、エクスプローラー上ではこう、見れるんですけど、これが簡単にどういう風になってるかっていうと、このモデルっていう大きな枠の中に、グリーンパーツとレッドパーツが入ってるじゃないですか。で、この状態の時の、このまとめてる側の方のことを親と言って、で、その親の中に入ってるパーツたち、パーツじゃなくても、そのインスタンス、なんか、ヒューマノイドとか、なんか他にもスクリプトとか、全部、とりあえず中に入ってるものを全部チャイルドって言うんですよね。こういう風な、詳しく言うとですね、ペアレントとチャイルドっていうのは、 異なるオブジェクト間の階層関係を表しているんですね。まとめてる側が親で、そして中に入ってるやつがチャイルド。こういう風な関係を表してるんですね。で、実はですね、じゃあこれはペアレントとチャイルドで、じゃあさっき見たんですけど、じゃあこれが、ここを見たらこのモデルっていうのはこれはペアレントなんだな、ふんふんって思ったかもしれないんですけど、絶対にこれが親っていうこともないんですよ。どういうことかっていうと、絶対的じゃなくて相対的なんですよね。このチャイルドとペアレントっていうのは。どういうことかっていうとですね、例えば、このような関係があったとします。モデルの中にグリーンパーツが入ってて、グリーンパーツの中にホワイトパーツが入ってる。いわゆる、子じゃなくても、孫もいちゃうっていう感じの、こういう風な関係があったとします。こういう時に対して、ホワイトパーツ、このグリーンパーツの中に入ってるホワイトパーツからすると、グリーンパーツっていうのは、親じゃないですか。上に。グリーンパーツの中にホワイトパーツが入ってるから、ホワイトパーツからしたらグリーンパーツが自分のことをまとめてくれているので、これは親なんですよね。グリーンパーツは。でも、逆に、モデルっていうやつにとって、グリーンパーツはこうじゃないですか。こういう風にですね、どのオブジェクトから見るかによって、ペアレントなのか、チャイルドなのかっていうのを変わるっていうのを覚えておいてください。でですね、じゃあ、スクリプト内では、どういう風にペアレントとチャイルドを表すのってことだと思うんですけど、どういう風に表すか。さっきの関係をですね、見ていきましょう。これでですね、じゃあ僕はスクリプト内でグリーンパートについて指し示したいよっていう時はですね、このモデル点グリーンパートっていう風にですね、この点を使うんですよ。ドットですね。これを使って、モデルのグリーンパートっていう風に、この点っていうのはこれ、のって訳していただいたら大丈夫です。じゃあ、次、ホワイトパーツのことを表したいときは、はい、モデルのグリーンパートのホワイトパートっていう感じで、結構分かりやすいと思うんですよね。この点を使って表すっていうことを皆さん覚えておいてください。そしてですね、次に、この点を使ってチャイルドを特定するんですけど、もしもですね、このパーツの名前がね、英語以外とか、例えば間に空白があっちゃう場合はですね、点使えないんですよ、これ、実は。だって、使えないんですけど、代わりにですね、この角張ってる方のカッコを使って、で、それでダブルクォーツで挟んであげて、その中に名前を原文で入れる。こういう風にして使うんですね。例えば、こういう風なやつがあったとしましょう。モデルがあって、レッドスペースパーツとか、緑色のパーツとか、こういう風に、日本語だったりとか、スペースが入ってるとかするとですね、こういう風に、モデル、カッコ、ダブルクォーツ、レッドパート、閉じるっていうとか、モデル、カッコ、ダブルクォーツ、緑色のパーツ、閉じるっていう感じで、こういう風にチャイルドを特定します。で、なんでこういうことをしなきゃいけないのかっていうとですね、例えばこのレッドパーツを見てほしいんですけど、これレッドパーツってこれスペース空いてるじゃないですか。じゃあこの点で表しちゃうとですね、モデルドットレッドで止まって、スペースで別のものとしてパーツっていう言葉が認識されちゃうんですよ。だから、プログラミング上で見ると、この人はレッドっていう名前のパーツを表してるんだなって、ロブロックススタジオちゃんは思っちゃうので、だから、こういう風に囲って、レッドパーツまでが名前だよっていう風に、こういう風に表さないといけない。だから、こういう風にカッコを使うんですね。というわけで、ひとまず、ペアレントとチャイルドについて学んだところで、ちょっとゴッドポイントさん、あなた、基礎的な帯についてとか書いてあったじゃないですか。このままだと、なんか普通のスクリプトの回数になっちゃいますよと思ったと思うんですが、大丈夫です。安心してください。このひとまずですね、このペアレント、チャイルドっていうめちゃくちゃ大事なことについて学んだところで、今から実際に帯を作ってみようと思います。というわけで、見ていきましょうか。皆さん、帯遊んだら、この構造、絶対見かけますよね。これも完璧に赤に触れたらダメじゃないですか、これってもう。だから、プレイヤーはジャンプして、こう、飛び越えないといけないっていう風な。こういう風な、もうめちゃくちゃ簡単な帯ですよね。で、今回はこれを作っていこうと思います。 じゃあ、これを作るために、どういう風なスクリプトを作らないといけないでしょうか。どういう風なスクリプトを作るかっていうとですね、まあ、赤の部分に触れたら、ウーフしちゃうスクリプトを作ろうっていうことなんですよ。なのでですね、今から私たちと一緒に赤の部分に触れたらしのスクリプトを作ろうというわけでやっていこうと思います。じゃあ、具体的にどういうスクリプトを作るのかというと、まあ、簡単なマインドマップを作ってみましょうか。その、プレイヤーが触れたら死ぬっていうスクリプトでも、大きく言っちゃうと、ああ、そういうスクリプトなんだって思うんですけど、やっぱり書くことになると、やっぱ手順を踏んでいかないとダメなんですよね。で、まあ、例えば、最初、プレイヤーを触れるのを感知する。もちろんこれは必須ですよね。まあ、やっぱりプレイヤーを触れるのを感知しないと、そもそもプレイヤーが触れたかどうか分かんなかったら、プレイヤーのことを倒せないじゃないですか。まあ、だから触れるのを感知するっていうのが一番最初に大前提としてきますよね。その後に、触れたプレイヤーの HP をゼロにする。ちょっと待ってくれ。これ、大きすぎないかって。もうこのプレイヤーの HP をゼロにするって言っても、これ結構簡単じゃないんですよね。この機能をもっと具体的に説明するとですね、プレイヤーのヒューマノイドを特定して、プレイヤーのヒューマノイドの体力の値をゼロにするっていう風になるんですね。でこれが、どういうことかっていうと、こういう風にですね、プレイヤーのアバターっていうのは、こういう風にエクスプローラー上では表されます。もちろん R6 とか R15 とか、他にもいろんなタイプのアバターがあるので、一概にこれが絶対にこうなるんだよとは言えないんですけど、このロブロックスらしさがある。ロブロックスでは有名なこのアバターで、入ると、こういう風に表示されるんですよね。で、こういう風に表示されたときに、ここにヒューマノイドっていうのがあるじゃないですか。で、これっていうのは実は、プレイヤーに問わず、プレイヤーに問わず、普通の敵キャラでも、HP があるものあるじゃないですか。これに対して必ず入ってる、生命に対して入ってるものなんですけど、それがヒューマノイドってやつなんですよね。で、このヒューマノイドっていうのは、これは生命を司ってるんですよ。ちょっとかっこいい。どういうことかっていうと、ヒューマノイドっていうのが入ってたら、これは人間ですよ。これは生物ですよ。で他にも、この人は、こういう、スピードはこれぐらいで走れて、こういう、ジャンプ力があるんですよっていう風に、いろんなプレイヤーの情報が書かれてるんですよね。いわゆる脳みそです、これは。でですね、この中にもちろんですね、この脳みその中にいろんなプレイヤーの情報が書かれてるんですけど、そこにですね、体力っていうのをですね、体力っていうやつがあるんですけど、それの値をゼロにすればいいんですよね。で、このプレイヤーのヒューマノイドの体力の値をゼロにするっていうのはですね、これ実はプロパティを変更してるんですよ。ちょっとこのプロパティっていう言葉、さっきの講義内容の時にですね、最後ら辺にプロパティについてって見えましたよね。そのプロパティについてっていうのが関連してきてるんですよね。でも、今はまだプロパティについてはまだ説明しません。まず最初にですね、そのチャイルドとペアレントっていうこの知識を使ってどこまでいけるのかっていうのをですね、皆さんに見せていこうと思います。というわけで、とりあえず、プレイヤーを触れるのを感知するっていうのと、プレイヤーのヒューマノイドを特定するっていうのを作ってみましょうか。じゃあ早速ですね、こういう風に赤いパーツを作ってですね、名前はキルブロック。直訳して、殺すブロックということで、もうめちゃくちゃわかりやすいですよね。触れたらあかんやつです。で、その中にですね、プレイヤーを倒すために、プログラムを書かないといけないので、プログラムを書くためのスクリプトを入れようと思います。で、こういう風にですね、エクスプローラー上ではこういう風に表示されるようなパーツを作りましたと。では早速、コードを書いていきましょうか。はい。というわけで、コードを書いていきましょう。まず最初に、ローカル、キルブロックイコールスクリプトとペアレント。これはどういうことだ？いや、ちょっと待て。ペアレントというものが出てきたぞ。これはどういうことでしょうか？ちょっと皆さん、20秒くらい考えてみてください。はい。多分、20秒経ってないんですけど、まだちょっと、続けたいので、続けますね。まずですね、この、スクリプトっていうのがですね、これがですね、エクスプローラー上ではですね、 このスクリプト自体のことを指すんですね。どういうことかっていうと、このスクリプトのことを指してるんですよ。で、これのペアレント、つまり親ですよね。つまりどういうことかっていうと、このスクリプトをまとめているもの、キルブロックに移り変わるんですよ。こういう風にですね、そのロブロックスの、さっきのそのスクリプトで、いきなりキルブロックっていう名前を出しても、それはどこのドイツやっていう風に、ロブロックスの中では、ロブロックスのスタジオはなっちゃうんですよね。だから、どのことを指してるのか、どのキルブロックを指してるのか、どのパーツのことを指してるのかっていうのを明確に表すために、スクリプトのペアレントだよっていう風に、こういう風に表してるんですね。で、こっからやっとプレイヤーを触れるのを感知するスクリプトを書けるんですよ。はい。いきなり、おっと、ちょっと難しいのが来ちゃいましたね。でもこれ結構簡単なんですよ。蓋を開けたら。これを日本語に訳すと、もしもキルブロックに何かが触れたら、触れたものを OBJ、オブジェクトとし以下のことを実行するっていう風にですね。この、スクリプト見たら、英語がわかる方は、うんっていう感じでわかったと思うんですけど、キルブロック、タッチって触れるですよね。だから触れられたら、コネクト、つなげる。何につなげるんですか？ファンクション、機能、行動ですよね。で、それについて、だから今から、この中に書いてあることに、この中に書いてあることを実行しますよって言ってるんですね。で、この OBJ っていうのが、これが何かっていうと、これは変数を定義してるんですよね。何の変数を定義してるかっていうと、触れられたじゃないですか。そしたらもちろん触れたものがありますよね。赤いパーツに対して。で、そのことを指し示すのが OBJ になってくるんですよ。で、じゃあこの OBJ っていうのは、これは、実はですね、これ変数定義なんで、これ X でもA でも Y でもですね、適当な文字入れても全然いいんですよ。じゃあ、早速、プレイヤーのヒューマノイド特定しようというわけで、ボン！これで特定しました。って言われたら皆さんちょっと待ってってなりますよね。安心してください。もちろんこのスクリプトもゼロから噛み砕いて話していきますからね。ではとりあえずヒューマノイドを指し示したいんですよね。で、毎回この長ったらしい文章を書いてると疲れちゃうので、ヒューマノイドっていうのは H だよっていう風に変数を定義してあげてるんですね。で、このヒューマノイドをこれは特定してるんですけど、じゃあどういう風に特定してるのか。理屈を今から理解していきましょう。というわけで皆さん、先ほどプレイヤーのアバターについて説明したんですけど、皆さんオブジェクトにプレイヤーが赤の部分に触れたら、皆さん一体何が触れると思いますか？いわゆる何がプレイヤーのどこがオブジェクトになるでしょうか？どこが触れたものとして認識されるでしょうか？もちろんプレイヤーって歩くじゃないですか。ってことはつまりこれは、そうなんですよ。プレイヤーのレフトフット、ライトフット、足である可能性が非常に高いと。だから、オブジェクトっていうのはこの足のことを指し示してるんですね。ちょっと待って。もしもプレイヤーがしゃがみながら歩いていたら、もしもプレイヤーがこけたときに、触れてしまったら、もしかしたら、この、太ももの方とか、膝の方とかが触れてるかもしれないですよね。こういう風に、プレイヤーのどこかが触れるじゃないですか、絶対に。絶対にプレイヤーのどこかが触れるんですよ。だってプレイヤーが触れるのを検知したいんですからね。だから、オブジェクトっていうのは、このことを指し示してるんですよね。で、このことを指し示してるんですけど、よく見てください。ペアレントって書いてあるじゃないですか。つまり、ペアレントって言ったら、これらのことをまとめている、リグっていう、このアバターの名前はリグっていうんで、リグっていう名前なんですけど、こういう風に取り仕切ってる場所に行くじゃないですか。で、その中からヒューマノイドっていうのを探す。Find First Child Humanoid。ヒューマノイドっていう名前のチャイルドを探してくださいっていうことで、これになるんですよね。でも、ちょっと待ってくださいよ。なんで、さっき点を使ってヒューマノイドを特定するのに、どうして Find First Child というちょっと長い関数を使って特定するんですかと思った人いると思います。これはですね、なんでかっていうと、この点っていうのはですね、すでに存在しているもの、 すでにエクスプローラー上に存在しているものにしか使えないんですよね。まあ、どういうことかっていうと、もちろんテスト段階で、まあ、ロブロックススタジオをいじってるときに、プレイヤーが入ることないじゃないですか、そもそも。まあ、だからどういうことかっていうと、このプレイヤー自体がエクスプローラー上に存在していないんですよね。だから、この存在していないものを、いきなり、プログラミング上で、ドットヒューマノイドで書いちゃうと、その存在していないものをあたかも存在しているかのように書いてるんで、ロブロックスタジオが、ヒューマノイドこんなんないよちょっと待って。やばいエラー入っちゃうビーっていう感じでエラーが入っちゃうんですよ。だから、存在していないものを、まあ、あったら見つけてねですよ。この Find First Child っていうのは。だから、ヒューマノイドがあったら見つけてくださいっていう風な、関数で見つけてるんですね。だから、ヒューマノイドのことを特定できるんですよ。ほうほうほうと。なるほどと。じゃあ、この if h then、まあ、この h っていうのがヒューマノイドっていうのをですね、表していることになったんですね。これヒューマノイド特定しましたから、これで。じゃあ、h ってこれ何って思ったと思うんですけど、なんでこの if h then ってなってんのって思ったかもしれないですけど、これなんでかっていうと、もしも触れたものが人間だったら、ヒューマノイドが存在していたらってことになるんですよね。まあ、これどういうことかっていうと、h っていうのは、まあもちろん今探したように、find first child。探せって言ってるじゃないですか。ロブロックス側に。ヒューマノイドを探せと。で、探せなかった。まあ、探せたら、だからこの if h then っていうのは、もしもヒューマノイドを探せたらって意味なんですよね。で、なんでじゃあわざわざヒューマノイドっていうのを特定しないといけないのか。なんでかっていうと、プレイヤーかどうかをですね、認識しないといけないんです。ですよね。で、これもなんでかっていうと、なんでプレイヤーのことを認識しないといけないの？このスクリプトってプレイヤーに対して書くスクリプトだから別にプレイヤーかどうか確認してなくてもいいんじゃないのって思う方もいると思うんですが、見てくださいよ、この写真。この赤のブロックには何に触れてますか？そうです。地面。いわゆるベースプレートに触れてますよね。まあ、だからどういうことかっていうと、これ、オブジェクトっていうのは、さっきは、プレイヤーが触れることを想定して作ったんですけど、もちろんプレイヤーじゃない何かも触れる可能性だっていっぱいあるんですよ。だから、オブジェクトっていうのは必ずしも、プレイヤーの体であるとは限らないんですよね。なので、もしも、そのプレイヤーの体じゃないときに、まあ、プレイヤーじゃない、じゃあ、オブジェクトがプレイヤーの体じゃないときにしましょう。じゃあ、このオブジェクトっていうのは、これは、何かわかりませんよね、オブジェクトって。で、ここの中からヒューマノイド探してください。無理でした。じゃあ、この H は何になるんですか？ニルですよね。何もないことになっちゃうんですよね、H って。で、この H に対して体力を0にしようって言ったら、いや、今、オブジェクトってこれ、触れたもの、今これ地面だけど、地面に HP も何もないんだけど、ってこう、ロブロックス社に言われて、エラー測れちゃうんですよ。だから、プレイヤーに対してのスクリプトっていうのは、これはですね、プレイヤーかどうかを確かめてから実行しないと、エラーを阻止できないんですよね。だから、このプレイヤーを、プレイヤーかどうかっていうのを、こう、検知するっていうのは大切になってくるんですよね。じゃあ、どうやってプレイヤーの HP を0にするんでしょうか？これがですね、先ほどプロパティを変更していますっていうふうに言ったんですけど、まあ、全くその通りで、プロパティというものがですね、ここで鍵になってくるんですよね。というわけで、早速、プロパティとはというわけで、プロパティって何かな？まだまだ、わからない方もいるかもしれないんですけど、例えば皆さん、これを見るじゃないですか。これっていうのは何かっていうと、まあさっきのキルブロックってじゃないですかね。で、皆さんこれ見たら、これって赤色だなとか、これって四角いなとか、この重心は真ん中にあるんだなとか、まあ場所はここで大きさはこれぐらいかなっていう風に、まあこのブロックのいろいろな情報を見れると思うんですよ。でも、その、ロブロックススタジオからしたら、見れないじゃないですか。何かどうか。ロブロックスタジオは目がついてないので、わからないんですよ。だから、機械でもその情報をわかるように、こうね、このブロックの色や材質、光の反射の仕方とか、このブロックの名前、どのグループに属しているのかとか、このブロックの物理的な情報、位置、サイズ、角度など、まあ、こういう風に、いろんな、情報をですね、ロブロックスにも分かるように全部数値で表したものがプロパティなんですよね。というわけで、 プロパティというものはですね、あるものの状態の数値などを表したものですよね。では、さっきの質問、さっき、プレイヤーを振るのを感知する、プレイヤーのヒューマノイドを特定する、プレイヤーの体力をゼロにするっていうのがまだね、作れてないですよね。だから、このさっき言ってた通り、プレイヤーのヒューマノイド体力の値をゼロにするにはっていうことなんですけど、これがですね、どういう風にやればいいかと言いますと、そう、ヒューマノイドのプロパティ、つまり、ヒューマノイドの状態を変更すればいいんですね。じゃあ、何の状態を変更するのか。さっき私も言ったんですけど、ヒューマノイドに対してですね、プロパティにヘルス、体力っていうのがあります。基本的にはこれは、最初は100なんですけど、これをですね、スクリプトで無理やり0にいじっちゃいましょう。そしたら、プレイヤーの HP が0になった。じゃあどうなる？死んじゃいますよね。つまりプレイヤーの、体力を0にすることで、プレイヤーを倒すことができるんですよ。じゃあ、早速、プロパティを変更していきましょう。というわけで、さっき、でも、プロパティを変更するんですけど、どういう風にそもそも変更するのかわからないかもしれないので、とりあえず、プロパティをどういう風にスクリプトで使えるのかも、説明していきますね。実はですね、プロパティっていうのはですね、点を使ってですね、特定のプロパティを選択できるんですよ。つまり、もう、チャイルドとペアレントと同じで、点を使ってですね、特定のプロパティをできるんですね。そして、プロパティの値には様々な型があるので、その型に合わせて使うんですよ。ちょっと待ってくれよと。プロパティの値には様々な型がある？どういうことだって思ったかもしれないんですけど、例えばですね、パーツの名前。これも状態じゃないですか。で、この名前を変えたいときは、もちろん文字で言わないとダメですよね。ポジションを変えたいときは、場所。もちろん、ロブロックスタジオは3次元の空間なので、3次元ベクトル、いわゆる、横、縦、奥行き、この3つの3次元の、数値で表さないといけないじゃないですか。このパーツの名前をいきなり、パーツの名前にですね、いきなり、トゥルーかフォルスぶち込んでも、どういうことってなるし、ポジションに対して、1って言ったら、X 軸、Y 軸、Z 軸、どれが1なのってなっちゃうので、ちゃんとですね、その、プロパティに合わせた型を使って、こういう風に、プロパティを変更していかないといけないと。で、そのプロパティっていうのが、のですよね。点を使ってやるんですけど、私先ほど言いました。点を使って、のと言うんですよっていう風に。だから、パーツの名前はグリーンパートっていう風にしたりとか、パーツのポジションは000。中心ってことですよね。こういう風に、点を使ってプロパティを選択できる。そして点っていうのはこれ、のっていう、もう、皆さん覚えておいてください。点はのです。はい。日本語で言うの。というわけで、じゃあ早速、ヘルスのプロパティ変更していきましょうか。さっき、じゃあもしも触れられたら、ヒューマノイドを検知して、もしもヒューマノイドだったら、っていう風に、人間だったらっていうのを、特定した後に、ヒューマノイドのプロパティを変更したんですけど、さっき体力って100って見せたじゃないですか。つまり、体力の数値っていうのは、これは数字なんですよ。だからもう超簡単で、さっきちょっとちらっと見えたように、H のヘルスを0、ヒューマノイドの体力を0にしてっていう、もうめちゃくちゃ簡単じゃないですか。でも皆さんこれ、最初から何も言われずに、このスクリプトを見せられると、皆さんどう思いますか？もちろん、ロブロックススタジオめちゃくちゃ使ってるっていう人は、こういうスクリプトねって一瞬でわかるかもしれないんですけど、まだまだ初心者だよっていう人からしたら、これ何？オブジェクトって何？ファインドファーストチャイルドって何？なんで H が、なんで if で H 使ってんのみたいな感じでなると思うんですよ。でも、僕と一緒に、こういう風にですね、チャイルドとペアレントとか、プロパティとか、そういう風に話していったら、皆さん、理解できましたよね。そして、簡単にだなって今思いましたよね、絶対。こういう風にですね、作っていくと、ロブロックスの、その帯、そのさっき作ろうとした、プレイヤーを倒すスクリプトが作れると。というわけで、赤のブロックを作って、このプロパティとか中にスクリプトを入れて、そして、その中に、さっき書いたスクリプトを入れるとですね、はい、触れると、っていう感じに死んじゃいました。 あとはこれをですね、さっき見せた写真のように、縦にこうやって形を変えてですね、コピーして置いてったら、はい。基礎的な帯、完成というわけで。もう、皆さん、あれ帯作れちゃったって今思いましたね。帯作れちゃうんですよ。皆さんでもできるんです。理屈を理解すれば、簡単にゲームは作れるんです。だから理屈を理解するっていうのは大事なんですよね。いつもこのプレイヤーを倒すスクリプトをコピペしてったら、毎回調べてコピペしないといけないんですけど、理屈を理解するとですね、ちゃんと、自分でそのスクリプトを作れるようになると。そしてですね、このようにですね、帯の、さっきのギミックっていうのは、ヒューマノイドのプロパティ変更じゃないですか。で、帯には他にも、なんかスピードアップする板とか、ジャンプする板とかあると思うんですけど、こういう風に、帯のギミックでは、基本的にヒューマノイドのプロパティを変更するようなギミックが多いんですよね。だから、つまりこれどういうことかっていうと、ヒューマノイドを使っていろんなことができるんですよ。いろんなことができるんだな。じゃあ皆さんに、そういう風に思ったと思うんですけど、じゃあ皆さんに少し質問をしようと思います。これらのプログラムの中で、プレイヤーのヒューマノイドのプロパティを変更しているものは何というわけで、早速、ライブチャレンジ2個目ですね。選択肢1個目は、触れられたものを、そのブロックの色をランダムに変える。2つ目が、触れられたら時間を夜に変える。3つ目が、触れられたらプレイヤーの頭をでかくする。そして4つ目が、触れられたらそのプレイヤーを座らせるというわけで、皆さん、どれがプレイヤーのヒューマノイドのプロパティを変更しているでしょうか？皆さん、お考えください。はい。というわけで皆さん、答えれましたでしょうか？結構ね、悩んだかもしれないんですけど、早速、一個一個見ていきましょうか。触れられたら、そのブロックの色をランダムに変える。これって、もう、写真を見ても皆さん思うんですけど、どこからどう見ても、パーツの色を変えてる。パーツのプロパティを変更してるじゃないですか。だからこれはヒューマノイドのプロパティは変更してないんですね。だからこれは違うと。では、次に、触れられたら時間を夜に変える。あ、これも空の時間、空のプロパティを変更しているんだなっていうふうに思ったと思います。そういうふうにですね、空のプロパティを変更しているので、プレイヤーのヒューマノイドのプロパティは変更していないんですね。だからこれも違うと。じゃあ、触れられたら、そのプレイヤーの頭をでかくする。これ皆さん、もしかしたら悩んだかもしれないんですが、実はこれって違うんですよね。これ、皆さんよく思ってください。ヒューマノイドっていうのは、いわゆる脳みそです。そして、さっき、プレイヤーの、見た目をエクスプローラーで表示したと思うんですけど、別にヘッドというものがありましたよね、パーツで。そうなんですよ。これ実は、プレイヤーのヒューマノイドじゃなくて、プレイヤーの中のパーツ、プレイヤーの、プレイヤーの物体をですね、変更しているので、これは、プレイヤーのヒューマノイドじゃなくて、プレイヤーのヘッドという名前のパーツのサイズを変更しているので、これも違うんですよ。はい。じゃあ最後に、触れられたらそのプレイヤーを座らせる。実はですね、これがヒューマノイドのプロパティにですね、あるんですよね。シットというものですね。これを、チェックするかチェックしないか、トゥルーかフォルスで、こういう風に、活用されている、こういう風にプロパティがあるんですね。じゃあ、このシットというのを座らせるっていうのを、じゃあ、どうやってこれを活用してんのかと、帯に。これがですね、皆さん結構ね、 座るって聞いたら、椅子を思い浮かべるかもしれないんですけど、実はですね、ロブロックスタジオの座るっていうのはこれ実は結構別なところに生かされていて、何かっていうと、はい、皆さん絶対にロブロックスで遊んであると思います。滑り台などで応用されてるんですね。他にも、滑る場所、なんか水たまりがあって滑って転んじゃうみたいな。そういう転ぶ時の演出とかにシットというものは使われてるんですね。例えばどういうことかっていうと、このね、滑り台をね、簡単に作りまして、で、その中にですね、ここにですね、触れられたら絶対に座ってしまうパーツを作るんですね。ちょっと待って、触れると勝手に座ってしまうパーツ、どうやってスクリプトするんだろう。めちゃくちゃ簡単です。先ほど私は、ロブロックスのプレイヤーの、ヘルスをゼロにするっていうスクリプトを皆さんと一緒に説明したんですけど、これはですね、その理屈を理解していると簡単にできる応用で、はい。このですね、h.health イコール0をですね、h.sit 座っているイコール true っていう風に、ここだけを変えればいいんですよ。だってヒューマノイドを特定するまでは簡単、同じですから、ヒューマノイドのプロパティを変更するっていうことに対しては変わりないですから、この真ん中、この一番真ん中の部分をですね、変更すればいいっていうのはですね、理屈を理解すれば、わかると思うんですけど、こういう風にですね、簡単に応用できちゃうんですよね。で、実際にこれをですね、じゃあ登ってみましょうか。はい。さあ、ちょっとゴッドポエト、登ります。というわけで、さあ、登っていきましょう。滑るかという風に、皆さんこれ、ロブロックス遊んでて、この挙動を見たことありますよね、絶対に。ちょっとかがんで、くるんくるんくるんくるんって。これがですね、実は、シットというプロパティを活用されて作られていたんですね。というわけで、ペアレントとチャイルドについて、そしてプロパティについて、この2つを説明して、オビーというものに絡めながら、理屈を理解して、理屈を理解して使うことの大切さ、皆さん伝わったと思います。そして、この上の2つが、オビーにどう対応できるのか、どう活用できるのか、そしてこの理屈を理解することによって、どういう風に他のところに応用できるのかっていうのも、今解説してきました。では皆さん、ここまで聞いてきて何か質問があれば、質問をお寄せくださいというわけで、質問コーナーです。
はい、ありがとうございます。ゴッドポテトさん、そして皆さん、それでは Q&A に移りましょう。質問はすべてチャット上部にある Q&A タブから送信してください。
みんな質問書いてね。そして、質問がなくてもう全部理解できたよって方はもう、ロブロックスタジオ行っちゃって、もうプログラミングスタートしちゃいましょう。ちょっとこれ終わりまで最後見てね。
はい、皆さんありがとうございます。それでは最初の質問読み上げます。
はい。
デベロッパーフォーラムを使用する際に、ランゲージバリアに直面することはありますか？
そうですね。僕もそれは、普通に感じてて、そのロブロックススタジオのユーザーって圧倒的に英語を話す人が多いんですよ。で、僕は運よく英語が話せるので、ランゲージバリアはなかったんですけど、日本語しか話せないよっていう人には、少し難しいかもしれません。けど、実はですね、最近デベロッパーフォーラムはですね、日本語コミュニティをね、形成し始めていて、だから、皆さん、日本人がデベロッパーフォーラムを使っている日本人が、他にも、いろんな言語に合わせたコミュニティが今作られていて、そのコミュニティに参加すれば、日本人の人に対して、日本語で質問できたりとかもするので、ロブロックスの方は、今、もう本当に、ランゲージバリアをなくすように、もう本当に、機能とかいろいろ追加してくれていて、昔と比べると全然ランゲージバリアは少ないんじゃないかなと思います。しかも、最近では、 AI が発達してきて、翻訳の精度とかも上がってきてるので、わからないものがあったら、翻訳してったっていう感じなので、皆さんパソコンさえあれば多分内容は理解できるんじゃないかなっていうふうに感じています。
はい、ありがとうございます。次は、最初の帯を作ったのはいつですか？難しいと思いましたか？
はい。最初の帯を作ったのはですね、先ほど約3年前からって話したんですけど、もう本当にその通りで、2021年か2020年ぐらいのどっちかに、めちゃくちゃ簡単な帯を作ったんですけど、そうですね、とても難しかったですね、やっぱり。最初はやっぱ、手も足も出ないっていう感じだったので、本当に手探りで、いろんな人の解説動画見ながら、これは違うな、これは違うな、これは使えたなっていう風に、学んでいったので、とても難しかったっていう記憶は覚えています。でも、ゲーム一つさえ、踏ん張って作り終わったら、一通りのゲーム開発の流れとか、一通りそのゲームで使われる基礎的なスクリプトとかは学べるので、僕は、そういう風に、わからないことがあったらめちゃくちゃ調べて、で、どうにかして、一つのゲームを完成させるっていう風にすることによって、そのスクリプトが難しいなとか、ゲーム開発が難しいなっていうのを、っていう悩みを解消するようにしてました。
はい、ありがとうございます。次は、開発を始めたばかりのクリエイターへ一つアドバイスするなら何ですか？
そうですね。一人で悩まないことです、やっぱり。今話した通り、デベロッパーフォーラムとか、他にもですね、ディスコードサーバーでなんか開発者が集まってる場所とかあるので、そういうところに参加して、全然人に聞くのはありだと思うので、一人で悩まずに、本当に有識者を頼って、それで、全然開発してったらいいと思うし、全然自分だけの力で作らなきゃいけないってわけでもないので、わからないことがあったら、もう普通にデベロッパーフォーラムとかいっぱい活用しちゃって、もういろんな人の知識いっぱい盗んでって、もう自分の知識をいっぱい蓄えてゲーム開発頑張っていってほしいなって思います。
はい、次は、帯を作るのにどのくらい時間がかかりますか？
これは帯の長さによって結構変わるんですけど、例えばさっき言った簡単な帯、さっき写真に出したような基礎的な帯を短いコースで作るんだったら、多分1、2時間で簡単に作れるんじゃないかなっていうふうに思います。でも、なんかゲームとかで、ロブロックスのゲームとかで500ステージとか1000ステージとか、他にもなんかチェックポイントがあって、めちゃくちゃ難しいギミックとか、めちゃくちゃ綺麗なアニメーションがついてるとか、なんか敵キャラがいて、そこから逃げるみたいな風に、いろんなギミックがあると思うんですけど、その簡単なギミックだったら本当1時間2時間で作れると思いますし、めちゃくちゃ難しいギミックとか謎解きを入れるんだったら、何週間とかもかかってもおかしくはないんじゃないかなっていう風に思うので、ゲームの難易度とかゲームの長さによってそれは変動すると思いますが、だいたい 1時間から1ヶ月ぐらいの間で作れるんじゃないかなって思います。
ありがとうございます。じゃああと3つぐらいにしますね。次は、スクリプトを書くのが好きな障害物はありますか？
スクリプトを書くのが好きな障害物。
帯ですかね。
帯。そういうことですか。ですね。僕が好きな。僕はですね、個人的に、トラップを作るのがすごい好きで、ちょっと性格悪いかもしれないですけど、なんか帯とかでも、トロール帯とかあるじゃないですか。なんか思ってたんと違うことが起きて死んじゃうみたいな落とし穴があったりとか、横からボンってピストンが出てきて吹っ飛ばされちゃったりとか、そういう風なプレイヤーの意表をついて攻撃するスクリプトを書くっていうのがすごい個人的に嬉しく楽しくて、実際にそれに引っかかってる人を見るととてもこっちもちゃんと動いたなっていう風に嬉しくなるので、好きな障害物は罠とかそういうのがとても大好きです。
いいですね。次は、スクリプトペアレントは何のためにあるのですか？もう一度説明してください。
はい、ペアレントっていうのは、何のためにあるかっていうか、階層関係ですよね。やっぱり、関係を表してて、ペアレントっていうのは、よいしょ、ちょっと一回戻りましょうか。ですね。 ペアレントっていうのはですね、よいしょよいしょよいしょ。あ、ここでいいかな。こういう風に中に入ってるじゃないですか。チャイルドっていうレッドパーツ、グリーンパーツが。だから、ペアレントっていうのは階層関係を表してるんですね。で、私が言いたいのは、そのペアレントの重要性というよりかは、その関係っていうのがペアレントとチャイルドで表されるよっていうことを、一番私は言いたくて、それを理解してほしかったんですね。だから、ペアレントっていうのはどういうことかっていうと、この中に入っている、この何かのモデルとかのグループとかに、入ってる中身の、チャイルドから見た、その、インスタンス、パーツとかをまとめている、いわゆるリーダー的存在ですね。そのことをペアレントって言います。そして、その、ペアレントっていうのを、スクリプト内で、使うことが多々あるので、例えばさっき前見せた通り、キルブロックの中にスクリプトがあって、キルブロックを示すためには、スクリプトのペアレント。いわゆる、キルブロックがスクリプトの中にあって、スクリプトがキルブロックをまとめて、キルブロックがスクリプトのことをまとめているので、つまり、スクリプトのペアレントっていうのはキルブロックだよねっていう感じで、スクリプト内で階層関係を表したりとか、何かを示したいときにペアレントとかは使います。
はい。では、次、ラストの質問で、
はい、
今後のロブロックスのプロジェクト、何か考えていますか？
結構考えてて、一つが、皆さん、漢字で GO っていうゲーム知ってますかね？なんか、他のこれゲームなんですけど、漢字で GO って言って、漢字が出されて、時間内にその読みを答えれないとゲームオーバーになっちゃうみたいな、そういう感じの漢字を学べるゲームがあるんですけど、それに似てるような数学のゲームを作りたいと思っていて、数学のその、式とかが出されてって、時間内に答えないとゲームオーバーになっちゃう。で、ステージが進むごとにだんだん数式がこう複雑になってって、結構、難しくなってきてるなっていう風になって、で、そのプレイヤー同士でどこまで解けるのかっていうのを戦わせたいなみたいな、そういう、結構頭を使うゲームを作りたいなっていう風に考えてます。
ありがとうございます。それでは、ゴッドポテトさん、そしてインスパイア2024にご参加いただいた皆さん、これにて終了とさせていただきます。皆さん、楽しんでいただけたことを願っています。本日のインスパイアワークショップはこれにて全て終了となりますので、それではまた明日お会いいたしましょう。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。バイバイ。